québécois est un instrument fondamental pour l'accession du Québec à la souveraineté. C'est notre job.
We win by standing up, by standing together to protect what makes Canada, Canada.
And we must choose between our future and our present.
But this is a really critical moment for Canadian democracy.
It is just past 7 o'clock Eastern Time. It is just past 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 8:30 in Newfoundland, where the polls have just closed. You're watching Vote 2025 on Cpac. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us this evening on the Cable Public Affairs channel as we bring you special coverage tonight of Canada's 45th general election. Now, this is the night when we will discover how Canadians have voted after a 36-day campaign, and we'll be following the results as we go region to region, coast to coast to coast. And, of course, we'll bring you the latest numbers with each poll closing. And to that, take a look right now at the bottom of your screen. You'll see there an election ticker, and that is where we will get the latest numbers for you as this night goes on. But just be aware, the numbers that you're looking at right now, well, they are an aggregation. Basically, we are putting together both leading and elected numbers. So don't be surprised as those numbers shift. Perhaps they will flip depending on what region of the country that we're in. But rest assured, those numbers will be updated throughout this evening. And as we approach the end of this evening, of course, those numbers will firm up and we'll have a better idea of where things stand with all the political parties. Now, that said, I'm joined by two very important people this evening, my co-host for election night, if you will. At the desk with me right now is Catherine Lafrance. Catherine, allô?
Allô, Michael, thank you. Ravi d'être ici ce soir pour surveiller les résultats au fur et à mesure qu'ils se présenteront dans les 343.
And to follow what will be happening in the 343 ridings. We'll be covering this in English and French.
On the other side of the studio, our other co-host this evening, polls analyst Eric Grenier. Eric, hello to you.
Good evening, Michael.
So, you know, people know you as the polls analyst we turn to week after week, the founder, the writer of The Writ. But tonight, you're going to take all of that knowledge and apply it to the smart board that is standing behind you right there. So talk to us about what you'll be doing this evening as you track the election for us here in studio and, of course, for people right across the country.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting to get this map of 343 ridings colored in. Right now, we're still waiting for the first results, so it's still gray. Now, there has been a change since the last election. These were the results in 2021 when the election was run over 338 ridings. Since then, there have been an additional 5 ridings added to the map, and the map changed a little bit. So you can see that some of the parties won the vote in those new ridings. So this is going to be where our starting point is, where we're going to be comparing the results throughout the night. But for now, we're still waiting for 343 ridings to start reporting.
Okay, well, of course, we'll get to you as soon as that happens. And, you know, Catherine and I here at the desk, well, of course, we're going to be tracking the numbers as well for people, breaking down the analysis of those numbers, what's behind them. But really, ce sera une soirée très importante.
C'est une soirée très importante après une campagne hors norme.
It'll be and it is a very important evening. It's been a very unusual campaign ever since Mark Carney became head of the Liberal Party. The polls shifted very dramatically. A great many things have happened over the past 5 weeks. And this evening, over 28 million Canadians can vote. So we'll be watching the results from east to west, and we'll see what happens. I'd like to draw your attention to a few things. Ontario is probably going to determine which of the two parties, it is a two-horse race, can form the government. And in Quebec, there's some ridings with very tight races between the Bloc and the Liberals. So we'll see if we get a majority government or a minority government.
We have the Newfoundland, Labrador, as we say, the polls are closing there. As soon as we get numbers, we'll have those on the board for people at home, and we'll bring in Eric right away. But we should note that we're not alone this evening. We also have a team of reporters at the various party headquarters. And with that, let's start with Cpac's own Andrew Thompson. He is at Lansdowne Park, that's in central Ottawa, where the Liberals are getting ready to take in this big night. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Michael. And yes, it is quiet right now. We're waiting for potentially hundreds of Liberals to come here to the floor of TD Place Arena, a floor that does have some history. It's where several prime ministers won their party's leaderships, including Pierre Trudeau and Brian Mulroney. And Mark Carney's hoping to add to the political history of this building tonight, hoping to deliver an election victory speech just 7 weeks after winning the Liberal Party leadership and just mere months after the Liberals were facing potential oblivion, badly trailing the Conservatives in public opinion polls. Now, on day one of this campaign, Mark Carney said he needed a strong mandate to face down the biggest crisis of our lifetimes, and Carney has been relentless ever since, saying that he is the right leader with the right plan to face down Donald Trump and the tariff threats, saying that he is not the same person as Justin Trudeau, that he can bring big change even though the Liberals have been in government for nearly a decade. Now, for the Liberals to get to a majority government, they're going to need to add at least 20 MPs to what they had when Parliament dissolved. And if you're looking for where Liberals might be trying to pick up some seats, it's instructive to look at where the leader himself was campaigning over the last few days. Mark Carney in Quebec ridings like Trois-Rivières and Shefford, as well in southwestern Ontario and in BC, and of course in those key 905 ridings in Hamilton and Toronto. Also of note, Carney yesterday visiting Saskatoon and Edmonton. He did have rallies planned as well for Calgary and Richmond, BC, but those were cancelled in the aftermath of the vehicle attack in Vancouver. And one more note about ridings, Michael. Liberals here will be watching the results from nearby Nepean, Ontario. That's where Mark Carney himself is on the ballot trying to get elected to Parliament for the first time.
So a lot to be watching. And yes, we know that Mr. Carney had to cancel or decided to cancel a few events as a result of the tragedy that took place in Vancouver. And a little later in the program, we're going to play for people at home for this evening.
Campaign. It seemed that maybe
on back to the
Steve Kent, a former PC MHA, is running for the Conservatives in this election. Look at Terranova in the Peninsulas. This is a riding that the Liberals won last time. So right now, Jonathan Rowe of the Conservatives is ahead by 6 votes, but it's only 270 polling boxes. As you can see, only 28 people have been counted so far there. Central Newfoundland won. We're starting to get a little bit more counted, 5 of 233 polling boxes. Clifford Small, the incumbent for the Conservatives, is leading over Lynette Powell of the Liberals. If we can continue going across the island to Long Range Mountains, there's only been one box opened, and as you can see again, very few votes. But there you got Don Bradshaw of the Liberals holding it. Long Range Mountains was a target riding for the Conservatives. It was very close in the last election, but the Liberals right now are ahead by 1 vote. And then over in Labrador, we got 2 boxes now counted. Philip Earle over Ella Wallace by about 28 votes there.
Okay, so early results. We'll keep updating. Eric Grenier, thank you for that. Catherine, we have some new video as well that we want to share with people at home.
Oui, j'attire votre attention là-dessus, le chef du Bloc québécois, Yves-François Blanchet,
yes, the leader of the Bloc québécois, Yves-François Blanchet,
fragmentaire pour l'instant qui arrive.
Is watching the election results starting to trickle in. As Omerisa was saying a little earlier, he's in Montreal, not in his own riding. He's very close to where he would have to go later in the evening once all the results are counted. So he's a bit tense, as are many party leaders tonight.
A lot of nerves this evening, especially when you talk about the Bloc Québécois leader. You know, there was a time when they were destined to take Quebec. There was always talk at the end of last year that they would be the official opposition, not the talk now. In fact, the Liberals had a double-digit lead over them. The question is, how much is that lead going in now, what the seat number will be, and as you say, one of just some nervous leaders tonight that you could put into that category.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. On en a parlé tantôt avec Geneviève. C'est sûr que
we discussed this with Geneviève earlier. You know, this is the last stretch, the last straight, the last few hours. The figures did shift a bit. But earlier in the campaign, we were seeing some results that were pretty tough for the Bloc. So we still have no idea how Quebecers will vote on the day today, or did vote today.
Before we go, I think I want to bring in Eric very quickly because, you know, Eric, we're approaching the next shift over to polls closing in the Maritimes. But show us where we are in terms of leading elected in Newfoundland, as well as, if you don't mind, where things stood at dissolution.
Yeah, so we have right now, we're waiting on the 2 ridings in the St. John's area to report. Those were Liberal ridings, at least in the last election. Again, we are still looking at very few polling boxes, but we're starting to get a few more here in central Newfoundland. Clifford Small has the lead there still over Lynette Powell. And in Terranova, the Peninsulas, still only 4 polling boxes. And with these kinds of ridings, it really depends on which outport is reporting in, and so you could get some big differences. But we're waiting for the results in the rest of Atlantic Canada, just to give an idea of what it looked like last time. You can see there's only one Conservative riding in Newfoundland and Labrador. There was a few of them Conservative in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Liberal was, PI was a Liberal sweep. A couple of these ridings we'll be looking at once the polls close, and in the Maritimes we start getting some more results, but right now we're still just got some results from Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, okay, Eric, thank you for that. And I'll ask the control room to put up right now what Newfoundland and Labrador looked like at dissolution. Just give a bit of a context as we go into this. So there we were, 6 Liberal seats, 1 Conservative, and in terms of the leading and elected, kind of pulling together what Eric has been telling us, let's take a look right now of leading and elected in Newfoundland and Labrador if we can. It may be too early to call on that. Let's see. There we go. So we have no official elected yet, but if we call that board, we're looking at 3 Liberal leads, 2 Conservative leads, also reflected on the bottom of your screen. Now just flipped over to 3 Conservative leads, 2 Liberal leads. So there we go as the polls come in. We're going to keep tracking this for you here on Cpac as we approach now 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 p.m. Atlantic Time. That means the polls are about to close in the Maritimes. You are watching Vote 2025 on Cpac. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us here on the Cable Public Affairs channel as we bring you live coverage of the election results in the 45th general election in Canada. And with the Maritimes closing in about 3 seconds time, with the votes, they will now be added to the tally. We're going to start seeing the results for all 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada, perhaps an early indication of how things will play out tonight. And of course, as we said, Eric Grenier keeping a very close eye on the board for us today. So Eric, you hinted at it before, but maybe dig in a bit more when you talk about the Maritimes, because we're talking about Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI joining now the tally. What are you watching out for here?
Well, there's a number of ridings we'll be looking at. I'll take another look at what the map looked like last time. So you can see in Nova Scotia, there are 3 Conservative ridings: Cumberland, Colchester, Acadie, Annapolis, and South Shore, St. Margaret's. And they are going to be ones to watch. Cumberland, Colchester is, Stephen Ellis is the incumbent there. It is traditionally a Conservative riding. If the Liberals are able to flip that, then it would suggest they might be on track for a good win. And if we go back to look at South Shore St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins, it was a very tight race in the last election. He won it. There's no NDP candidate in South Shore St. Margaret's, the only riding in the country where there isn't a New Democrat on the ballot. Will that help the Liberals flip that seat? And another one to keep an eye on perhaps in Nova Scotia might be in Acadie, Annapolis. Chris d'Entremont up against Ronnie LeBlanc. Mark Carney went to this riding. Not really clear why, considering how big of a lead the Conservatives had last time. Maybe it suggests that the Liberals think it is in play. And if we go over to New Brunswick, number of ridings to watch in New Brunswick. Miramichi Grand Lake has been very close for the last couple elections. Lisa Harris, former Liberal MLA. Mike Dawson, former PC MLA. He actually resigned to run for the Conservatives. It was a close race last time. We'll keep an eye on it tonight. Fredericton Oromocto would be another one that I'm going to be watching. This is a bit of a quintessential swing riding when it comes to New Brunswick. If the Conservatives are going to win this election, this is probably going to be one of the ridings that is in their column. If the Liberals win this election, it's probably going to be red. So we'll keep an eye on this one as well.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. I'm going to bring in Robert Fife again, because before we actually went on air, you were raising some interesting points about ridings that you're keeping a close eye on in the Maritimes as what, potential harbingers of what may happen this evening?
Yeah, the Liberals were saying that if they win 4 of these 5 ridings, which is Central Newfoundland, Long Range Mountain, Cumberland, Colchester, South Shore, St. Margaret's, or Acadian, Annapolis, if they win 4 of those 5 ridings, I think they're going to win big tonight. If they win all 5, well, they're going to be, the champagne corks are going to be popping. So we have to watch those ridings particularly. These are people who, that's what they focus on, to look at bellwether ridings that they think will make a shift across the country. So let's watch those ones and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. And interesting when Eric was saying that, Acadie was where Mark Carney made a stop at. So very interesting, because again, that might be an indication of how they're feeling. Laurie, this is your neck of the woods when we talk about Nova Scotia. What do you make of what's happening right now?
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the key questions, to see whether the Conservatives hold on to the ridings they have. Because someone like Chris d'Entremont, he was a provincial MLA before he was a federal MP, and so even if things don't go well for the Conservatives more broadly, he's he's an MP that I think, you know what, he might hold on to the seat because of him. There are also a couple of ridings that the Conservatives are really trying to pick up in Nova Scotia, and they've run candidates who I think would belong in the kind of star candidate, like really good get kind of column. So Alan McMaster, for example, was the finance minister in Nova Scotia with Tim Houston, who, when Tim Houston was obviously riding really high, McMaster left to go run with Poilievre federally. And Rob Batherson is running in Halifax West. Very strong Liberal riding, but still he was the Conservative national president. And so it just goes to show, I think, how much the Conservatives really had this in their grasp at one point, right? And they had these high flyers running, they're on the ballot, and now it's not clear at all.
Well, listen, we're going to pick up on that point in a moment, but quickly, let's show people what Nova Scotia looked like at dissolution in particular, because you're mentioning in particular some Nova Scotia ridings. You had there 7 Liberal, 3 Conservative seats, one vacant seat, and to your point, Bob, you know, the Liberals right now, if they can flip 2 of those 3 Conservatives, they're going to feel very good about what the rest of the country feels. You know, Chris, what do you make of that type of analysis?
I think it's bang on. Look, Chris d'Entremont, who's in Acadie, Annapolis, was a Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons. He's widely liked. He works hard in the riding. He's got a real presence there. If he goes down, that is not a good signal for how the Conservatives will fare across the country. So I think to that extent, we need to really keep an eye on that riding in particular. Cumberland Colchester, Stephen Ellis, a fairly prominent Conservative backbencher, but he is a doctor. It's a riding they should win. He's another guy who has worked hard in the riding. Again, if that goes down, that will be difficult. All of that being said, you know, I keep harkening back to the polls were narrowing at the end. There was a 4-point difference in the aggregators between all the various polls, between the Conservatives and the Liberals. Where is that extra bump coming from the Conservatives? Hopefully it's in ridings like that, but we know that Pierre Poilievre spent most of his time, as an opposition leader should, looking at ridings to take away from the Liberals. He didn't spend a lot of time in ridings that they already held. Will that come back to bite them? We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. Catherine, what do you make of what's happening right now in Atlantic Canada? Because, of course, New Brunswick comes into the equation as the polls close in the province as well.
Yeah, totally. C'est souvent les provinces atlantiques qui donnent le ton. Est-ce que ça va être le cas ce soir?
Well, often the Atlantic provinces set the tone. Will it be the case again tonight? We shall see. New Brunswick also has a very significant French-speaking population, so it'll be interesting to see where they go. Geneviève, it's going to be really interesting to see how the voters go in this region. Yes, let's not forget the Francophone vote, particularly in New Brunswick. It's a significant presence. In 2015, we saw that Justin Trudeau was going to win because the Maritimes were looking red and staying red. Let's not forget Dominique Leblanc either. He played a very important role within the Liberal Party. I think his role had been less visible recently, but he is somebody who knows how to mobilize troops on the ground, so I think his influence matters. The fact that Mr. Carney could count on Mr. Leblanc's support has been very important and will have an impact on that region.
Right. So, and of course, he also had at one point leadership aspirations. He said he was too busy dealing with Donald Trump to run this time around. So interesting to watch that race. Although I want to rewind a little bit to the comment that you were making, Laurie, and I think we can all comment on this because as recently as, you know, late December, this looked like an election that would deliver a Conservative majority government. And so you had some big-name Conservatives jumping in to run for different ridings. And quite frankly, before Justin Trudeau resigned, the idea that anyone would give up a successful career to run for the Liberals was a very a wishful thinking, if you will. But here you are now, what, 3 months later, 4 months later, and the equation has completely changed. You know, Bob, talk to us about the shifting landscape. Have you know, as one that's covered Ottawa for many years, have you ever seen such a shift in numbers in such a short amount of time?
No. I mean, I don't think anybody's seen anything like this. I mean, here you had the Conservatives going to be a juggernaut, going to a massive majority government, and it's just unfathomable that an outsider like Mr. Carney, who's a technocrat, who's not a politician, never being elected to anything, is not really very good at retail politics, bristles when he doesn't like questions from reporters. But because of his stature as a former Bank of Canada governor and Bank of England governor, somebody who's dealt with real economic crisis, Canadians looked at him and say, you know what, I think he can handle Trump better than Pierre Poilievre. And that changed the whole landscape. And also, obviously, the fact that Justin Trudeau took a lot of poison out of the political system. But still, nonetheless, almost 10 years of Liberal rule, even if you change leaders, you shouldn't be able to turn the picture around so quickly. So we haven't seen anything like this before. But I will say that Mr. Poilievre made a lot of mistakes. You know, he kept reminding Canadians that he had Trump-like, the name-calling, you know, sneaky Carney, carbon tax Carney, all that populist stuff that just went against the instincts of Canadians after seeing Donald Trump. And then he did things that he did things to the party itself, taking 90 seats away and having the party themselves decide who was going to go in. It really graded people who are, in the Conservative Party particularly, former Reform Party people who really believe in grassroots democracy. That caused a lot of problems. Look what happened with Mike DeYoung in British Columbia, who they said, no, we don't want you to run for us, and now he's running as an independent, and he's probably going to win the race. So they did a lot of things that were stupid. Not talking to Doug Ford, who is the most popular premier in Ontario and maybe in the country, and you know, treating Jean Charest like he was a leopard. You know, I mean, it was just ridiculous. He could be campaigning for the Conservatives in Quebec. Instead, he's sitting at home, not helping them out. They did a lot of things that were unnecessary. They could have run a change campaign and providing hope, but you never got the message of hope from Mr. Poilievre. You got a lot of darkness.
Yeah, well, and we'll see, you know, because I think there will be a lot of questions asked, in particular, if the polls hold, and they, you know, and we have seen very consistent polling over the last few weeks that the Liberals would be delivered to a majority. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition this evening. But, you know, Chris, something that Bob said tweaked my interest, this idea that a lot of the poison was removed with Justin Trudeau's resignation. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely. There's a shelf life for any prime minister, as there is for a government, and his shelf life was up. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to continue to run. And when he left, that took away a big bargaining chip that Pierre Poilievre was hoping to use in trying to win the hand of Canadians in this great big poker match. One other thing I'd mention, when the platforms came out and when they went through their whole campaign, the differences between the Liberals and the Conservatives weren't very great. Both of them recognize housing a problem. So we'll remove the GST, maybe a little bit differently for the Liberals and the Conservatives, but we'll remove it on new homes to get people into the market. We're going to build a national transportation corridor, a national corridor for pipelines. We're going to come and break away our reliance on the United States. Both of them had that same idea. I could go on, but the point here was I don't think the Conservatives did enough to differentiate themselves on issues that really mattered to Canadians, and that's what I think ultimately we're seeing tonight is a difficulty they're trying to get this message across in some of the writings we've seen so far.
Quand on y pense, vous parliez du mois de décembre tantôt.
You were talking about December, and when we think about it, we realize we were really in a different world. Justin Trudeau was Prime Minister. Donald Trump wasn't in the White House yet and certainly hadn't started slapping tariffs on people. There was no talk of a 51st state. So it does feel like we're living in a completely different world now. And I think voters feel that very much. Perhaps not Pierre Poilievre, who continued to stay on his message and kept on with the same campaign he would have made 3 or 6 months ago, as if nothing had changed. Well, it's a minister like Sean Fraser, who announces he's leaving politics. A few hours later, Chrystia Freeland resigns as Minister of Finance. Then Mr. Fraser comes back into politics, as others did. In 3 months, the world turned entirely upside down. That's why we're saying this is really such a different election. So many things happened. But the shifts went back and forth. Once the change or the shift came, once the Liberals were ahead with Mr. Carney, nothing seemed to shift that needle, in spite of Mr. Carney's mistakes and inexperience, in spite of Mr. Poilievre's attacks on him, or the bloc attacks. But his party might make Mr. Poilievre pay the price. Well, there will be questions about his political future. We'll see. We don't have the data yet. But even if they succeed, even if they did win, it would be a divided country. The next Prime Minister, be it Mr. Poilievre or Mr. Carney, will that new Prime Minister be able to bring the country together? Some people will be very happy tonight, others will be deeply, deeply disappointed. But when we look at their platforms, there's so many similarities. Very similar in their response to Mr. Trump, but the rest of it is very different. So that might lead to divisions, yes.
As this evening goes on, because, you know, in many ways we are basing it on the polls, we're basing it on early trend lines. We'll see how it shapes up as the evening goes on. Although we are getting an early indication, and with that I do want to bring back Eric Grenier, manning the smartboard right now, following the results, including, of course, the first polls to close Newfoundland, Labrador. What's it looking like right now, Eric?
Well, in Newfoundland and Labrador, we're starting to get some decent results in terms of where it's coming in. You can see that currently the Conservatives are leading in 3 of the ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador. They only won 1 last time. We'll take a look at those 3. We got Long Range Mountains, where Carol Yancey is leading Don Bradshaw by about 23 points. There's 30 of 253 polls reporting, so that's a decent amount of vote there. In central Newfoundland, Clifford Small, the incumbent Conservative, is leading now by about 1,000 votes, and again, we got 38 of 233 poll boxes reporting. So again, a pretty decent amount of votes. In Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, the Conservatives, Jonathan Rowe is leading Anthony Germain of the Liberals. One thing, though, I do want to point out is that these are very diverse ridings when it comes to the voting aspect of it. If you take a look at a riding like Terra Nova Peninsulas, a lot of the vote around this part of the Avalon Peninsula went Liberal. The Conservatives did well in this area. We don't know where the polls are reporting just yet, so it's why we do have to take a little bit more time with some of these results. But so far in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Conservatives are up 2 and the Liberals are down 2.
Okay, we keep following it. Although, you know, Eric, before you go, I think it's worthwhile to go back a little bit to Clifford Small, because Central Newfoundland, in the last election, that was a tightly contested race, and there was a question as to whether or not he'd be able to hold it this time around, because if I recall correctly, the win back in 2021 was a very narrow win for Mr. Small.
Yeah, I can show you the results from 2021 in that riding. This was when it was Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. You can see that Clifford Small had just a 300-vote lead over Scott Sims, who was the incumbent, 47% to 46%. And you can look at it where it is now on that riding. Clifford Small, 62% to 35% for Lynette Powell. And we do have 40 of 233 polls reporting. So again, it's a decent amount of vote, but it does still matter where that vote is coming from. I remember in 2021, for a part of the night, the Liberals were leading that riding, and it went back and forth. So we'll see if that's going to happen again tonight.
Okay. Eric, thank you for that. Eric Grenier manning the smartboard for us this evening. You know, I'll pick back to you, Laurie, because it was interesting that Genevieve was mentioning the fact that we saw Sean Fraser. He withdrew in the Trudeau era. He decided he wanted to spend more time with his family, and I don't know if he said, okay, that's enough of my family, I'm going to run again. But here he is now under Mr. Carney. How does that reflect what you've been tracking out in Nova Scotia in terms of the political mood? Because it certainly looked like we were on the precipice of wholesale change, and you know, and now it's swinging back to the Liberals, it seems, in many parts of the province.
Right. I mean, in 2015, every seat in Atlantic Canada went Liberal. And sometimes people, I think, get the sense that everybody in Atlantic Canada votes Liberal because it goes, you know, it was just red, right? And even in the elections after that, very strong support there for the Liberals. But there are other bases of support, especially for the Conservatives. And so I think as Atlantic Canada really had enough of Justin Trudeau, and the carbon tax just did it, right? It was like
even with the carve out.
Oh yeah, that seemed to make it worse. I don't know how and I don't know why, but it did. It was, people were done. People were. I wasn't sure that Pierre Poilievre would ever play in Atlantic Canada at all, but he started to come down, and it wasn't so much the big loud rallies. It was the small meetings in local communities where he's talking to people. And again, he I think brought a lot of candidates on board that made sense in the riding. And it really looked like the Conservatives were going to start making serious inroads. So I think, you know, Fraser really took pains to have this press conference and to say, I'm not leaving because of Trudeau, I'm leaving because I want to spend time with my family. He talked about his children. I think he really went, you know, the extra mile to make it seem like he's not leaving because of Trudeau. But it's possible he was leaving because of Trudeau. And now that, you know, once Trudeau was gone, it's like, okay, well, maybe I'm in. So I'm not surprised.
Okay. You know, I also want to pick up another point, because Genevieve and Catherine, you're both talking about this idea of change. And certainly, Bob, that's what the Conservative leader and the Conservative Party have been hinging. They want this to be a change election. but have Canadians determined that Mark Carney is enough of a change? Is a blue Liberal change enough from the Liberal Party under Justin Trudeau for most Canadians? And I think that is a bit of the debate that we'll have answered this evening.
Well, to Chris's point, Mr. Carney is very smart in moving the party to the center, where Jean Chrétien had always governed from. He basically took away the Mr. Poilievre's policies, get rid of the carbon tax, stop the capital gains increase taxes, promising more defense, promising to get rid of interprovincial trade barriers. I mean, he just took a whole slot of everything that the Conservatives said. And so where's the change? And that's the issue that I think Mr. Poilievre has struggled with, because it's very much the same policies, and you know, and then when you put in Donald Trump into that whole thing, that's where he struggled. And that's why people like Corey Teneycke, who was Mr. Premier Ford's campaign manager, kept saying, stop talking about these carbon tax and all these other issues. Focus on the one thing that really matters to Canadians, is Donald Trump. He didn't do that for a long time, and then near the end, I think, though, that Trump had sort of shut up about Canada for a while, and it got back the cost of living, and I think that helped close the gap. And one wonders if this election campaign had been 2 or 3 weeks more, whether in fact the Conservatives would end up winning, because you know we're now exposed to Mark Carney, and he can fib like all politicians, and he's not Mr. Perfect. And the more you see Mark Carney, the less popular he becomes.
And you know, go ahead, Chris.
I want to add something really quickly. Is that when you asked about change, does Mark Carney represent real change? In many ways he did, because he was saying, as Bob pointed out, a lot of different things around the carbon tax, how much money he was going to spend on making sure we had transportation corridors and the like. We've all walked through those types of issues. But the other thing that happened is a lot of people decided to run, not just again, like Sean Fraser and Anita Anand, another one, but a lot of ridings hadn't been filled. There was very few people putting their names forward. And suddenly, all of these candidates came out of the woodwork. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why the Conservatives may be doing a little better than we might have anticipated in places like Newfoundland and Labrador. Because, for example, in Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate, got in really late compared to the Conservative candidate who'd been working that riding for months. So we'll see if they can get the ground game out to go. But I think Carney does represent the change from Trudeau. Now, the next question is, if he wins, what will his cabinet look like? He's got a lot of people around him who are from the Trudeau era, but I think he has really established in Canadians' mind that he is not the same guy as Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, and if he wins, what does that say about the judgment Canadians are casting on Pierre Poilievre? Because it was Lisa Raitt who said on another network, you know, Canadians seem to like Conservative policy. They just want Mr. Carney to be the man who delivers those policy.
He's a Conservative.
Yeah, former Conservative minister, and not naming the Conservative leader, but it seems to be, in many ways, when you look at the platforms, and everyone's noting just how similar the platforms are, it comes down to, well, who's going to deliver it? Who can you trust to deliver it? Who do you want to deliver it? Almost a bit of a popularity contest, if you will, or a judgment on the two leaders. So I think that's another part of the equation that we're going to be watching for this evening. You were going to say something there, Catherine?
Yeah, absolutely. Je attire encore votre attention sur le chef du Bloc québécois.
I'd like to draw your attention on Yves-François Blanchet. If the Bloc manages to get 23 seats, so best assumption, so that's approximately 10 fewer seats than at the last election, and that is a strong message on the part of Quebecers. And if he gets more than 23, he might be very happy, but it will depend on what he did during the last stretch. And if he increases to increase the number of seats, is that he changed his tone, and there was a tone relative to the media. Some media said that he looked very angry and raged. He didn't want to concede victory to Mark Carney. But then at the end, he was more conciliatory. He said, okay, Mark Carney will win, but I think that we can have a role to play, even if we had Liberal minority government. And what is also important for the Quebecers are afraid by Donald Trump and his tariffs and his talk of annexation of Canada, and this is why Quebecers are turning towards the Liberals. It will be interesting to see the result tonight.
Let me
go back to the change that was mentioned a few moments ago, saying that Carney represents change. Well, if there is a change relative to Justin Trudeau, it is an economic change. So, because the question with Justin was, is he able to understand economic issues and to make the right decisions? And Mr. Carney said, okay, look at my resume, and I am the man who has a good command of economics. So, as to Mr. Poilievre, this was disastrous because the Conservative Party is considered as the better from the economic management of the country from this viewpoint. So Mr. Carney has really embodied change. And I also noted the change of tone from Mr. Blanchette at the end of the campaign. And Mr. Carney, on his side, talked about cooperation, unity, which is dear to the heart of Quebecers, because Quebecers do want for everybody to work together. And this is why perhaps also the Conservatives will not get more than 11, 12 seats in Quebec.
Quebec. Let's see if they actually do. Listen, we're going to check in on some early Atlantic results with Eric in a moment, because you can see at the bottom of your board there, we now have 13 for the Liberals, 3 for the Conservatives. Eric, stand by. We're going to get to you in a second. But the reason why I'm putting Eric on standby is because, sadly, Robert Fife, who is here far too little time this evening, but I want to thank you for joining, because I know you need to file this evening. Any parting words as to what you want?
Well, only this. Think how much of a blow this would be to Pierre Poilievre if the numbers go out the way we think it is going to go tonight. We saw a glimpse of that last night when he was in his riding. He teared up and his wife broke down in tears. And that is not a campaign exhaustion. That's a realization that everything they had fought for and had hoped for was not likely to materialize. You know, we're all human beings, right? We all feel for people who go through. Politics is tough. And so it's got to be very hard for him and his family, and it's something that if he does lose tonight and the Liberals do get a majority, it's going to be a very tough road for him to haul and his family, and he's going to have to, it's also going to be a struggle to hang on to the leadership of the party, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, again, we'll see how this evening rolls out. But Bob, as I say, you have to file for the Globe and Mail. We'll be reading in the early morning hours. Thank you for this, Robert Fife, Auto Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail. So as Bob quietly makes his way out of the studio, we're going to throw, did you hear that, Bob? Quietly makes his way out of the studio. Let's bring in Eric Grenier right now. Early results in Atlantic Canada there, Eric.
Yeah, we're starting to get some early results. There's a couple of ridings we said we were going to keep an eye on, so I'll take a look at them. Here's one just to try to explain what's happening down here. It's a tie between Rick Perkins and Jessica Fancy Landry, 11 votes apiece. Obviously, still a lot of votes to come in South Shore, St. Margaret's. But we can look at a couple other ridings in Nova Scotia we said we were going to keep an eye on. Here's one, Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. That's Jaime Batista is leading Alan McMaster, who's a finance minister, who was a finance minister in Tim Houston's PC government. You can see there that Batista has a lead of about 400 votes over Alan McMaster. That, again, would be a hold for the Liberals. We can take a look as well at some ridings over in New Brunswick. Here we got one Conservative on the board, St. John St. Croix. That's John Williamson, who is the incumbent there, so expected that he would hold that riding. It's a pretty safe one for the Conservatives. Et on peut regarder aussi dans le nord, Madawaska-Restigouche.
And also in the north, Madawaska-Restigouche, Guillaume Deschênes-Thériault is leading the candidate from the Conservative Party, and Acadie Bathurst Cormier is ahead of James Brown. Formerly a Liberal seat, so it would be remaining a Liberal if this is confirmed. Catherine.
Results, as we say, Eric. Sorry, Catherine, to you.
It's okay, it's okay. Oui, effectivement, c'est encore très
Yes, this is quite the beginning of the results. And as was mentioned by Eric, there is a majority of French-speaking people in those areas, Catherine. Yeah. And do you remember what happened about Francophonie? It was perhaps a bit late during the election campaign, but there are many issues which are we touch very closely Francophonie, not only Mr. Trump, and particularly the French-speaking immigration. And that might perhaps be of strong interest for the voters. Yes, indeed.
Have the Liberals leading in 15 ridings in Atlantic Canada, Conservatives at 4. Of course, these numbers we're going to keep refreshing for people at home. But if this holds, Laurie, we are looking at an early win and then some for the Liberal Party. What does that say about the path that's ahead for the Conservatives as we move west and more polls across the country open?
Okay, so I don't think that Atlantic Canada was necessarily going to be the place where the Conservatives were going to grow the most. Certainly once...
The polls indicated it was pretty much a Liberal region.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, once...
In terms of this election, I should say, not always, but in terms of this election.
Right. So once Trudeau left, the Trump factor sets in. Carney came onto the scene. He won the leadership. Carney is polling really high in Atlantic Canada. And so I don't necessarily think that this result for the Conservatives is going to repeat itself necessarily over the course of the night, but it does indicate that the attempts that they made to break through here with, I think, quite strong candidates, frankly, who have experience. One thing the Conservatives have done, Alan McMaster is an example of this, is recruit candidates, including cabinet ministers from other jurisdictions, same in Charlottetown. They have recruited ministers who would have had a network, a ground game, people that were bringing a lot to the table in terms of being able to mobilize the vote. And if it hasn't turned into what they wanted it to turn into here, it's possible that, in fact, the liberal stronghold is there in Atlantic Canada, and also perhaps the polls are right.
Chris, what would you say to that?
Well, I don't disagree. I think the Conservatives were feeling pretty good about being able to hold the seats that they had. And as I said earlier, Pierre Poilievre spent a lot of this campaign going into Liberal ridings, NDP ridings out west, because the game is to take away in order to grow enough seats for that majority to happen, or a minority government for the Conservatives. This is not an encouraging sign off the bat. They're having trouble hanging on to some of the ridings. Very early returns to some of the more rural areas of Newfoundland and Labrador might be a nice sign, but by and large, Fredericton, very, very key for, I think, the Conservatives to win, because it is a bellwether seat. There was no incumbent running there this time. Those two St. John ridings, St. Croix and what's the other one called? I've forgotten the other name, but because they keep changing them on us. But they need to hold that southern shore of New Brunswick. There are 3 seats there, including Fundy Royal. They need to show that they have the residual support and to brace for going into Quebec, where it will be very tough slog for the Conservatives, everywhere but around Quebec City, and then into Ontario, because that is where all the seats really are in this country. I hate to put it that way, but it's such a dominant force. So can they actually hold their own in places where they're not supposed to do very well, and get the results that they really have to have in the Toronto area and other places like southwestern Ontario?
Okay, listen, I'm sorry, Genevieve, did you, okay. I'm thinking about the course of this campaign, and as short as it was, who's had sleep? I'm trying to remember at the very, I don't recall the Conservative leader spending time in Atlantic Canada beyond the early part of the campaign. And when you look at the poll numbers.
Nova Scotia.
Yep, he did.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
in terms of the rally. And yet, though, much of the campaign was spent in other parts of the country, even though, if they were concerned about securing those Conservative seats, the polls were indicating they were in a real tough slog in Atlantic Canada. Does it surprise you not more resources and time were actually spent there?
Oh, I'm trying to resist the urge to make a snide comment about how political leaders forget Atlantic Canada all the time, and it's not unusual. But yeah, I mean, I think you can't turn your back. You can't neglect. You can't assume that the thing is going to show up for you if you're not going to be there and doing the door knocking. And I think, the times that Pierre Poilievre was coming to the Atlantic region, like long before this campaign ever started, there was eventually a warm reception for him. Like it wasn't like back in 2011 and things like that, when Harper didn't come to the region. He had Peter MacKay as his point person in the region, and that he did the campaigning. They kept Harper largely out of there. But that's not really the case now. There is no point person for Pierre Poilievre, it seems to me, to be kind of running the ground game in the Atlantic region if he doesn't have time to, or if he's not the right person to, or whatever, fill in the blank. And so I wonder if, kind of going back to some of Bob's points about things that the Poilievre team didn't do so well, I have wondered whether the absence of such a lieutenant in the region could be a bit of a strike against them.
Okay, well, listen, again, we're going to keep watching the results as they come in, although I do want to bring Eric right now, because leading an elected, but out of these numbers, you are also tracking another trend in Newfoundland and Labrador, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. One of the parties we've hardly mentioned already this evening is the NDP, because they aren't very competitive. Atlantic Canada didn't have any seats in the region in the last election. But one of the storylines is going to be what's happening to that NDP vote. And we do have two examples in Newfoundland and Labrador where we do have more polls counted, and I wanted to take a look at them. So let's look at the 2021 map in Newfoundland and Labrador. If you look at Labrador, the NDP candidate there didn't win it, but got 24% of the vote in Labrador. And if we look at the riding in St. John's East, Mary Shortall had 34% of the vote in St. John's East in the last election. If we look at where things are now, right now, St. John's East, she's down to only 14.5%. So we're seeing that in one of the key regions, one of the key ridings for the New Democrats, that vote has gone down significantly. The Liberal vote is high. Joanne Thompson, the incumbent there. And if we take another look over at Labrador, you can see the same kind of pattern playing out, where the NDP is only at 7%. So we're seeing that in some of those ridings where the NDP does have some strength, that vote is absolutely collapsing. And here again, we're seeing that the Liberals are benefiting from it. We'll see if this is going to be something that is replicated throughout Atlantic Canada and the rest of the country. But so far, that indication we got in the polls that that NDP vote was going to go over to the Liberals, it is happening in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Happening in Newfoundland and Labrador. In fact, I believe we have here the popular vote from the last election, if we can pull that up, as to where the party stood in terms of popular vote. Excuse me, this is current, not, so this is how it's breaking down right now. A popular vote in Newfoundland Labrador, you see there the NDP. Although, Eric, because you're still there, St. John's East, that was Jack Harris's riding, if I recall correctly, and he was a very popular member of Parliament. Even so much so, I think people were surprised when he actually did not carry that riding when he eventually lost that riding. Laurie, what would you say about what Eric is now observing in Newfoundland and Labrador with the NDP?
Well, I mean, I'm not totally surprised. I'm not surprised at all. This has been one of the narratives of the campaign for the whole time. It's going to be really difficult for the smaller parties to punch through. I think the election has been about who is going to be the Prime Minister, who is going to be the leader for Canada, both to engage with Trump and also to set a new agenda for Canada and get into these really tough conversations and that we probably should have been having anyway. And if the smaller parties are not really in contention to form government, they're not able to answer that ballot question of who's going to be the leader. And so we can see, I think, the evidence of that.
I think this is a really important trend that Eric has picked up on. We all expected the NDP was going to have a tough time. Even the Bloc Québécois, the support for those parties as the third and fourth parties was going to be pressed by the Liberal-Conservative battle. And while Carney is not as progressive, if I can use that term, as Justin Trudeau would have been, he is saying the right things on the carbon, on the importance of climate change, although he's getting rid of the consumer portion of the carbon tax. He's saying the right things about being committed to sustainable development. If you're looking to stop the Conservatives, which I think is what was really motivating people at the very beginning of this campaign, having a NDP vote disappear as it has and go to the Liberals, at least in these first two ridings that Eric has pointed out. But we'll see when we get into Cpac if the same thing happens to the Bloc Québécois. It's going to be a really interesting trend to follow.
Okay, interesting trend. Although I'm going to jump in very quickly, and you speak there in a second, but I want to share with people right now the first confirmed elected in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that is to Clifford Small in central Newfoundland. So the riding that the Conservatives actually, not surprisingly, want to keep, and it looks like they're keeping it. Any reaction around that on the table right now?
Well, I mean, if you're a Conservative, you're thrilled, right? This is the one seat that you had. And if you look at that, again, the more rural sections of Newfoundland, the Conservatives are holding their own. And maybe we're beginning to see another trend, maybe Eric will pick up on this later, around the rural versus the urban split in voting. So the Conservatives have generally and traditionally done extremely well in rural areas. If that holds in a place like Newfoundland and Labrador, there may be some indication that could actually carry through.
Oui, cette élection ce soir va essentiellement répondre à deux questions.
Tonight's election will answer two questions. Is Donald Trump the ballot box question, and who can stand up to him? That's what we suspected during the campaign, and that is the answer we'll get at the end of the evening.
As much as most Canadians don't like talking about Donald Trump, without a doubt, he's had an impact on this campaign as recently as today, because he did turn to Truth Social and once again repeated the argument that Canada should be the 51st state. How significant has Donald Trump, and maybe this is academic beside the two academics, but how significant has Donald Trump been in this campaign, Chris?
Huge, because Mark Carney based his entire campaign, really, everything he talked about was how he was the person to represent Canada in upcoming CUSMA negotiations or renegotiations, to fight back on tariffs, a hard line about being in, I'm going to put in reciprocal tariffs, we're going to really sort of show that Canada is its own person. Increasing defense spending, that was a forced decision, but largely to respond to Donald Trump. So I think that he has been huge. And most importantly, when he wasn't tweeting or Xing or whatever you call it these days, the debate came maybe a little bit more around those domestic issues I talked about at the beginning of the program. But every time he was asked by the BBC, by the CBC and others about the 51st state, is he really serious about it? He took the opportunity to repeat itself and it was back in the headlines. So he has dominated the discussion to this point.
Go ahead, Geneviève.
Je pense aussi que le Parti libéral en a profité. Ça veut dire qu'on a voulu
The Liberal Party
parler
also
de
sees that
Donald Trump.
advantage. They wanted to talk about Donald Trump. That's what was paying off. And the game plan basically reproduced the provincial election with Doug Ford at the beginning. It was all about tariffs. At the end, it was all about tariffs. Doug Ford went to Washington twice, playing his premier role, and Mr. Carney did exactly the same thing. He'd come back to Ottawa on Friday to talk to his advisors and to be prime ministerial. So that served the Liberals very well. They played that card knowing there was something to be gained from it. At the end of the campaign, the polls were getting closer. So Donald Trump started once again talking about Canada as a 51st state. So that stopped the polls from converging.
Frustration that we've seen through the campaign. You know, the comment was made by executive producer. You know, the most interesting thing about this campaign has been Corey Teneycke, and Corey Teneycke criticizing Jenny Byrne, who leads the Conservative campaign, for not pivoting enough. I was going to say quickly enough, but at all to Donald Trump and making that the major focus of the campaign. You know, it does a little bit when you look at the success that Doug Ford had with it in Ontario, and the fact that Ontario has 122 seats in the federal parliament. It seemed to have been, it would have been more natural to actually pivot against Donald Trump for the Conservative campaign.
Yes, but I don't know that Poilievre was really a pivot guy. I'm just not sure how much he could have done that. And even when you think about the fact that on the one hand, it's a liability for Poilievre to come across as Trump-like. I think that was largely Teneycke's point. You sound too Trumpy with the name calling and all, you know, it's too much. People don't want that. It's not working. But at the same time, there are people who are supporting Poilievre who are sympathetic to Trump too. So Poilievre runs the risk of going down a path that will be polarizing. It will create a wedge in his own voters, and he doesn't want that. So I think it's easier. It's much easier for Doug Ford to just kind of put his hand up and say, I'm Captain Canada. It was, in some ways, the circumstances were perfect for him. When this stuff was happening with Trump and Trudeau had already indicated he was stepping aside, the Liberals are looking for a leader, there's a sense of a kind of vacuum at the top, and Ford has this position as being a chair at the Council of the Federation. And so he puts on his Captain Canada hat and walks up to the microphone and says, I'm going to take this guy on. And then he took it to an election, and yeah, I'm not surprised he came back with a third big majority. Of course he did.
Yeah, unheard of third big majority. You were going to say, Catherine?
Oui, des fois ça vaut le coup de faire un petit peu de psychologie, permettez-moi.
Yeah, sometimes, if I might, I'll go into some basic psychology. What did Donald Trump arouse in us? He aroused fear, he aroused worry. He was very disrespectful, generally speaking, because he said that we weren't really a viable country, that we couldn't do more than become the 51st state, that our prime minister couldn't really be a prime minister, but we felt betrayed because our closest friend and ally was no longer our ally and was no longer our friend, and we couldn't count on the U.S. That really works on voters. It makes a difference in people's minds, and people were looking at opinions and platforms and what the leaders were saying, and they took all that into account, yes, but what they were feeling deep down was a mixture of many feelings. And the message Canada wants to send to Donald Trump is, no, we're not going to become your 51st state, first of all, and secondly, we don't want to be like you, and we're going to take a bit of a step away from you. And I think the Conservatives underestimated that.
I do wonder, and it's a little bit what you were saying, or what Bob was saying, had the election lasted a couple more weeks, would our psychology have adapted to Donald Trump? Would we have factored in Donald Trump and then made a decision beyond the specter and the fear that Catherine's talking about?
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point. We know that this was the shortest one possible, and the more people saw Mark Carney, perhaps the less likely they would be to see him as the savior of the country. But to that point, there are so many issues that we have to deal with in this country that are independent of Donald Trump that really got buried. I go back to housing, for example, difficulties that people have getting ahead. You know, I've always looked at campaigns as being, for existing governments, do people feel better off today than when you took office? And I think, without a question, people don't feel better off. And that would normally favor the change movement of a Pierre Poilievre, but Trump completely squashed that for at least 3/4 of the election campaign we just went through.
Yeah, absolutely. I also do wonder, though, about the nationalizing effect, because in many ways, because of the fear that Catherine was talking about, and the very fact that it is a question of sovereignty for us, how nationalism has worked into the equation, in particular, Geneviève, what we're seeing in Quebec.
Il y a deux aspects, je pense. Il y a ce qu'on voit au Québec, mais
there are
aussi
two things we're seeing in Quebec. In Quebec, yes, nationalism has become more Canadian, which is really surprising. How long will it last? We don't really know. But Quebecers said, well, if our allies aren't the U.S., well, it's got to be Canadians. I think that is what happened. And they said, okay, fine, we'll work together.
So maybe that will be for another time. We'll see if later we can elect the Parti Québécois. It's not urgent. But what I'm fascinated by is the Canadian nationalism. And remember that Mr. Trudeau, when he came to power, he said, I'm dreaming of a post-national country and state with a concept of country. Citizenship doesn't mean a thing, that we are world citizens of the world. Now we seem to see that there is a movement to the contrary. Remember McConnell, McMyers, and the hockey. That was really something that pleased not only Quebecers but all Canadians. So we're not the 51st state. We are more than that. So there is a strong contrast, sharp contrast between Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Carney regarding what I call Canadian nationalism.
Listen, hold on to the thoughts right now. I think it's worthwhile for us to check in on Prince Edward Island. Let's take a look at where things stood at dissolution on the island. We had 4 Liberal seats, and going based on early results, let's take a look at how things are looking right now. Early returns beginning with Edgemont there. You have the Liberal with Bob Morrissey leading by about 100 votes there, with 13 of 99 polls reporting. Let's flip over to the next riding as well. From Edgemont, let's go towards Malpeque. Again, the Liberal candidate leading in Malpeque. Very early, though, returns. You see there only 4 of 97. And from Malpeque, let's now head over to Cardigan, where Kent McDonald is leading, substantially leading over James Aylward of the Conservatives. 5 of 97 polls reporting so far. And one last one, of course, only 4 in PEI. Charlottetown, Sean Casey, of course, a very well-known name, critical of Justin Trudeau when Trudeau was Prime Minister. 0 right now reporting, but of course, as soon as that comes through, we will have that for people at home. Of course, Liberals hoping to secure all 4 seats again. Eric, let's now go to you. What are you looking at right now when you're looking at the region as the returns continue to come in?
Yeah, you were talking about PEI. That's what it looks like on the map, but let's blow it out to Atlantic Canada. So right now we do actually have the Conservatives leading or elected in 12 ridings, which would be a pretty substantial gain. They had 8 seats in Atlantic Canada in the last election. Some of these are very early returns, so it is a little tough to know what to make of them. You can take a look, for example, at Central Nova. Sean Fraser, the incumbent, is behind Bryson Jenkins by just 23 votes. And again, it does matter, especially in Atlantic Canada, where those votes are coming from, and that is not information that we get on election night from Elections Canada. We can look at some other ridings, though, right next door. A little bit puzzling that the Liberals are leading in Cumberland-Colchester, but behind in Central Nova, shows why these early returns can be a little bit confusing. But there we have Stephen Ellis, who's the Conservative incumbent, trailing Alana Hurdle by just about 200 votes. Now, if we go back and look at some of the ridings in New Brunswick, here's one that's a bit of a surprise. Madawaska-Ristigouche. The Conservatives are leading this seat. René Arsenault, who's not running for re-election, won this by about 30 points in the last election. But right now we're seeing that it is a close race, and we do start having a few more boxes now open. We've got 13 of 186. This would be a surprise one to keep an eye on, not one that I don't think the Conservatives were even expecting to gain. And another pickup we could find for the Conservatives would be back over in Newfoundland and Labrador. Still, we're seeing good lead for Carol Anstey over Don Bradshaw of the Liberals in that riding. That would be a pickup for the Conservatives. And the same thing in Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Anthony Germain closing the gap, though, now. We see that the gap between him and Jonathan Rowe of the Conservatives is 500 votes. If the Conservatives pick this up, they come out of Newfoundland and Labrador with 2 seats. I think that would be 2 more than they're expecting to win on in the province.
Okay, well, we'll see if that flushes out. Eric Grenier, thank you. We'll be back to you in a second. With that, we also have this evening many people across the country giving their points of view, their interpretation of what is happening, what they're watching out for. Catherine Lefrance has our next guest, I believe, in Montreal, Catherine?
She's in Quebec City.
Quebec City.
Et c'est très intéressant, Michael, justement, de savoir ce qui se passe.
It's quite interesting, Michael, to see what is happening around Quebec City. Of course, we're watching closely Montreal, but Quebec City is going to be important. And we have Valérie Bozo, who, with the daily newspaper Le Soleil. What do you have to say? Good evening, Catherine. Well, we have three-way fights, and so there is a mention of this. In Quebec Centre, you have the Minister Jean-Yves Duclos, who is involved with 2 Liberal MPs, and he is an important minister of the Trudeau government. So that could be a good fight amongst them, and it is the only riding in Canada where there is no Conservative candidate. So, and it's probably Shani Thériault from Magdalen Island, who was rejected as a candidate, so no possibility of voting for the Conservatives. Thank you, Valérie. We'll get back to you later, as soon as we get results for the province of Quebec.
So with it, Catherine, thank you for that. Geneviève, talk to us a bit more about Quebec City, because you referenced it a bit earlier on, how Conservatives were hoping to continue to build in that region. And so much so that when the Conservatives had their policy meeting about 2 years ago now, it was in Quebec City. And the very fact is that since M. Poilievre has won the leadership of the Conservative Party, each and every press conference has begun in French, not in English, also in the questions he asked in the House of Commons. Talk to us about your take, based on what you heard on from Valérie, of what's taking place in Quebec City.
C'est un peu comme ailleurs au Canada.
Well, it's a bit like elsewhere in Atlantic Canada. One has the feeling that people are on one side or the other, but it's more nuanced than that. And so Quebec is less faithful to traditional parties and likes to side sometimes with other ideas, including the Conservatives. And this is in this kind of area that the Conservatives get good results, not necessarily in Montreal or in rural areas, because often the Bloc is there and they're nationalist people. But take both. Maxime Bernier comes from that area as well. That gives you an idea. So for Conservatives, this is important. And in Quebec, you have civil servants. You have Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, which is not too far, but which is also leaning for the Bloc. However, it's always very interesting for the Conservatives, and this is where they are liable to win more seats, but mostly Quebec.
Chris, we've talked about how Ontario is where any party will build government, and with the Liberal case, Quebec will play a significant part as to whether or not that government could be a minority or a majority. But for the Conservatives, you know, how important is Quebec in any equation that Conservatives put in trying to form a government?
It has been an important part of their campaign outreach going way back to Stephen Harper and his first campaign in 2004. They understood that to win, they had to do very well in Toronto area and the GTA, but also in Quebec. And they have built a solid foundation in the Quebec City region and up the Saguenay River. So we'll see if they can hold that. But honestly, it's just never really been a place where they have had considerable electoral success. Particularly on the island of Montreal, where a lot of the seats are, they just don't seem to have a breakthrough. I don't see anything really changing this time around, but I want to go back to the urban-rural split. If they can do better in urban or in rural ridings in a place like Quebec and some of those areas around Quebec City, that probably bodes well for the next time. I don't see them at this point, having talked to some of the pollsters, where they can pick up any seats in that area other than the ones they already hold.
C'est intéressant, si vous permettez, parce qu'effectivement, les conservateurs, ça a toujours été,
yes, indeed,
je dirais, la
the
grande
Conservatives have always tried to charm offensives with Quebec, and they were speaking of decentralization, and the Conservative Party is a centralizing party, but nevertheless the Conservatives have tried their best in Quebec. They've been trying to court Quebec, but they don't manage to have a breakthrough, just as the NDP.
We'll keep a close eye on that. We're still about an hour away before polls in Quebec close. We're waiting. Although I do have some news to share with you right now. Let's go to Newfoundland and Labrador, because we have now 4 ridings declared in the province, beginning with Paul Connors. He has now been declared in the riding of Avalon, 92 of 203 polls reporting, but statistically significant enough that it has now gone to Paul Connors. And from Avalon, let's now switch over to another riding been declared in St. John's, Newfoundland. This is Long Range Mountains, formerly a Liberal riding. Now Carol Antsey now has it for the Conservatives. From Long Range Mountains, let's go to the next riding declared. This one going to the Liberals, Tom Osborne winning that. You can see handily there, even though with just 65 polls of 177 reporting, you can see there a substantial lead for the Liberal candidate, now Liberal MP-elect in the riding. And then in central Newfoundland, Clifford Small now declared, holding the seat for the Conservatives. So those are four of 7 in Newfoundland Labrador now declared. Let's talk about the significance of this. 2 Conservative ridings now in Newfoundland Labrador, Laurie.
Right. I mean, one was a hold, and again, I think the victory is substantial. That was a clear win. But the other was Goody Hutchings' riding.
Yes.
Who was a minister,
Mountains.
Yeah, for Justin Trudeau, and who made the decision not to reoffer, and did not change her mind about that. And so this is a loss for them. And I mean, it's so early still, when we're thinking about another hour's time, we'll see those votes come in from Ontario and Quebec. But a pickup, I think, like, the Conservative vote is holding in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, and to that, let me bring in right now leading and elected in Newfoundland, because those are the 4 seats declared now in the province. But let's bring it up aboard now. Gives us an indication that there still may be another seat there that the Conservatives could gain in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. We'll put up right now the leading and elected board for the province, because if you look at what we have there, 2 declared for the Conservatives, 2 declared for the Liberals. Liberals now leading in 2 ridings, but there is a potential 3rd riding there for the Conservatives. Eric Grenier is nodding his head to me at the distance at the other end of the studio. So let's go to Eric right now. Eric, what do you make of the numbers that you're looking at right now?
Yeah, it is an interesting development that the Conservatives are going to be picking up that seat in Long Range Mountains. The one that we're still looking at to see if they can also add to their tally is Terra Nova in the Peninsula's Jonathan Rowe of the Conservatives, leading Anthony Germain by just about 4 points there. It's a lot of votes have been counted. There's still a lot more to come. So again, it does matter where those votes are coming from. So can't call that just yet. What's interesting, though, when we actually saw some by-elections, provincial by-elections in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is where we're going. There was a few huge swings from the Liberals to the PCs in some of these ridings that were more with outports. There was a lot of reaction against the fisheries. I'm wondering if this has anything to do with that. The fact that we saw, for example, some by-elections in the St. John's area where the Liberals were able to hold on. And, you know, you look at St. John's East, this is one that's not declared yet, but Joanne Thompson is leading David Brazel by a significant margin there. And again, the NDP vote in this riding, which has traditionally been pretty high, is just absolutely tanked. So we'll have to keep watching what's going to happen in Newfoundland and Labrador. But if the Conservatives do come out of this province with 2 extra seats, that is a very good start for them. Is it enough? Well, if we look at what's happening in the rest of Atlantic Canada, we do see that the Conservatives are doing okay. They are still leading. In this riding in Madawaska-Restigouche, the lead is holding. This is a bit of a shock. This was on nobody's radar as something that would flip to the Conservatives. So we'll have to take a look at what's going to happen there. And if you just look at the rest of the province, though, you see that Fredericton, Liberal. St. John's still Liberal. Moncton still Liberal. Miramichi Grand Lake, this is one of the ones we were looking at. Lisa Harris is leading over Mike Dawson by 30 votes, so it is a very close one. So we're having a little bit of a back and forth between the Conservatives and the Liberals in Atlantic Canada. Again, we can look at the 2 ridings here, Cumberland-Colchester. Alana Hurdle still leading over Stephen Ellis. It's very close, but that would be a Liberal gain. But Central Nova would be a Liberal loss if Sean Fraser isn't able to come back here. One of the things I do want to also point out with some of these results that we're looking at is whether we're seeing some of the advanced polls or the E-Day vote, because we know from the polling that was done at the end of the campaign that the Liberals did very well in the advanced poll, and in some of the ridings where it seems like the advanced polls were coming in first. I see St. John, Kennebecasis was one of them. There's only 5 polling boxes that have been opened, but there's already thousands of votes that have been counted, and you can see that Wayne Long has a big lead over Melissa Young. So I'm wondering if we're going to see, as more of these advanced polls come in, some of these ridings that there's a bit of a surprising Conservative lead. If they're still leading after that, then the Conservatives are off to the races. If they're not, then maybe we're going to end up a bit more where we expected in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, well, so watching that, listen, Eric, thank you for that. I want to bring Laurie into this a little bit because we're looking there, Sean Fraser, trailing in his riding, and I wonder how much of that has to do with the question of change. Because while Canadians might be willing to look at Mark Carney and say that's change enough, Sean Fraser had a very high-profile role in the Trudeau government. Not only that, he was the Minister of Housing, Minister of Immigration, 2 files that the government was heavily criticized on. Do you think that factors into what we're seeing right now? A race not yet declared, but certainly in second place, not in first.
Right. I mean, it's true. Sean Fraser, I think, was someone who very early on was identified as somebody to watch. You know, he was a rising star in the party. He was first elected in 2015. You know, somebody who I think potentially in many people's eyes represented the future of the party. People did bandy about his name as a potential leadership candidate at some point. And he ended up getting these files that were high profile but messy, right? And so housing, immigration, he ended up carrying these things. And I think, sure, you know, it's possible that now, when he's when he's in a tight race, perhaps his name, his responsibility for those files is not helping him right now. A couple of other things. One is this is traditionally a more conservative riding. Yeah. The fact that Fraser won it in the first place and then kept it even after that Trudeau mania, you know, that shine wore off and he held on to it, I think was really an indication of the kind of relationship Sean Fraser had with his constituents. The other thing is that of the ridings that have been redrawn in Nova Scotia, this one was considerably so. And so he's running with a number of the constituents he used to have are now, the Antigonish is now kind of in the riding that Jaime Petit's riding, whereas Sean Fraser's riding is now kind of taking in a bit more of that HRM. And so there's a few things going on here. Yeah, a few things. Let's bring in right now just how things stand in Central Nova. Again, Sean Fraser running second with 50 of 229 polls. We'll see if this holds, but I think it is notable that we're looking at this, Chris, very quickly.
Well, Laurie stole a bit of my thunder. It is a different riding than before, and there is a conservative history. I also wonder, it's just a hypothesis on my part, having said he wasn't going to run and then changing his mind might have got people thinking, well, how committed are you really to continuing as our MP? So issue. Bad files, difficult files to handle. He did an okay job, but they weren't ones that he had a clear victory, housing in particular. And now the prospect of a new riding with people wondering, is he really into it, as he said he was, because he wanted to spend time with his family. And we all know who cover politics, that's the most convenient excuse to give. But as you cracked this up earlier, you know, maybe he spent enough time with his family after a few weeks.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. But again, a joke. Don't take it too seriously, people. So we'll keep watching what's taking place in Central Nova. Although, you know, I do want to note the fact that a cabinet minister has now been declared in Newfoundland and Labrador. I believe we have the board. If we can show people at home that win, there you go. Joanne Thompson now declared in St. John's East, Minister of Fisheries and Coast Guard as well. So that is the first cabinet minister declared this evening. Joanne Thompson will keep following the results in Newfoundland, Labrador and throughout Atlantic Canada. Catherine.
On va aller, si vous voulez bien, encore une fois, au quartier général du Bloc québécois.
Let's go to the Bloc québécois HQ in Montreal, where Omera Issa had an interview with Jean-Denis Garon. I'm with Jean-Denis Garon, outgoing member for Mirabel. Mr. Garon, how are you feeling tonight? What do you hope for? I would like to stay. We had a great campaign. I think it was positive, a campaign of ideas. It started with a lot of fear-mongering, but fear tends to paralyze people. We had a campaign that was based on who would speak for Quebec, and we stayed on message. I think as events unfolded, Quebecers were listening to us. I feel that in my riding, we talked about issues that really affect Quebecers. I was satisfied because we needed to talk about them. But there's still some very tight races in the province between the Liberals and the Bloc. How are you finding it? Now, we'll see. We'll see. What we're seeing is that things look good. Voters are listening to our message. You know, polls can change very quickly. The real poll is tonight. All our teams are working very hard, and I would like to give them all a shout out. Yeah, we're expecting a long evening. Did the party's message change after the English-speaking debate? No, because our message has been the same throughout. What we've been telling Quebecers is that there are things that we can control, that Quebecers can control. Above and beyond Trump, we've talked about a lot of issues. We talked about some sectors in relation to Trump, but we were talking about aluminium, softwood lumber, language well before Trump. And when the Trump attack started, people came to realize that the Bloc Québécois had been saying all those same things already. We weren't campaigning with it. We believed it. And I think that's how we managed to win back many Quebecers. What are you looking forward to tonight? The results. You know, elections always make you humble. You campaign, you put forward your ideas, things happen, the unexpected happens. In the end, the voters decide. Tonight, we're all citizens, people have gone to vote, and now we are waiting for the results with the humility that we need to have. Our seats in Parliament don't belong to us any more than they do to anyone. We have to earn them. Thank you.
And our thanks there to Omira Issa at Bloc headquarters. Listen, we also want to bring up a board for you right now, the riding of Acadie-Annapolis, because that has now been declared for Conservative Chris D'Entremont. Chris Hall is in studio with me. Chris, what do you make of this result? Again, Chris D'Entremont securing his riding.
I had a list of ridings I was going to watch as potential takeovers. This was not one of them. He is a very popular MP, a former deputy speaker in the last House of Commons. I would have been shocked had he lost, and if he did, it would have been a very bad sign for the Conservatives. I mean, writ large, because he was one who was, I think, really quite, we were quite confident that he would hold a seat.
And hold it he is. And you were referencing earlier, Laurie, how the Conservative vote is holding in many parts of Atlantic Canada.
Yes, and like Chris Hall, I am not surprised that Chris D'Entremont kept his seat. I think he's a very popular MP. He is somebody who also served at the provincial level before he went federal. And I think he's also someone who, like, if you're looking at the conservative movement, different types of conservatives in Pierre Poilievre's caucus, Chris d'Entremont is not a hard right guy, at least not that he's ever presented himself that I know of, right? Like he would be a bit more of that kind of centrist, even red Tory. He's a Nova Scotia kind of progressive conservative, and I just raised that because there's been really interesting back and forth between Premier Houston, the progressive conservative premier in Nova Scotia, and Pierre Poilievre, and just, you know, Houston wanting nothing to do with Poilievre. And so it's interesting to me to see how someone like Chris d'Entremont and his brand of conservatism is going to play in the long term in terms of Pierre Poilievre's leadership. One other tiny thing I will say is that Ronnie LeBlanc was also a provincial member from 2021 till 2024.
Who is if we put up the board again, Ronnie LeBlanc is the Liberal candidate not elected in Acadie-Annapolis, is who you're referencing right now, Laurie.
Exactly. He just lost his seat actually provincially in the election in Nova Scotia in November when Tim Houston formed a huge majority. Ronnie LeBlanc was one of the Liberals who wasn't re-elected.
Okay, so there we go. Acadie-Annapolis, Chris d'Entremont holding the seat for the Conservatives. Listen, in about 50 minutes' time, we'll be adding onto the scoreboard here the seats from Quebec all the way to Alberta. Janet Brown, well, she has been described as the oracle of Alberta, so we're heading over to her right now, the woman behind Janet Brown Opinion Research. Janet, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me.
Listen, one day I'm going to ask you what it feels like to be described as an oracle, but but being the oracle that you are, you know, we have witnessed over the last days of this campaign a tightening, if you will, the top line of national poll numbers. Conservatives edging closer to where the Liberals are, still in the lead, but that lead very much smaller than what it was. I'm wondering if you are noting that type on of race in Alberta when you look at the seats in your province.
Well, Eric Grenier can tell you this as well, and I think he talked about it on his pod on the weekend. You know, if you look at the last three elections, and the national polls were very good. There was really only one province where the national polls were a little bit off, and that was in Alberta, and they underestimated the Conservatives. So, you know, when I see the tightening race, it suggests to me that places where the Conservatives are strong, their vote may be even stronger than we expect. Now, that's good news for the Conservatives from the standpoint of it looks like, you know, maybe there's a chance they could have a higher overall vote than we expect. But if you're just gaining support in places you're already popular, then that's not going to turn into seats. So I just think Alberta is that classic place where, you know, you could see a really strong Conservative vote here tonight. You could see the Conservatives surge, but it really won't make that much of a difference on seat counts because so many seats here in Alberta are just going to stay in Conservative hands.
Mm-hmm. So you know, just a few days ago, you and I were talking on Primetime Politics, and you were noting that there could be some ridings in play for Liberals. Given what you just said, it seems to be that those ridings, are still in play right now?
Yeah, so I think we're expecting sort of anywhere between 2 to 8 seats in Alberta, up for grabs right now, potential Liberal seats. Now that doesn't sound like very much, but I think what's on the line today, all your panelists have said this so far. It looks like we're headed to a Liberal majority. But what we're all waiting to see is whether they really do get enough seats in the West to get to a majority. So, here in Alberta, we're used to being overlooked during federal elections because there's not too much up for grabs. But suddenly, when you've got the Liberals, in this balancing act between minority and majority, like, gosh, these seats here in Alberta suddenly make sense. We're usually used to, we call ourselves a flyover province, right? A lot of times politicians don't even show up here. But we had both Poilievre and Carney visit Alberta in the last few days. And I think that's because they realized that the difference between minority and majority, will come here in the West.
And as you say, we have been watching the leaders campaigning there. So as a result, what ridings do you think might be in play right now for either party?
Okay, so in Edmonton, I think there's potentially 4 up for grabs. There's Edmonton Centre, where a Liberal was elected before. There's Edmonton Southeast, which is a new riding, but Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, who used to be a federal cabinet minister, is running there. I think both of those seats are potential pickups or potential wins for the Liberals. And then there's 2 seats that were run by the NDP in Edmonton in the last election, Edmonton Strathcona, Edmonton Griesbach. We're going to look at those closely to see if the NDP can hold on to their vote as the NDP vote collapse around the province. If the NDP can't hold on to that vote, those could be Conservative pickups. And then here in Calgary, we've got 2 seats in the Northeast, Calgary-McKnight, where there's incumbent George Sahal, Calgary Skyview, which is a new riding, but looks like it could be a good territory for the Liberals. And then 2 sort of inner city ridings, one just north of the Bow River, Calgary Confederation, one just south of the Bow River, Calgary Centre. Both of those will be pretty hotly contested. So, 2 to 8 seats for the Liberals. Like I said, not a big number, but boy, it's a lot more exciting here in Alberta than it usually is.
Well, and let's be honest, might not be a big number, but for a Liberal in Alberta, those were pretty big numbers. So something we're watching very closely. Janet Brown, the Oracle of Alberta. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care. Listen, I want to bring back Eric Renier now because Eric Renier, interesting. There is the riding of Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, which the announcement of those numbers always worthwhile to explain. I guess is the best way to put it, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. The Bloc Québécois hasn't expanded into Atlantic Canada. They are staying within Quebec. Why we're starting to see some results for the riding of Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Listigouge, is because we got some results now from les Îles de la Madeleine, which are in the Atlantic Canada time zone. If we look at the numbers there, we got right now a lead for Alexis Deschênes over Diane Leboutillier, who was a cabinet minister, and she's the incumbent MP there. We'll watch what's going to happen if we get some more results from les Îles de la Madeleine before all of Quebec closes, because she won the islands by about 1,500 votes. So if she's behind there right now, that's not a good sign for them. And also just to update, I talked about a odd result in Madawaska-Restigouche. Liberals are now back in front. Michel Morin of the Conservatives, who is a councillor in the Haute-Madawaska, still giving them a good run. But right now the Liberals are back in front in this riding. If they had lost this, that would have been very bad news for the Liberals. This is a pretty safe Liberal riding.
Yeah, and how many polls they're reporting so far, Eric?
We got 43 out of 186. So that's actually going to be one of the stories we're going to have to keep watching as we get some results from Atlantic Canada. You can take a look for, again, Central Nova. It is a very close race between Bryson Jenkins and Sean Fraser in that riding. Have the advance polls come in? We don't know that just yet. As I mentioned, we know that the Liberals probably did quite well in the advance polls. So once we get closer, once these numbers start getting bigger in terms of the number of votes counted, we might have a better clue of what's going on. But across the region, we do have not that much change in the Maritimes. If we look at where things were in the last election, the only riding right now that seems to be flipping would be that one of Central Nova, and then of course the 2 in Newfoundland and Labrador. Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is one we're probably watching the most. It's now just a gap of 570 votes between Jonathan Rowe and Anthony Germain, just less than 3 points between the 2 of them.
Okay, we keep watching. Eric Renier, thank you for that. I'll bring you in, Chris, here. As Eric was pointing out, not much has flipped. If these results, or rather these early leads, if they hold, not much is going to flip in Atlantic Canada, which would arguably raise the spirits of Conservatives and lower the spirits of Liberals right now, because I think they were expecting a far stronger showing in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, because the Liberals did say, if we were talking to them behind the scenes, that they felt very good about both their ground game in Atlantic Canada to be able to draw their recognized vote out, but secondly because they thought the message was resonating, especially after Justin Trudeau, when he did the flip-flop around carving out oil pumps and heating pumps for Atlantic Canada and nowhere else in the country, was recognized as a pretty crass political move. So I think the Conservatives, I'll go back to my point here, they're doing very well in rural areas of Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. I don't know what the polls are going to show in terms of, is a city vote in some of these ridings beginning to show, like a Moncton, we know that their Liberals were ahead there, parts of St. John. These are things that we have to wait to see, but if you're a Conservative, you have to feel reasonably good about how you're doing so far in terms, even just of the popular vote in a place like Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, Laurie, what would you say to that?
Yes, I mean, I think that the Conservatives are honestly, even in the ridings that they're not winning, there's still, you know, a pretty solid vote there. Like, this is not, there's no sense that at this point that the Liberals are sweeping it. Certainly a collapse of the NDP vote. One riding that I was watching for was Halifax, because there is no incumbent there, and the NDP had put up a strong candidate in Lisa Roberts. She had run against Andy Fillmore before, and doesn't look like that's coming through. And so, you know, really, really interesting, but I think we can see the evidence of this two-way race we've been talking about, where, you know, again, even the ridings that the Conservatives aren't winning, they are pretty close.
Okay, listen, hold on to that thought. I'm going to bring in Eric on Halifax in a moment, but we can declare 6 now candidates who have won in Nova Scotia. Let's bring up the board, beginning with Sydney Glace Bay to the control room, because Mike Kellaway has been declared in Sydney Glace Bay. And as you said, Laurie, a two-party race with the Conservatives coming in right now in second place, but Mike Kellaway has now been declared in that riding. Let's now switch over to Kings Hants. We have Cody Blois now confirmed there, winning re-election in the riding of Kings Hants, staying in Nova Scotia. Another riding in Halifax, we were talking about that. Shannon Medema is now the Liberal there, declared. You know, Lisa Roberts, you were talking about, the notable New Democrat there, she coming in third after the Conservative. And one last riding to look at right now in Nova Scotia, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Darren Fisher now declared there. In fact, as we've been talking, 2 more ridings have also been declared in Nova Scotia. Let's take a look. Chris D'Entremont, we actually reported this earlier on. The Conservative now earlier confirmed in Acadie, Annapolis, and one last one there, Braden Clark in Sackville, Bedford, Preston. So Liberals having a good showing there in Nova Scotia. Chris, you're nodding your head no on this.
No, I'm just saying it to Eric's point. The NDP vote in Sackville has collapsed as well, only 389 votes. We're seeing that trend throughout, and if that holds across the country, where the NDP vote has collapsed and it's going to the Liberals, that bodes well for the Liberals, obviously, going forward.
Yeah, and Laurie, what do you make those results? Again, Nova Scotia is your backyard.
Yes, it is. Not surprised. Just, you know, kind of thinking of some of the ones that you just put up there, like Darren Fisher is someone who ended up kind of screeching into cabinet in that last minute, that last shuffle that Trudeau made before he made the decision to resign. And so Fisher kind of had that few minutes where he was in cabinet. He was kind of having that national attention. We'll see what's going to happen as Carney comes forward. If Carney gets a chance to form another cabinet, whether, you know, how much of Trudeau's cabinet will be reflected in that, and how much will it be totally his own. But yeah, I mean, that's a riding too. Like that, not that long ago, like before 2015. That was a riding that the NDP would have had a very strong showing in. If I'm not mistaken, that would have been Robert Chisholm's riding when he ran federally.
Wendy Lowe before that.
That's right, yeah. And so, I mean, that's a pretty significant, like, it's no surprise to me that Fisher won. The surprise is to see that NDP vote is dropping.
Yeah, and there we have the board right there. You can see where the NDP is there. 669 votes for Keith Morrison, where the Liberal Darren Fisher winning with more than 4,300 votes. Listen, Eric, I'm going to bring you into the conversation because you're taking the bird's eye view, quite literally, with the map. Walk us through what you're seeing right now and any kind of extrapolation you can get from the results that we're seeing so far in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, wanted to bring it up there. You can still see that there's still 2 very close ridings we're watching. Central Nova between Bryson Jenkins and Sean Fraser. It is now a gap of 130 votes or so. And we still got lots of polls to count, so this one is not over by any stretch. And South Shore St. Margaret's, another very close race between Jessica Fancy Landry and Rick Perkins. It's only a point separating the two, and we still got nearly half of the votes to still come in that riding. Now, if we look at the Halifax metro area, you know, we were talking about that riding in Halifax. So Shannon Medema elected there, or projected to be elected, I should say. Lisa Roberts is at 16%. We're talking about that NDP vote. Let's look at what the result was in that riding. Now, this will be the transposed results because the ridings all changed a little bit. But the NDP had taken 40% of the vote in Halifax in the last election. And again, if we look at where they are now, they're at 16%. So we have seen it in the polls that NDP vote has simply tanked, and it does seem like a lot of it has gone to the Liberals. And if that's the case, a lot of those ridings where the NDP was competitive, where the NDP was in a 3-way race, where the NDP was the incumbent, the Liberals might have a good shot at picking them up if we see other ridings like Halifax.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. Eric Grenier at the Smart Board. You know, I want to also bring up right now, we have another declaration. This is in New Brunswick, the riding of Beauséjour. Take a look at who has now been declared in that riding. Dominic Leblanc returning, no surprise to Parliament. The Minister of Everything wins everything in the riding of Beauséjour this evening. So he will be returning to Parliament. Catherine.
He's losing because on voit son quatrième derrière
Libert. Let's look at NPD. They are behind the green. I mean, the green is
But listen, we'll keep following what is happening in Atlantic Canada. As you can see there, leading and elected the Liberals right now in 22 ridings, Conservatives leading and elected in 10. The one bloc leading is in Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-Madeleine. We'll keep an eye on that. But we're going to fast forward right now because in about 38 minutes' time, Manitoba will be joining the board. And joining us right now to talk about the picture in Manitoba is Mary Agnes Welch, Principal with Probe Research. Mary Agnes, really nice to see you. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
So, you know, we were talking about tightening polls in the last days of this campaign. And the last time that I was checking in with you, you were saying the Liberals were still doing very strongly in Manitoba. We'll see if that bears out this evening. I'm wondering if that has changed in the last couple of days, though, because when we look at the top lines on national polls, Conservatives were inching closer to that Liberal lead.
Yeah, the Liberal lead, especially in Winnipeg, which is really the battleground, is still really huge. It's a good 18 points above the Tories. But what's actually happened in Manitoba and a little bit in Saskatchewan as well, when you look at the national polls, is the NDP has I wouldn't say they've had a resurgence, but they've had a little bit of a kind of a return of some of their diehard voters. And so even though we're seeing that so far, at least, that real collapse of the NDP vote in many parts of Atlantic Canada, for us, the real question is, will that vote really collapse, that NDP vote really collapse in Manitoba, and really allow the Liberals to take seats that maybe we hadn't expected a few months ago.
Yeah, and when we talk about the NDP in Manitoba in the federal parliament, we're talking about Nikki Ashton, Leila Dance, Leah Gazan. I'm wondering if when you look at those ridings, anything stand out to you as we approach essentially the end of voting in the ridings?
Yeah, the crazy thing about those three ridings, and really the fascinating thing that I love about Manitoba, is it's sort of the place where all the things happen. So in Winnipeg Centre, which is my riding, that's a race really between a very well-liked NDP MP, Leah Gazan, and a very young guy who a couple months ago would have been just a name on ballot, who's actually run Rahul Walia, a really good campaign for the Liberals, suddenly thought, oh God, I have a shot at this, and is really running. And then in Elmwood-Transcona, a really good working class riding in Winnipeg, it's the NDP versus the Tories. And so whether that Liberal vote eats into the NDP's vote, where Leila Dance is the brand new MP in a by-election there. And then, you know, in the North is its own thing. That might be where Nikki Ashton, where the end of that Ashton dynasty may happen, which will be a kind of a seismic thing in Manitoba.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and of course, Nikki Ashton having such a high profile here in Ottawa as well. We'll be watching that very closely. You know, I also want to talk about the Liberals that you noted earlier in earlier discussions: Ben Carr, Ken Lamoureux, Dan Vandal, Terry Duguid. Of those candidates in their ridings, anything stand out for you that you're keeping an eye on right now?
Yeah, I think all of those will stay Liberal, very likely. Everyone in Manitoba always thinks about Terry Duguid's riding in Winnipeg, so very, very suburban riding, where the University of Manitoba is, for example, as kind of the bellwether riding. And Terry Duguid, also a pretty well-liked MP, finally made it into cabinet. And again, if you'd asked me a couple months ago, I would have thought, geez, Terry's political career is coming to an end. But now it looks like his riding, as well as most of those other kind of Liberal-held ridings, are pretty safe.
Well, it's interesting you say that, though, too, because I know in the last poll that Probe did, you noted the fact that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives are viewed as the right party by Manitobans to address some voter concerns, but still, at least based on your last numbers, many people in Manitoba were leaning towards the Liberals and Mark Carney. Why is that?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's Trump and tariffs in many cases. It's the view that even though folks were frustrated with the Liberals, there's just enough change to maybe allow them to return. But it is also a great many of those NDP voters. Some more than others, depending on which riding you're in, really flocking to the Liberals, in part because of the anybody but Poilievre vote, but also because of worry about the sort of the 51st state rhetoric.
Okay, well, we'll be watching. As I say, Manitoba will come on stream in about 32 minutes' time. Really quick aside there, though, Mary Agnes, when I was in Winnipeg last, you gave me a bell for my bicycle. I still use it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Awesome. Love it. Swag.
Yeah, exactly. Probe swag. Listen, Mary Agnes Welch, thank you for that. We'll speak again soon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So, of course, Winnipeg will be interesting. Mary Agnes, in her last poll, saying that the Liberals were very much having that slight edge in the province. We'll see how that translates when we actually get to it. So we're now 30 minutes away. We're seeing, again, Liberals leading and elected in 22 ridings, 10 for the Conservatives, as we continue to focus right now on Atlantic Canada, because those are the polls that have closed. And about 31 minutes time from Quebec all the way to Alberta, they'll be added to the counts and the ridings that we will be tracking. 10 though, Chris, you were saying that Conservatives would be feeling rather good about this heading into the rest of the country.
Yeah, and there's no reason to suspect that if they can continue to really do that well in places that are largely rural ridings or a mix of suburban and rural ridings, that this could bode well for them as they go across the province. Bob, when he was here, Bob Fife from the Globe and Mail, talked about a Liberal majority, maybe a Liberal minority, but he thought it was a pretty sure bet. As we see these numbers come in, another declared PC win in New Brunswick, Cpac Janátack, you get the sense that maybe the Conservatives are showing that the polling numbers, the raw polling numbers of 40% they had. Any other time, that would have been a win for the Conservatives. But with the NDP vote collapsing, it's given the Liberals the edge. Their vote is largely more efficient. They win more ridings with the vote they have. We maybe have to recalculate. Maybe the Conservatives are going to make this closer than we originally thought at the beginning, that this could be a much tighter race as we go across the country. Well,
you mentioned Cpac Janátack. Let's take a look at that right now, because it's one of 3 more ridings declared in New Brunswick. We earlier said that Dominic Leblanc had been elected in Beauséjour. We now have Richard Bragdon, Conservative, elected in Cpac Janátack. Again, the narrative here of the fact that he easily beats out the Liberal Julian Moulton, but look at where the NDP is, a very distant third in terms of this race. So let's keep going on in New Brunswick. From Cpac Janátack, we now go to Acadie-Bathurst. We have Serge Cormier elected and declared there. So of 115 polls of 252, but statistically significant enough to be declared in Acadie-Bathurst. And one more before we leave New Brunswick here, Conservative Rob Moore elected in Fundy Royal. Laurie, as we look at these numbers, and the Conservatives are holding their ground. It's not, if you look at the top line numbers, when or at least the regional numbers of the national polls, it really sets up this idea that the Liberals would be this huge red wave in Atlantic Canada. Instead, Conservatives are holding their ground. I'm wondering how much of that goes to the sample sizes in Atlantic Canada when pollsters try to figure out what is actually happening on the ground.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and I've seen it happen before, not just at the federal level, but at the provincial level too. It's actually hard sometimes to get a really good grasp on what's going on on the ground, because the polling, the sample sizes don't necessarily give you a full picture of what's going on. And then also, I feel like there's often just this quiet Conservative vote out there that the polls don't necessarily pick up, that you don't necessarily tell anybody you're going to vote Conservative, including the pollster who calls you, but you walk in there and you do it. And if that happens enough times, yeah, I mean, some of those close ridings can actually start to go Conservative rather than Liberal. I think we are seeing, again, the closeness of the race and the fact that if we are moving in this election from being a multi-party system to a two-party system, it might just be that we don't necessarily know exactly how this is going to split yet.
The results in Quebec and Ontario, that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Mais en même temps, ça contredit pas les sondages d'opinion.
But at the same time, that doesn't contradict opinion polls. Conservatives will do better this time than last time. They're doing better than last time. We also saw that the NDP vote was going to collapse, and that's exactly what's happening. but surprises will come perhaps in the distribution of seats. We're certainly seeing the division that Chris was talking about, the split between rural and urban ridings. But the urban ridings are coming, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, and that's when the numbers will come out fairly quickly. But for the moment, I haven't seen anything to contradict what the polls had predicted. It's actually quite consistent with the forecasts.
The only poll that matters is the poll that comes out Election Day. That's and that is what we're witnessing right now, at least with Atlantic Canada. I'm going to ask the control room, and I know it's going to take a little bit, so you tell me when you're ready. I wanted to see the leading and elected right now in Atlantic Canada, because I think that sets us up very well to give us a better idea of where we are. Because again, we aggregate the numbers at the bottom of your screen: 22 Liberals, 10 for the Conservatives. But when you break that down to elected and leading, you see there the Liberals elected in 19, leading in 3. Conservatives elected in 6, but currently leading in 4, which gives us the number 10. So really, the leading column is what we're going to be watching out for now as the poll numbers continue to come in from Atlantic Canada. And you know, in about 27 minutes time, I keep saying this, but there's going to be a whole whack of other ridings joining us once Quebec, Ontario, and the West comes on stream. But those 3 seats where the Liberals are leading, those 4 seats where the Conservatives are leading, that's something that we're going to have to watch very closely, because it could be telling us a bit of the tale here as to where the Conservative support actually is. Because again, the prediction of a Liberal wave in Atlantic Canada, perhaps not as big as a wave as people would have suspected going into this vote, Chris.
Yeah, I know, you're right. And we should be very careful. Eric has mentioned this a couple of times. We don't know how many of the advanced polls, and we know Liberals tend to vote more often in advanced polls. How many of those have been counted already? But I do think that the point here is that the underestimation, and again, Eric may be able to speak to this more directly than me, the underestimation of Conservative strength in these polls that have been done nationally may be showing up again. They're not always right. They're close, but they're not always right. And so perhaps they didn't pick up in a place like Atlantic Canada, where they tend to undersample what the real results would be.
And what about the advanced polls?
Yeah, exactly. The advanced polls, they were really going to matter.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, you say Eric, and like magic, Eric Rene is at the other end of our studio. So Eric, what do you make of what we're seeing right now in Atlantic Canada?
Yeah, I do think that it is still unsure how the seat math is going to work out because of that advanced poll. Because if we look at some of these ridings again that are really close, we're still waiting for more votes to be counted in Central Nova. It is a gap of just 300 votes between Bryce Jenkins and Sean Fraser. But if that one's close for the Conservatives, South Shore St. Margaret's is still very close for the Liberals, where it is just a gap of about 400 votes between the two. So it is possible that we'll see some of these flips, these seats flip over the next little while. But to put a little bit into context, when the Conservatives were leading in the polls by 20, 25 points, they were going to win 20 seats in Atlantic Canada. They were going to win 25 seats in Atlantic Canada. So while we do see that at the moment, the Conservatives have certainly made a pickup here in Long Range Mountains. That is one that is going to be a pickup. It's projected that Carol Anstey will win that seat. I'm not sure if we're at yet the place where we would say that the Conservatives are doing well enough that they would win. But in terms of, does it mean that maybe we could be minority? Maybe things could be a bit of a longer night than we expected? Absolutely. But we haven't actually seen, it's actually kind of comical if we look at New Brunswick. All right, let's look at the map last time. I did actually hit the button, just nothing changed. Nothing has changed yet in New Brunswick. All of those seats that were Conservative blue last time, still Conservative blue this time. The ones that are Liberal, still Liberal. We can take a look at a couple of ones that we were really focusing on. St. John Kennebecasis, like that's a big win for Wayne Long. That is a big margin there for him. And in Fredericton or Mukto, I said that was one of those ridings that was a bit of a bellwether in terms of who would win the election. Well, David Miles has double the vote, Brian McDonald. So we've got some mixed signals, I would say. 10 seats, if the Conservatives come out of Atlantic Canada with 10 seats, they'd be pretty happy. If you told them they were going to win 10 seats in January, they would have been pretty upset about that. So it's all about context and all about how things have shifted. And we'll watch what's going to happen in some of those ridings.
Yeah, you know, Eric, I asked Laurie about polling sample size in Atlantic Canada. I wonder if you might address that as well.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of really robust data in Atlantic Canada. Usually a national poll will have 70, 100 people in Atlantic Canada, so it really matters who you're talking about or who you're talking to. But we did see some consistency, usually about a 20-point lead for the Liberals, especially when we look at the average. So right now it doesn't look like the Liberals are winning by 20 points in Atlantic Canada. But we still got to wait till all the ballots are counted before we can say whether the polls are off or not. And if they are off, I will tell the viewers that I will admit it. But for now, I think it's still too early to say.
Okay, still too early to say, and we are waiting for a number of polls. And also, you know, Chris raised the point, you raised the point about where do the advance votes go to. But let's take one more look at leading elected in Atlantic Canada, because this will tell the story, or at least give us the direction of what we're going to be watching out for as this night goes on. And we don't want to forget this story, because pretty soon there's going to be more ridings that will be added onto the tally. But those 3 where the Liberals are leading, the 4 where the Conservatives are leading, those are ridings that we'll be watching very, very closely. You know, I'm going to ask you to put yourself into the Liberal campaign's head here, Chris.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we don't pay you enough. But listen, when you think about the Liberal campaign and what they were hoping for in Atlantic Canada, happy, disappointed? What would you say?
Well, I want to go back to one point I made first, which is that they were slow in nominating candidates, and particularly in places like Atlantic Canada. So people who did become the nominees or the candidates were running from behind in some cases by months from their Conservative opponents. So that's one thing. The second thing, I think, is that they're not being punished for having done, for Justin Trudeau's decision to, for example, give them a carve-out on their heat pumps, on their energy bills. People have gone beyond that. And I guess in the end, they're looking at the whole issue as the way the rest of the country we thought was looking at it, and that who is best capable of dealing with Donald Trump, the American tariffs, the threat of making us into a 51st state. All of those things may be playing the same kind of role in forcing people to say, I don't want to vote for the NDP, I need a strong government, and they decided to park those votes with the Liberals this time.
Well, Laurie, what would you say to the calculus that we're seeing play out right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can certainly see that this narrative of the two-party race that is shaping up in Atlantic Canada. And honestly, Atlantic Canada has often been a place where, even though the NDP is a smaller party, the NDP still kind of picks itself up and does decently. It still shows up in some ridings. It splits some votes. It elects some people. But I think this is really a tough moment for the party in terms of figuring out whether it really is going to end up with official party status at the end of the night. If you're looking at these numbers, I think this makes it difficult. Not that they were expected to pick up a whole lot, but it's just the size, the numbers that are coming through really indicate that this election was really about who was going to be the Prime Minister, and the NDP are not showing up.
Yeah, and even if they weren't expecting to win a whole lot, when you look at ridings like St. John East, like Halifax, like Dartmouth, the places where they might be able to count on and have in the past, I think that particularly underlines the disappointment for New Democrats of what they could hope for to get out of Atlantic Canada. Although, you know, you raised the point, and Genevieve, I'll get you to jump in on that point, because given what we're right now seeing in Atlantic Canada, and if this holds, where the Conservatives get 10 seats in the Atlantic region, it does create a more interesting race, a more important races in provinces like Quebec, like Ontario.
Oui, oui. Ça va être plus serré qu'on pense.
Absolutely, it'll be tighter than we think. And that's really what you're looking at, is a transposition between the popular vote and seats. We're seeing the NDP collapse, and that's really giving the Liberals a boost. But the Liberals would have been in tremendous difficulty otherwise. It'll be interesting to see if the Bloc vote collapses like the NDP's did or not. It'll be interesting. On the whole, the Liberals don't need to be too worried yet, but the results aren't as good as they were hoping when they say we embody change and unity. Well, I think we can agree to saying that so far, where the Liberals have been winning, it hasn't been an easy victory. They've had to really fight for it, and it's been close. We'll see if that sets the tone for the rest of the country.
The Liberals are not only looking to win, they want a majority. Yes. Right? Because it makes dealing with Donald Trump that much easier, and it also means they're not going back to the polls in 2 years' time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It makes it much easier to govern, obviously, and to get through all of those commitments that they have made. Although I go back to one point, and I don't want to confuse the issue, but there is a lot of similarity in what the Conservatives were promising on the really important issues as what the Liberals were promising. Some difference in modality or how much money they might be giving a tax incentive here and there. But by and large, there is an agreement here. The one commodity that Mark Carney does not have is time. He has to move quickly to deal with the Americans. He has to deal quickly to deal with the provinces on the interprovincial trade barriers. All of those things contribute to a much more successful economy as we go ahead. I guess in some ways, it'll be a little easier if he has a majority, but at the same time, there is at least some hope here that for a kind of a unity government, if I can put it that way, there is a commonality in terms of the purpose about dealing with the Americans.
Juste reprendre là-dessus, effectivement, il n'y a pas beaucoup de temps. Il ne faut pas quand même perdre de vue que la Chambre n'a pas siégé depuis le mois de
Well, let's not
décembre,
forget that the House hasn't sat since the holidays. That's a very long period during which there's been a kind of political desert.
Listen, we'll keep the conversation going. We're of course, going to keep tracking what's happening in Atlantic Canada. But we will be soon joining a whole bunch of other ridings. The last region to be coming in is British Columbia. So we're still at times away from that. But to give us a quick look ahead of that, we're going right now to Jazz Johal, the host of the Jazz Johal Show on CKNW Radio, a former provincial minister in British Columbia. Jazz, always good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Hey, good evening from Vancouver.
So listen, Jazz, I'm going to start with a bit of a turn here, and because we're following this election very closely, and you weren't here for the beginning part of the program, but we did play for people at home the commentary and the reaction we heard from the federal leaders given the horrific car attack that took place in Vancouver East on Saturday night. And I'm wondering and I want to begin there because I think it's important to acknowledge it, but I'm wondering the impact that horrible incident has had on the focus on the election in British Columbia right now.
Well, certainly on our program today, in fact, my program just ended a few minutes ago, the bulk of the conversation was on that tragedy, 11 deaths and much more to come from that particular conversation. At the same time, British Columbians came out very strongly in advance voting. They are thoroughly engaged in this conversation to elect a new government. And, this is going to take some time for us to get through what transpired this weekend, broader conversations around crime and particularly around mental health and addiction. But I don't think it stopped people from voting today. As I said, we had a significant amount of advanced voting in this province. So I think with the races that we're seeing today, some of them are so close. It's very interesting. You're seeing 2- and 3-way races, in one case even 4-way races when it comes to the Green Party on Vancouver Island. So I think the public here in British Columbia are very much engaged with this conversation. We have just under an hour before the polls close here, but I think the voting today, as it was in the advanced polls, was robust.
Okay, well, listen, you mentioned ridings. Let's begin with the 4-way race, and I'm assuming you're talking about Saanich Gulf Islands and Elizabeth May's riding when you talk about a 4-way race on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, that's a real tough one to predict here. Vancouver Island broadly is very challenging. You have a 4-way race there in Ms. May's riding. At the same time, in our provincial capital of Victoria and southern Vancouver Island, you're seeing 3-way races, which you didn't see, in some cases even 2-way races when it comes to the Liberals and the NDP. But as you travel northward on Vancouver Island up towards Nanaimo, you're seeing a very robust race between the Conservatives and the NDP. In fact, when you go to the northern part of Vancouver Island, you're seeing a conversation there that I haven't seen since the 1990s, when you saw that orange voter, that NDP voter, switch to the Reform Party. You're having the same sort of conversation today, where the Conservatives are very competitive in places like Nanaimo, in places like Campbell River, where I could easily see those seats flip to blue, which would be very interesting. And I said we haven't seen that since the 1990s. Well, in the provincial capital, I think back to Liberal cabinet ministers like David Anderson, we haven't seen anybody there since Mr. Anderson getting elected. We may see some of that tonight. And then when you switch over to Metro Vancouver here, there's some very unique races here as well.
Okay, well, walk us through there because, as you suggest, and as one that's lived in British Columbia, I know very well the politics of Vancouver Island, very different than the politics of the Lower Mainland. Talk to us about the races that you're watching out for in Greater Vancouver, in Metro Vancouver.
Well, in British Columbia politics, whether it's provincial or federal, the role that the suburbs play is significant. Vancouver proper, the city itself, predominantly votes either NDP or Liberal. But the minute you hit the suburbs, a whole different conversation. In communities like Richmond, I see a very tight race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. I think there's opportunities for the Conservatives to pick up seats, as I do see Liberals in communities like Surrey, which is almost the size of Vancouver itself. Those races are very interesting to watch around Langley, its neighboring community of Langley and Surrey. Those are very interesting in the sense that this was sort of the entrance to the Bible Belt at one point here in British Columbia, but now with so many young families moving there, a population that isn't as homogenous as it once was, watching those races out in Surrey and Langley are very interesting as well. I also think the riding to watch in regards to what's going to be very close is the one out in Abbotsford South and Langley. There you have Conservatives and Liberals, but in this case you also had a former Conservative candidate, Mike de Jong, a 30-year MLA, a former finance minister, a forestry minister, attorney general. He was campaigning for over a year until the Conservatives came along and said, you're not qualified to run. Instead, there was a nomination meeting and a 25-year-old won. Now, generally, independents still have a very tough time in getting elected. They just can't fight, party machinery when it comes to election day. But in this case, Mr. de Jong has really strong local name recognition. He has been endorsed by well-known mayors here locally, and Ed Fast, a former Conservative member of Parliament and cabinet minister. So that riding of Abbotsford South Langley is one to watch, because if there is an independent who can actually surprise British Columbia and Canada, that would be the riding. So I'm watching that one very closely as well.
Well, yeah, it won't surprise you to know that we were mentioning that riding and Mr. de Jong earlier in our program as well, because we're watching as closely from Ottawa as you are from Vancouver. So we'll see how that one shapes up. But, obviously the NDP nationally has hit some roadblocks in this campaign, in this election campaign. There are some prominent New Democrats in Metro Vancouver, namely the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, but also the former NDP House leader Peter Julian, as well as Don Davies, who helped negotiate pharmacare on behalf of the NDP with the former Trudeau government. Talk to us about those races and what you're hearing on the ground about them.
Yeah, the conversation here in British Columbia is the NDP has an opportunity to maybe win 3, maybe 4 races. And I think the riding of Vancouver East with Jenny Kwan, I still say is leaning NDP, but it's going to be a bit of work. Generally, that's an easy NDP riding. Don Davies as well, that's going to take work. That's closer than people think. Peter Julian's riding, I think, is one to watch. I couldn't predict if Mr. Julian's going to win. He's a strong member of Parliament, a high profile, but obviously, like a lot of ridings, the redistribution didn't help him. But I'd watch that riding very closely as well. What's interesting here in British Columbia, David Eby, our premier, an NDP premier, has certainly endorsed incumbents, but he hasn't gone out of his way to endorse new candidates or candidates running for the NDP, which has been very, very different. And I think he understands, and he reads the tea leaves here, that it's going to be a very tough time for the NDP. And of course, Jagmeet Singh in his own riding, I would be surprised if Mr. Singh holds on to that riding. It's that tight. I mean, he certainly has a chance, but I would certainly say that riding is one to watch, because many have said that may be leaning Liberal this time as well. I don't know if this is a one-off. The NDP has always done very well here in British Columbia. It's one of their power bases. But in this case, with the threat of Donald Trump, especially, and people coalescing around the flag, that center-left vote certainly is impacting the NDP. It's moving towards the Liberals, and certainly even some of the Green vote as well. Now, I'm sure the federal Liberals would have preferred that the election occurred last week, because I think the race has tightened since then. But certainly, I don't expect a great night for the NDP, because a lot of New Democrats, certainly up until last week, were saying, you know what, Mr. Poilievre scares them a little too much. But having said that, I've talked to a lot of NDP voters in the last week. They're seeing some of that vote solidify. They don't want the NDP to collapse as well. Some of them aren't going back. So once again, don't count out the NDP, but it's still going to be a bit of a tough O for them tonight.
Okay, and as you say, British Columbia comes on stream in about 39 minutes time. Jazz, always appreciate the insight. Thank you for speaking to us this evening. Jazz Johal with CKNW Radio in Vancouver. Okay, well, listen, as we're rounding out this, we're also approaching when a whole bunch of polls from Quebec all the way to Alberta will be joining in to the seat count right now. But let's bring back Eric Grenier. Walk us through some of the tight races, although I want to begin with the bottom line there, because we see 22 Liberals leading elected, 10 for the Conservatives. but 2 for the Bloc Québécois. What's happening here, Eric?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that because we are getting some results already from the riding of Terrebonne. We got just 1 poll reporting. I won't show them because we don't know what they are. If it is an advance poll or a poll that is reported before the polls close, we shouldn't be getting any results from Quebec. So that's what's happening. We don't know if it's a glitch in the system or someone's reporting ballots earlier than they should. But let's look at what's happening in Atlantic Canada, where the ballots are being counted and they're supposed to be reported. We have seen that there has been a few changes, but there's still a lot of ridings that we're watching that are really, really close. We'll look at the first one in Newfoundland and Labrador, Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. We've been watching this one all night. And Jonathan Rowe is maintaining his lead over Anthony Germain of the Liberals. We do see that the gap is about 700 votes. It's been a few hundred votes throughout the count. And again, just look at the NDP vote, 4%. They're just not in it. But this is one we still need to watch. We're still waiting on, well, there's still a lot of polls still to come. We still got 45 left to come, so that'll be one to watch. If we go over to Nova Scotia, here there's a number of ridings that we're watching right now. We got Central Nova. Bryson Jenkins is still holding on his lead over Sean Fraser, who is the incumbent. The gap is only 400 votes or so, and we still have a lot of votes still to come, still about 80 poll boxes still to report. But that one is very close. South Shore St. Margaret's, this is another one that's very close. If the Conservatives would pick up Central Nova, they might lose South Shore St. Margaret's. Got 48% right now for Jessica Fancy Landry of the Liberals and 47% for Rick Perkins, the incumbent Conservative. No NDP candidate in this riding, and that might be one of the reasons why the Liberals are doing well here. And another riding, Cumberland-Colchester. This is a Conservative riding. Stephen Ellis is the incumbent MP, and he has a lead of about 600 votes over Elena Hurdle. So these are some very close ridings we're watching. There's another one as well in, oops, sorry about this. There we go. Egmont. Egmont was a former Conservative riding. It was Gail Shea who held this under Stephen Harper back in 2011 and before that. Right now we see that Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent Liberal MP, is ahead, but again, not a huge margin. He's got 49% for 46% for Logan McClellan. So while we see that, we got 22 Liberals, 10 Conservatives on the screen, some of these ridings could flip with just a few more poll boxes starting to report.
Okay, so we'll keep tracking that. Eric Grenier, thank you. And since Eric left there on PI, I do want to put up some results in Prince Edward Island. Take a look at what has been declared there in Charlottetown. Sean Casey declared in that riding, not the only one that we can share with you right now. Cardigan, we have Kent McDonald now declared, another Liberal in the island, declared there in Cardigan. And Malpeque, Heath McDonald declared in that riding. So 3 Liberals declared in PEI, following this very closely. So at this point of the evening, we're just a few minutes away from bringing in more ridings across the country. And we also have to note the fact that we're going to switch the panel for a little bit. But Geneviève and Chris, you're going to take a little break. You'll be back a little later this evening. But before you go, Geneviève, very quickly, what are you keeping an eye on for as we approach Quebec to Alberta being added to the tally?
Approach Quebec, the Bloc Québécois. We're looking at
Quebec and the Bloc Québécois in Île-de-la-Madeleine. Bloc Québécois seems to be doing well, but this is peculiar, and I believe that Quebec should be coming and confirm what we have seen, or Bloc Québécois might perhaps change the trend, so we'll have to wait.
Chris, what are you watching out for right now?
I'm not an expert on Quebec, but obviously seeing how the Conservatives do there, if they can actually hold on to the seats they already have. I don't know if there's many that they can take away, but that would be one thing that we can watch. Ontario, there's so many seats there. Toronto, the GTA, all the beltway ridings around the city are hugely important to the outcome of an election campaign. The Liberals have historically done extremely well there. The one time they didn't, in 2011, the Conservatives won under Stephen Harper. So they need to be really watching there without a breakthrough and winning a significant number of seats. Aaron O'Toole only won his own seat in that area. There's no hope of forming a government, obviously.
Okay, so that's what the two of you are watching. And again, you two will take a quick break, but you'll be back a little later this evening. But before we bring in the other polls, Laurie, what are you going to be watching out for as Quebec to Alberta join the stream?
Well, I mean, a lot of things, but one thing is definitely see how the Bloc Québécois show up, because I think that, this is really a test for the smaller parties. We've seen the NDP not be able to gain any traction at all. This is turning out to be a really difficult night for the NDP. We'll see how the Bloc do. I mean, back in the moment where it looked like the Conservatives were going to form a majority, it looked like the Bloc were potentially the official opposition. Now, most projections have them somewhere around 20 seats. We could see Blanchette, I think, in the final days of the campaign, really kind of go for it and start talking about Canada as an artificial construct, really, I think, trying to pluck the threads of Quebec independence and try to, appeal on almost an emotional level to see if he can drag up some of that vote. I think what happens to the Liberals in terms of their overall night, whether this is a minority or a majority, I think a lot has to do with what kinds of numbers the Bloc gets. And then, of course, like everybody else, I'm at the edge of my seat figuring out if Pierre Poilievre's going to get his seat or what's going on there. Like there's so many just kind of local results that are really going to be fascinating in the next little while.
Well, as you say, this is not one election, but 343 elections that we're watching unfold across the country. Catherine, what will you be watching out for?
Les centres urbains. Geneviève le disait un peu plus tôt.
I'll be watching urban centers because so far we haven't had to deal with big cities. I'm talking about Montreal, Greater Montreal, and Toronto GTA, which normally or generally are more favorable for the Liberals, and Bloc Québécois is usually less successful in Montreal and in GTA. So this might also create a completely new deal.
Talk about the island of Montreal being very much safe space for Liberals, but there is still, or going into this election, an NDP seat. Oui, exactly. So talk to us a little bit about that race that you're going to
Alors, c'est vraiment celui qu'on appelle le dernier des Mohicans.
Yeah, he is the last of the Mohicans. Alexandre Boulris is the survivor of the 2011 Orange Wave, who was born in the riding and who is usually elected easily. This might be more difficult this time. And even if he's elected, I believe that it will be a very, very squeezed margin relative to the previous election and the last one included. Because in that Osmo, they were voting more for Alexandre Boulris than they did for the NDP. OK. Et on va également suivre pour le NPD à Toronto, sans oublier que le NPD au niveau provincial a eu de bien meilleurs résultats que ne le disaient les sondages. Alors, et puis aussi à Montréal, mais pour le moment nous avançons vers 21h30, 20h30 centre. Et les bureaux de vote vont fermer depuis le Québec jusqu'à l'Alberta. Vous suivez le vote 2025 sur Cpac.
Le Bloc québécois est un instrument fondamental.
The Quebec Bloc is a fundamental factor for Quebec accessing to sovereignty.
Up by standing together to protect what makes Canada, Canada.
And we must choose between our future and our present.
But this is a really critical moment for Canadian democracy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us this evening on the Cable Public Affairs channel. And with the polls now closed in most of the country, the vote results are and will start coming in for 299 ridings, almost certainly, telling us in the next hour or so which party will form the next government. And keeping a close eye is polls analyst Eric Grenier, who is tonight manning our smart board for Cpac's election special. Eric, hello to you once again. Walk us through what you're watching out for at this moment in time.
Yeah, we're going to wait to see the rest of the country start to fill in. The Conservatives have performed a little bit more better than expected, but perhaps not enough to put them on track to winning the election. But that doesn't mean that the vote is not yet decided yet. We can look at Quebec, I think, is going to be the place to watch, especially around Montreal, the Rive Nord, the Rive Sud. These are areas that the Liberals are looking to pick up some seats from the Bloc Québécois. If the Liberals can do it, that might be how they secure a majority government. We're already starting to see some results come in. And the other place we'll be watching will be in the Greater Toronto area. Just take a look at what happened in the last election. A lot of red in Toronto and in the GTA. If it's still just as red as this, then Mark Carney will probably be able to stay as Prime Minister. We're still waiting for some results to come in there. And then across the prairies, might not be a lot of close races to watch, but there will be some seats in Winnipeg, in Edmonton, Calgary, and also maybe Saskatchewan. We're going to have to wait and see once more of the votes start get counted.
Okay, votes start get counted. You know, Eric, while we have you, because we are, of course, looking as well as we look at the more of the ridings to join us from Quebec all the way to Alberta, walk us through where things stand right now in Atlantic Canada.
So we got results from all 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals were leading and are elected in 22 of them, the Conservatives in 10. So right now we do look like the Conservatives are on track for potentially a couple pickups in Newfoundland. Central Newfoundland would be the one that they are projected to win. Clifford Small would be re-elected there. And then also in Long Range Mountains, this would be a gain, and it is a projected gain for Carol Anstey and the Conservatives. The other riding that they're leading in right now, but it's super close, is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. This would be a pickup from the Liberals, but then in the rest of the Maritimes, or I should say in the Maritimes, we only see that there is 2 ridings that have flipped, and I'll just show you what the results were last time. You can see that these 2 ridings here are at the moment flipping, but they're very close. Sean Fraser is only about 500 votes behind Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives in Central Nova, and in South Shore St. Margaret's, Jessica Fancy Landry is still about 800 votes over Rick Perkins, the Conservative incumbent. So a few shifts. Looks like a couple pickups for the Conservatives in Newfoundland and Labrador, and now we just wait for the rest of them to come in.
Yeah, wait, as you say. Let's take a look once. Eric, thank you to you. We're going to bring up on for people at home right now what Atlantic Canada is looking like in terms of leading and elected. Again, this is only Atlantic Canada. You have there the Liberals elected in 20 ridings, leading in 2. The Conservatives elected in 8 ridings, leading in 2. And you might be wondering why the Bloc Québécois is not reflected there, even though it's reflected on your lower ticker. That is because the board you're looking at is only Atlantic Canada. The Bloc Québécois, their seats, not surprisingly, are in the province of Quebec. Now, helping us through our coverage this evening is, of course, our Cpac team on the ground. We have reporters at every party headquarters this evening as they conduct their own watch and viewing parties, watching the results come in. Andrew Thompson is at Liberal headquarters right now. That's at Lansdowne Park in the center of Ottawa. Andrew, hello.
Hi, Michael. Yes, we are here at TD Place Arena and waiting for this arena floor to actually fill in with Liberal supporters here to watch results. It is, of course, 9:30. The polls closing locally here in Ottawa, so we do expect more of a mass of Liberals to show up here after they're done volunteering with their Get Out the Vote efforts tonight. As for the leader, Mark Carney, not here yet. We're told he is watching those results at a hotel before coming here later tonight. Now, those Liberals who come here will, as you say, be watching that big, massive results coming from Quebec all the way to Alberta. And in terms of some key ridings they may be watching, it is, again, instructive to look at where the Liberal team and leader Mark Carney were focused on during the waning days of this campaign with the Leaders Tour. Carney visiting Quebec ridings, trying to pry Bloc votes away from the Bloc in ridings like Trois-Rivières and Shefford. You talked about the situation in and around Montreal as well. In Ontario, the Liberal leader focusing certainly, as expected, on the 905 region, those ridings surrounding Toronto and Hamilton, but also as well looking at southwestern Ontario, going to London, going to Windsor, going to areas that have had New Democrat MPs in the last Parliament. And we should also mention that Carney made a stop in Northern Ontario in Sault Ste. Marie, which was one of Canada's closest ridings 4 years ago, with Liberal Terry Sheehan pulling out that race. Now, heading west, Carney was in Manitoba more than once, going to Winnipeg, and then he was also campaigning in Saskatchewan and in Alberta, making multiple trips there, including stops in Saskatoon and in Edmonton. Now, there was a planned Liberal rally yesterday in Calgary. That rally canceled in the wake of the vehicle incident in Vancouver. So right across the region from Quebec all the way to Alberta, lots for Liberals to watch. Right now, though, we're going to get a sense of what's happening at Conservative Party election night headquarters. Here's Julie Van Dusen.
So, yes, now people are trickling in, and they have been for the last hour or so, so the seats are filling. And let me tell you, the cheers went up loud and clear when those seats were coming in Atlantic Canada. But, of course, now everybody's waiting to see what happens next. One man told me, keep your eye on the 905, because that delivered big for Stephen Harper years ago, and they're hoping the 905 will deliver big for them as well. That's one area they will be looking at. Now, while people are waiting, there's lots of T-shirts for sale. So the T-shirt table outside with Canada Strong and Bring It Home are selling like hotcakes. One woman there was telling me, who's been working for Pierre Poilievre for 3 years through the leadership and so on, she said, you know, when people criticize him for not pivoting to Donald Trump and the tariffs, I think he's hit on all the things that matter to people, especially me, she said, trying to get a house. So Donald Trump will be there for 4 years. These are issues that matter to us. So there's certainly big Poilievre fans here who are waiting for their leader. Now, we are being told by his advisors that, you know, his riding of Carleton, which is nearby, has a very special case going on with 91 names on the ballot. So it's going to take a while to untangle that. It could be hours before we know who actually won the riding. And his advisors are telling us that he doesn't really plan to come over here until he gets a better idea what's happening in Ontario and central Canada before he comes here to meet his supporters. Now we're on to Amira.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Merci beaucoup, Julie. Je suis au quartier général du Bloc ici au Théâtre
Julie.
National.
I'm at the Bloc headquarters at the NAC. The room is full. There are hundreds of Bloc Québécois supporters who've come together in the hope of having a good evening. So there's a lot of suspense. I've spoken to a lot of militants who are very hopeful. They hope to have the balance of power, because that is one of the questions of this evening. Will there be a majority government or a minority government? And the answer to that question will be, in a large part, delivered by Quebec. So, in terms of riding, we'll be looking at closely Montreal. We will be looking closely at Greater Montreal, Metropolitan Montreal. La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun is a particularly interesting riding. It was ripped away from the Bloc by 300 votes only, so they're hoping to keep it. Magdalen Islands, Quebec City Centre, because Yves-François Blanchet was in Quebec City this morning. Châteauguay is another one, so we'll be looking closely at a lot of ridings, and we will also be tracking whether the likelihood is to have a majority or a minority government. What Yves-François Blanchet didn't stop saying in the last weeks of the campaign was, send Bloc members to Montreal. We will defend the interests of Quebecers. Give us the balance of power. They will, and he talked about aerospace and aluminium and culture and language. All those factors are a factor in this election, which is being held under Donald Trump's shadow.
Thank you, Amira. Thank you, Amira. Here at the NDP convention, the viewing party, it's still very quiet. The election results have not come in. In fact, the polls are still open. Volunteers and staff are out trying to pull that vote to make sure that they can hold on to seats, like NDP leader Jagmeet Singh's. I have been speaking to a few of the party officials and staff that are here, and they're keeping their chin up and trying to remain positive about the night. But with the results coming in as they are, it's going to be hard to see, how much enthusiasm is in this room tonight. One riding that our viewers maybe should take a look at while the results come in Ontario is Hamilton Centre, which is represented by Matthew Green. He's one of the more left-wing NDP members of Parliament, and he's recently talked about how the party really needs to do some soul-searching after this election and really redefine for itself what it wants to do as a party. So that's definitely something we're going to keep an eye on. And thank you very much. Back to you, Michael.
Meg, thank you for that. That's Mick Sweetman at the NDP headquarters in Burnaby, British Columbia. So as we said, we are now counting and watching all the polls all the way from Newfoundland, Labrador to Alberta. As you can see, the numbers have shifted dramatically as a result. Liberals right now elected and leading in 39 ridings, Conservatives elected and leading in 29, the Bloc Québécois in 12, the NDP right now in 2 ridings. And with that, let's bring in Eric Renier. He is manning the smart board for us this evening, tracking the numbers very closely. So that on the bottom of the screen for people at home is essentially, ironically, their top line at the bottom of the screen. But walk us through, Eric, how that's actually translating on the map of Canada.
Yeah, it is still very, very early. So a lot of these are very early results, but we'll take a look at a sampling of them. All right, in Quebec, this is obviously going to be an important battleground, particularly for the Liberals in the Bloc Québécois in the Greater Montreal area. We can take a look at, let's take a look at this one. Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. Nathalie Provost, she was a bit of a star candidate for the Liberals. She was a survivor of the Polytechnic shooting. And this was a very close riding in the last election. And you can see, at least with the one box counted, it is still very close. So that's one in the Greater Montreal area. We can also take a look at Saint-Jean. This is also a riding that the Liberals might have some hopes of winning if things go really well for them tonight. Starting out pretty good for them, but it's just a 19-vote lead. We only got one poll box open at this stage. Let's now move over into Ontario. It's going to all come down to the GTA. It always does in every election. It's probably going to be the same case here. Let's take a look at this riding here. Mississauga Lakeshore, Charles Sousa, former cabinet minister in Kathleen Wynne's government, and he won a by-election a few years ago to be a Liberal MP, and right now he is leading. Again, just one poll box open, but that is actually going to be one riding to watch. Another one we'll keep an eye on will be Ajax. This used to be Mark Holland's riding. He's not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey has roughly about a 300-vote lead. This is maybe an advanced poll because we see how many votes are counted there. It might be a bit bigger. And why don't we just take a look out in the prairies? We're going to be watching some. I would be shocked if the NDP won this riding. Leduc-Wetaskiwin, probably not going to hold on, but at least right now they're leading in this riding. This is a very safe one for Mike Lake. I'm pretty sure he's going to win this one, but we'll keep an eye on it nevertheless. And why not we take a look at this one? Edmonton Southeast. Amarjeet Sohi, former Liberal MP, current Edmonton mayor, coming back trying to win this seat for the Liberals. Right now he is trailing by a significant margin, but it is just one poll box out of 159. Got a lot more to come. These numbers are going to change a lot over the next little while, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, it changed a lot, as you say, and again, right now we're tracking 44 Liberal leading elected, 34 for the Conservatives, 35 now, 12 for the Bloc, 2 for the NDP. Let's actually put up the leading elected board just to really illustrate to people the story that is emerging. Again, this is early on because the polls from Quebec all the way to Alberta have just been released, and we now have the Liberals elected in 21 ridings, leading in 23, Conservatives elected in 9, leading in 26, the Bloc Québécois, no declared elected yet, but leading in 12 ridings, similar with the NDP leading in 2 ridings. So I want to bring in Catherine Lefrance, of course, my co-host this evening, as we talk about these early numbers. Catherine, we were talking about the importance of Quebec for, in particular, the Liberal Party, if it wants to form a majority government. What are you keeping an eye on for, at this point, with the Bloc doing as well as it is, leading in 12 ridings in the province?
12 en avance, ça ressemble pas au scénario qui était prévu dans les derniers sondages.
12, that doesn't look like the scenario in the polls. We don't have the Montreal results yet, so everything is very fragmented. The Liberals will have to track the results coming out now very closely. We're very far from a final result. It remains that the Bloc is leading in 8 ridings, and that's pretty significant. These are rural regions, not the urban area, so we'll see how things work out.
Very closely, in particular for the Liberals, whether or not they can expand beyond the island of Montreal. So that is one of the storylines that we'll be following closely this evening. I also want to show people where things left off with Atlantic Canada, because of course we were following that for the earlier part of this night, and you can see there the Liberals elected in 21 ridings in Atlantic Canada, right now leading in 1. The Conservatives elected in 8, currently leading in 2. And with that, I want to bring some of our other guests this evening. evening. Susan Smith is a former Liberal strategist, co-founder and principal at Blue Sky Strategy Group. Cole Hogan is a Conservative digital strategist, principal at GT. Farouk Karim, former NDP spokesperson, and Laurie Turnbull, well, she stays with us, political scientist at Dalhousie University. And, you know, Cole, I'm going to begin with you because if we were talking about it before you actually entered the studio, when you looked at the polls in Atlantic Canada, it was predicting almost a Liberal red wave. But instead, we right now have a number of Conservatives elected in Atlantic Canada, holding in many of the cases, gaining in Newfoundland. How are you feeling about these early results for your party?
I think the results in Atlantic Canada look good. After Justin Trudeau resigned and we had the Liberal leadership take place, we saw the numbers start to shift pretty rapidly. And one of the first places that bounced back really quick was Atlantic Canada. So on the Conservative side, we thought, you know, if we get wiped out here, or if the Liberals win every single seat in Atlantic Canada, they're going to sweep a lot of seats. That hasn't happened so far. We were able to flip at least one seat that I know of so far. So that bodes well for the rest of the country, and we'll see how Quebec and Ontario tells the rest of the tale.
Bodes well, or how do you define that?
Well, I think if we're flipping a seat in Atlantic Canada, I think as we watch things shift, it might be a bit more narrow of a race than we predicted in Ontario in particular.
Okay. Susan, what do you make of that? Because, of course, I think it's safe to say that Liberals, Liberal HQ, was hoping to do very strongly in Atlantic Canada because it would give them the confidence as polls opened up westward. And at this point, Conservatives are holding, potentially gaining. What does that mean for Liberal chances going west?
Well, if you think about where we started out in January, holding is pretty good, and gaining a few seats or only flipping one at this stage of the game is not too bad. I think it's going to be a tight race throughout the night. I think we're going to be here for a while watching returns come in, waiting for advance polls to be counted. Canadians have turned out in record numbers. They're very motivated in this election. I think the country is pretty polarized, though, and I think the NDP vote, how it peels off from some of the seats that may have gone Liberal otherwise, is going to be very interesting too. I think the Liberals are on track to do what they needed to do, and like I said, it was going to be a blue wave if we'd had an election in January. It's not going to be a blue wave, but I think the mix of red and blue across the country, you know, hopefully we land more red than blue, but we'll see how it all shakes out.
Okay, and you were saying we'll be here watching very late, and we actually have some new video to share with people at home because we're not the only ones watching. Take a look at Liberal leader Mark Carney. He is watching the results very closely as well because this could be a very big night for him if the polls, if the predictions actually do come through for the Liberal Party. And there you have Mark Carney watching results. I'm going to bring in Farouk Karim right now. Farouk, the NDP right now leading in only one riding. Susan predicating the Liberal victory on whether or not the Liberals will be successful peeling away votes for the NDP. How is the party feeling right now?
I'm going to take a drink first.
I hate to disappoint you. That's only water.
It's going to be one of many. If we look at Atlantic, because that's the results we have most, it's 12 points, percentage points less than 2021 for the NDP. It's plus 8% for the Conservative, who are outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, so just doing slightly better. The Liberals are kind of status quo, maybe a bit under. But the NDP is the story, I think, in Atlantic Canada, that collapse of the vote. Not sure the behavior of NDP voters in Atlantic Canada will be the same across the country. It's a specific NDP voters in Atlantic Canada, so that's something to watch for. But yeah, it's disappointing. It's going to be a long night. But silver lining. Since the Liberal, I think, in Atlantic Canada are underperforming a little bit and the Conservatives are overperforming a little bit, I think there's a scenario of a minority government coming to fruition, maybe more probabilities of it. And so the seats in BC at the end that the NDP can pick up, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats, could be the balance of power at the end. So just to watch.
Balance of power, British Columbia. What about Ontario, though?
Ontario, it's going to be hard. Usually we're the NDP is strong in the Northern Ontario. There's one riding that is now no longer there, and Mr. Angus is not reoffering. He was a really, really good candidate for us, so a good MP. So to look for is in the Southwestern, London, Fanshawe, Windsor West, Hamilton Centre. Those are the key areas those are basically to defend those ridings and basically do what the NDP in Ontario did during the election, concentrate on the incumbents and make sure to turn out the vote. Obviously, 15% down in Atlantic Canada is not a good sign, but we didn't have any the NDP didn't have any MPs, right, in Atlantic Canada. So concentrating on the incumbents, maybe that will make a difference at the end.
Okay, well, listen, we continue the conversation. That's a bit of the entree as to what we can expect into this evening. Again, the numbers are rolling in, as you can see. Liberals elected, leading 68 ridings, Conservatives in 48, the Bloc in 10, the NDP in 1. Let's go to Eric Grenier right now with some early results. The numbers, as I say, in terms of the ticker, coming in very quickly here. Eric, what are you finding when you go into the individual ridings?
It is still very early, so it is hard to draw a lot of conclusions from the numbers so far, but we do have some results we can take a look at. La Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche was one of the ridings that was reporting a bit earlier because it was counting votes from Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine. We see now that Diane Leboutillier is back ahead of Alexis Deschênes, so that'll be one to watch. This would be a Liberal hold. It was a riding that actually, based on the transposition, the boundaries had changed quite a bit, would have been a Bloc seat if that riding had existed in 2021. So this technically is a Liberal gain if we use that definition. If we keep looking around the rest of Quebec, we do see some results that are probably a bit surprising. Bellechasse, Lisette-Chemin, Lévis, Liberals aren't going to win that, I don't think, but right now they are leading. Who knows? We'll have to keep an eye on it. How about Beauce? Jason Croteau is the Conservative candidate there. He's got a huge lead right now over the Liberal. Look who's in fourth. Maxime Bernier, 5% of the vote so far. 7 poll boxes counted, but it doesn't look like he's going to return as an MP, which he hasn't been since he lost in 2019. We can keep looking around the Montreal area, which is going to be a really important battleground. Take a look here at Brossard, Saint-Lambert. Alexandre Mendez is leading right now. Very early on, as you can see, that would be a Liberal hold for them. We can take a look here at Beloeil-Chambly. Yves-François Blanchette's riding. He's off to a good start. Only 2 poll boxes of 267 have been open, but he right now has a lead over Nicolas Malouin. And why don't we move over to Ontario? Lots of results coming in there, but again, still kind of hard to take a look at what's going on. But here's the GTA. Here's one blue riding that is not too much of a surprise. It was expected to be a close race. York Centre. Roman Baber, a former PC MPP who was ejected from Doug Ford's caucus and was an independent. He actually ran against Pierre Poilievre for the Conservative leadership. Right now he is leading against Yara Sachs in York Centre. This would be a pickup for the Conservatives based on the last election. And here, why don't we take a look at running at Guelph. Dominic O'Rourke is leading there. This would be a hold for the Liberals. This is one that they would expect to be holding on to. And why don't we just keep moving around the GTA? Markham Stouffville. Niran J. Anderson has a lead right now over Helena Jasek, who is the incumbent there. But again, only 1 poll box, so we can't take anything for granted just yet. Still waiting for a lot of these results to come in and also waiting for a lot of the vote to come in. So it is still very early to draw any huge conclusions just yet.
Okay, early, although interesting to watch what is happening there. Before we leave, though, Eric, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Kitchener Centre, because that is one riding of interest, in particular for the Greens, that there might be a chance for them holding on to. I'm wondering what early results are showing us right now.
Nothing yet from Kitchener-Waterloo, and that's going to be a key region. But why don't we just take a look at it just to show you what's happening there. Mike Morris is the incumbent. He is one of 2 Green incumbents, and really the fate of the Green Party will hang on him. We didn't actually talk a lot about the Greens in the first hour, but you could look at Prince Edward Island. That was a place where the Greens did quite well. Even in the context of the disastrous 2021 election, their vote tanked in PEI. So if Mike Morris gets reelected, it'll be because of Mike Morris.
Absolutely. Okay, Eric, we'll continue the conversation a little later. Eric Grenier at the Smart Board for us this evening. Catherine.
Alors, on voit que ça bouge énormément. C'est encore
yes, there is a lot of changes. You see the results for the Bloc. It was 12, now it's 10. It might change again. Eric, could we go take a look at the Châteauguay riding? Because you have a star candidate for the Liberals. She's one of the survivors of the Polytechnic massacre. And so what is happening? Yeah, she's ahead of Patrick O'Hara for a few votes, but we have only 1 ballot box which has been tallied, and so we need to check closely this riding. Yes, definitely, it's a bellwether riding. And Yves-François Blanchet is ahead, no surprise. And Gaspé, the Bloc sent Alexis Deschênes to try and beat Diane Leboutillier. Minister for Fisheries, and so far Ms. Le Boutillier is ahead, but Alexis Deschênes is also a star, sort of a star candidate for the bloc, and it is also a riding to keep under a close eye. Okay, so let's do this, and the Liberals are leading in currently. And
because he's actually at Liberal headquarters right now. This is Lansdowne Park in central Ottawa, and he just had a chance to speak with Anne-Claire Vaincourt, the former Director of Media Relations for the Prime Minister's office. Take a listen to the interview conducted by Remy.
Alors, les résultats qui ont commencé à arriver d'à peu près
the results we started coming from everywhere in the country, including the West Coast, Vaillancourt. So Atlantic has also given the trend, provide us with the trend. So what's the feeling? Well, it is important. Remember the situation of our party 3 months ago. So we launched a strong campaign with more than 10 million phone calls. We knocked on more than 6 million doors. Our Prime Minister crisscrossed the country. So I'm still very hopeful. So how do you explain this turnaround of the situation? Because everybody thought that the party was in dire straits. So what happened? Well, this is what's wonderful with the Liberal Party. The Canadians and the Liberals, they know how to show their mettle when there is a crisis, and this has been triggered by the threats coming from Donald Trump, and people have a lot of confidence in Mark Carney to confront him. Yeah, we saw Mark Carney go twice to Saskatoon and other places, which are not usually easy battlefields for the Liberals. So how come this strategy was used? Well, because we want to have a much more offensive strategy than a defensive one. And so and that applies to Saskatchewan, but also to Edmonton, and he was quite welcomed when he went to both places. So were the offense? What are the goals that you really want to score? First of all, it's going to be a very tight race tonight. And given all the work that was carried out during the last weeks, I believe that everybody is happy and proud of the way we carried out the campaign. So here is this Liberal strategist who gave us a summary of all the efforts during the campaign. The 36 days of the campaign was 37, and even before.
Remy, thank you for that. That is Remy Autier at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Well, listen, as we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour now Eastern time, I want to bring up our national leading and elected board, give you some context to the bottom ticker that you're seeing at your screen. And as you can see, Liberals right now elected in 22 ridings, leading in 70, giving them a vote count of about 92. The Conservatives elected in 11, leading in 53. The Bloc Québécois right now leading in 12. The NDP leading in 1 riding. And so this is the picture that we have for you as we approach the 10 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Pacific time. That means British Columbia and Yukon are about to join the vote tally. You are watching Vote 2025 on Cpac. So there you have it. We are now going to get the vote tallies from ridings right across the country, from Newfoundland, Labrador, all the way to British Columbia. Hello again, I'm Michael Serapio. I want to bring in Eric Grenier right away to see where things are standing right now, keeping a very bird's eye view of what is happening across the country with the results board behind him. Eric, let's begin with the leading and elected. What picture is emerging for you at this moment in time?
Well, we are seeing that the Liberals are starting off in a pretty strong position, because we do see that they have more gains than losses based on where things were in the last election. But it is very hard early on, because you can see in Quebec We have a lot of areas right now that are Liberal. That would be quite a bit of a shock that they're doing quite well in the eastern townships. They're ahead in a riding in Lévis. They've got a few pickups here in central Quebec, which would be a bit of a surprise. So we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to some of these. And if we look in Ontario, you look at southwestern Ontario, these are a couple of ridings here that I don't think they're going to hold on to the Liberals. So we're going to have to wait and see when we get some more results. We can take a look at some key ridings, though, for the Liberals. London Centre, Peter Katos is leading there over the Conservatives. That would be a hold for the Liberals. London West, again, a hold for the Liberals. So it's a mix of some early results in some weird ridings and some results that make a little bit more sense. But right now, we're still seeing that the Liberals are leading in more seats than the Conservatives, at least right now.
Yeah, at least right now. And as you say, early results for many of the ridings that we're tracking at this moment in time. But as British Columbia joins the vote tally here, Eric, I'm wondering what you are watching out for right now in BC, given how tight the race is, according to the most recent polls.
Yeah, the polls were suggesting that it is more or less a toss-up in British Columbia with a lot of regional variations. And we can look at the results in the last election to tell us why. In the interior, very strong for the Conservatives. The NDP had one seat in the southern interior. It'll be very hard for them to hold that. They also hold a seat in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which, again, the Conservatives are going to be targeting. We saw the BC Conservatives win that seat in the recent provincial election. But it is largely going to be decided by what's going to happen in the BC Lower Mainland. Some of these NDP seats are going to be tough for the NDP to hold. We only see them with one on the board right now. So these are going to be key to see if the New Democrats can hold off the Liberals, and also if the Liberals are going to hold off the Conservatives. Some discussion that they might be able to move into the ridings south of the Fraser River. That would be really important for Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, and also Vancouver Island. This is the results from last time. All orange, one green. How many orange will remain on Vancouver Island? The number could be 0, so we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen there. The Conservatives are hoping to pick up the Northern Island, and the Liberals have their eye on the ridings in and around Victoria.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. We'll speak again. Eric Grenier at the results board for us here in studio. Well, let's go around right now with the different party strategists, focusing in on British Columbia because they are joining on stream right now. Susan, how are Liberals feeling about their chances right now in BC?
I think they're feeling very good about Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. I think they are seats that they are hoping to hold and possibly pick up in Vancouver. The island is going to be very difficult. It's always very difficult. It's typically blue and orange. I think we're talking about North Island, Powell River. That one's very interesting. I was talking to some folks on the ground there. Aaron Gunn, the Conservative candidate, has made some very difficult comments about residential school survivors. There are a lot of Indigenous people in the riding. And then there's a Liberal candidate and the NDP candidate. So that will be a very interesting riding to shake out. But BC for the Liberals will mostly be down in the Lower Mainland in Vancouver. And again, that's exciting. In January, that wasn't looking that way. And so there's a few new candidates. Gregor Robertson, the former mayor of Vancouver, he will look to hold that seat. It used to be Joyce Murray's seat. And I expect to see people like Jonathan Wilkinson and Terry Beach and Patrick Weiler and others returned. If all goes well tonight. Okay,
if all goes well for Liberals, let's bring in Cole right now to talk about how Conservatives are feeling right now about British Columbia.
Sure. So when I'm looking at British Columbia, I'm looking if we can extrapolate the BC provincial election results onto the federal results at all. So I'm looking, Metro Vancouver, Burnaby, New West, Surrey, Delta, looking at the island as well and seeing what gains Conservatives can make there. The polling, has jumped all over the place during the election. So the Conservatives, if we don't make up ground in Ontario, will look to sort of see if we can pull something off in BC and gain a few more seats there.
Okay, listen, Farouk, I'm going to get you to weigh in a second, but right now I want to bring up a results board. This is in Quebec, the riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, we can now declare that François-Philippe Champagne has won his riding, only 15 of 296 polls reporting, but again, he has won that riding. The industry minister in the Trudeau government, the finance minister in the brief first Mark Carney government, but he is now declared in the riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Farouk, so that is the Quebec situation, at least one riding in Quebec, but let's talk about British.
He will play a big role, François-Philippe Champagne in Carney government, so as a key player in Quebec, so it's not a surprising one. This is the Jean Chrétien's old riding, right? Mm-hmm. So that's not a surprise. On BC.
Yeah, on British Columbia, New Democrat hopes.
Yeah, half the caucus is from BC. this is, I mean, there's no more Canada past BC. It's the Pacific Ocean. So that's a ball game for the NDP, where they can pick up seats, or they can maintain seats. As other provinces, BC's many elections in one. So an election on the Vancouver Island, we mentioned the blue-orange switch vote. The Liberals are in there. Mr. Carney spent a lot of time in Victoria. So something to, it's new numbers. We haven't seen those kind of numbers in British Columbia. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out on the island, in the Lower Mainland, where a lot of NDP MPs are, including the leader. The leader's seat, apparently, according to the projections, it's going to be hard because it's a new riding. It's less favorable. So we'll see. And obviously all this is within the context of what happened, the tragedy that happened in Vancouver, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Jagmeet Singh stayed in BC towards the end of the campaign. Not sure how that will affect the election. I'm not sure we want to know, but it's, as strategists, it's important to know how it affects the turnout and so on. But we'll see. So it's the election on the island. It's the election on the Lower Mainland. There's another election in BC Interior, which used to be good for the NDP, maybe not this time. So I think they'll concentrate on the mainland and on the island. And at the end of the night, maybe that 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seat will make a difference in the balance of power.
Okay. Listen, we're going to get a bit more. We're going to go to Justin Ling in a moment at Liberal headquarters, but I do want to bring up right now some more results of elected in the prairies. We have there Dan Mazier in Riding Mountain declared a Conservative over Terry Hayward, the Liberal in that riding. We also have in Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake a Conservative Rosemary Falk now declared in that with only 16 polls of 183, but enough to declare Rosemary Falk as the Conservative MP. Stephen Bonk now declared in Souris Moose Mountain. And one more to share with you right now before we go over to Justin Ling in Calgary Nose Hill. Michelle Rempel-Gardner wins re-election in her riding, Calgary Nose Hill. We'll talk about those results in a moment. But as I say, I want to go to Justin Ling right now, journalist at Liberal headquarters, who's been patiently waiting. So Justin, thank you for standing by to join us right now. I appreciate it. But you're in Liberal headquarters right now. You've been talking to Liberals, those higher up in the campaign. So I'm kind of wondering how they're feeling right now on election night about their chances of not only winning, but also coming out with the majority that the polls said that they were on the precipice of gaining.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think we're going to hear them give us a lot of detail up until some of those results really firm up, until we start to see where the bloc is in Quebec, until we start to see where the GTA sort of shakes out. I can tell you that before a lot of the results started coming in, they were really bullish, right? So the Liberals had about 28 seats they were targeting across the country, some in the East Coast, a big number in Quebec and Ontario, obviously, and then some across the prairies in BC. Already it looks like they haven't won all the seats they want to, and in fact they lost a couple seats they were absolutely positive they were going to keep. So I don't know that this is great news for them thus far, but nevertheless, I mean, looking at where the numbers are, looking at the fact that this is a two-way race, looking at the fact the NDP has basically disappeared, the Greens are not a factor, even in ridings where they used to be competitive, I think this probably trends well for the Liberals, but I think they're probably biting their nails at least for the next 45 minutes or so.
Okay, biting their nails, but conversely, you've also been speaking to Conservatives. I'm wondering what you're hearing from the Conservative camp about this evening.
I think they're cautiously optimistic right now. They've been saying for a while that they think it's possible the Liberal vote, even if it's trending in the high 40s, is too efficient, right? It's really strong in ridings where the NDP used to be strong. It's really strong in ridings that are urban, but that it will ultimately underperform in ridings where they need to start picking up. And that's kind of what we're seeing. I mean, it already looks like they're going to lose 2 seats in Newfoundland and Labrador. There might be, less competition in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick than they'd hoped. If that trend repeats itself across the country, and if the Liberals do really well in Toronto, really well in Vancouver, but not so great in Manitoba, in the GTA, then maybe the Conservatives can start feeling optimistic. But I'll tell you what, I don't think these numbers are good enough for the Conservatives to start talking seriously about measuring the drapes at Rideau Hall, or Rideau Cottage, I should say. They're already talking about the failures of the Conservative campaign, about their inability to reach maybe skeptics of Pierre Poilievre, their inability to bring in people like Doug Ford, people like Tim Houston, the Premier of Nova Scotia. And there's already a feeling campaign manager Jenny Byrne exerted too much control, exerted too much, centralization in messaging and in focus around Pierre Poilievre, and people are not happy about that. Conservatives are not happy with the way in which the campaign was run, although if things do shake out better, of course, I think a lot of those people will change their tunes pretty quickly.
Okay, Justin, always appreciated. Thank you for patiently waiting. That is journalist Justin Ling at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Well, with that, let's take a look at the national poll. As we say, the ticker at the bottom of your screen is telling the story of 128 Liberals leading elected. But let's actually break that down into the national seats. You'll see that really only 24 have been declared elected for the Liberals at this point. They are leading in 104 ridings. The Conservatives have only been elected in 15 ridings, leading right now in 74. The Bloc elected in 2, leading in 14. The NDP right now leading in 2. Let's bring in Eric Grenier right now with more of a bird's eye view of these numbers. How is this breaking down when you look at the national map, Eric?
Well, we are seeing more or less what we would have expected, with a few exceptions, and maybe we can take a look at some of them. So let's start with Quebec. We're seeing that the Liberals are doing quite well in the southern part of the province, in particular in the eastern townships. You can look at a riding like Brome-Missisquoi. Well, they're just up by 10 votes there. That's not a huge one there. Shefford, though, this is more votes have been counted. They have a lead of just around 900 votes over Andréane Larouche of the Bloc. So this would be a pickup from the Bloc. And we actually see a number of these kinds of ridings across the province. This is one we're going to be watching all night, so I wanted to take a look at it. Berthier-Masquinanger, Ruth Ellen Brousseau trying to make that comeback. That candidate who had spent part of the campaign in 2011 in Las Vegas made herself into quite a good constituency MP. We'll see what's going to happen in that riding. And if we take another look around where things are in and around Montreal, you can see that in these two ridings in the Rive-Nord, these are where the Liberals are leading in Thérèse de Blainville. Very small margin right now, but it was a key target for the Liberals. And in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, again, it's just very few votes have been counted there. But these are two ridings that the Liberals were targeting in the Montreal area. So we'll see if we're going to have more of those Bloc ridings flip over to the Liberals in the Greater Montreal area. Now, if we go to Ontario, and we'll go to, why don't we start in Eastern Ontario? Pretty much what we would have expected in Ottawa, in Gatineau, that the Liberals are doing well there, winning in Prescott-Russell, Cumberland. But here's an interesting one, Bay of Quinte. This is a riding that the Liberals would be targeting. They won it in 2015. Right now, Chris Mallette is ahead of Ryan Williams by a very few amount of votes, but it is certainly going to be one to watch. And how about this one, Bellwether, Peterborough? And we have actually a lot of votes counted here. We've got 10 boxes. And we've got Emma Harrison leading Michelle Ferreri by, about 800 votes. And this is a bellwether riding. Often the winner of this, if they win it, if the Liberals have won it, they get a majority. If in the past, that is often the case. If the Conservatives do, then the Liberals might not be able to win it. If we go to the Greater Toronto area, there's a bit of blue here. There's a bit of extra blue that we might not have expected. Some of them we'll have to wait and see. You can look at a riding like Etobicoke North. This is Doug Ford's riding. It's Ford Nation. It's also one of the safest Liberal ridings in all of Toronto. It's Kirsty Duncan who would win this by huge margins. Right now, it's John Zuricelli is the Liberal candidate very early on, but you can see that the Conservatives have the edge there. That's so far, it's not a bad map for the Conservatives in the GTA, but a lot of these are very, very early on. How about Oakville East? It's a 42-vote tie. So there's still lots of close ridings to watch. Across the province and across the country.
Okay, still lots of close ridings, and I'm sorry to jump in, Eric, but I do have a declaration to make there. Cpac relies on the Canadian press numbers to make declarations. Take a look at what we're hearing from the Canadian press right now. They are at this moment in time declaring a Liberal government. Now, whether that is a minority or majority, that is still to be seen. But at this point, at 10:14 p.m. Eastern Time, Canadian press is declaring a Liberal government. Let's go right now to Andrew Thompson. He is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa at Lansdowne Park. Andrew, hello to you. What's been the reaction there on the floor?
Well, Michael, just a few moments ago, as networks began to make these declarations of a Liberal government, there was a big cheer, as you might expect, from the crowd here at the floor at TD Place Arena. The first real big cheer of the night. The only other cheer I heard was when there was a projection showing that Sean Fraser had retaken the lead in Central Nova. So there had been a bit of apprehension about where the results were going, but obviously the crowd here now in a very good mood, a lot of red, and now waiting to see what exactly this means in terms of a majority or a minority. Can these results coming in now from across the country translate into a full majority government? If and when that projection comes, Michael, there will obviously be another big cheer.
Okay, and we'll be watching that again. At this point, Canadian press declaring a Liberal government. We're now watching to see whether that government will be a minority or a majority government, but you see there at the bottom of your screen, Liberals right now leading and elected in 138 ridings, the Conservatives in 95, the Bloc leading in 18. Let's go, as I mentioned, the Bloc. Catherine Lefrance, you're keeping a very close eye right now on Quebec and the situation there.
Absolutely, parce que peut-être plus que jamais, c'est le Québec qui va déterminer.
More than ever, Quebec will decide whether it's a majority or minority Liberal government. Now, of course, there are 18 Bloc candidates who have been elected or are ahead. Eric, can we go to you to see the details? Let's look at the Quebec map and the ridings in Quebec around Montreal. We haven't looked at Montreal very much, so perhaps we could focus on Montreal and see what's happening there now.
Some boards here, some candidates elected, I believe, in Quebec as well, beginning in the Beauce.
Oui, alors, oui, pardon, Michael, oui, vous avez
yes,
raison.
Michael,
Beauce,
you're right.
Alors, Beauce,
in Beauce, Jason Groslo is elected very handily, not a surprise. And let's go over to the next table. Bécancourt Nicolas Sorel, Louis Plamondon. He's a big hard hitter for the Bloc, very important for the Bloc, and he won pretty easily over his Liberal rival, Joliette Manawan. No surprise there either. The Bloc candidate Gabriel Sainte-Marie, who wins it. The next board elected Patricia Latancio in Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. That's in Montreal. That gives you an idea of the vote in Montreal. No surprise for that riding in Montreal. Saint-Maurice Champlain now. As we said, François-Philippe Champagne elected pretty easily, pretty handily, beating his Conservative rival. And the NDP is last behind the Conservatives and the Bloc.
Compton Stanstead, alors Marianne Dandurand devant la
Compton Stanstead, Marianne Dandurand, who beats Nathalie Bess for the Bloc. The Liberals were counting on this. Look at the difference, 5,815 to 2,619. And once again, the NDP is last, fourth. That's heartbreaking as well. So I think it gives us a good idea, a good picture of the picture in Quebec. And the last board, no, that was the last one. Okay, Michael, let's look at Montreal now. We were talking about this earlier. Montreal is an urban vote. It's important. It's generally red, Liberal. Will Alexandre Boulris hold on to his seat in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie? Eric, let's look at Montreal. There are two blue ridings. Let's look at them. I don't think that will remain Conservative. Laurier Sainte-Marie, Stephen Guilbeault's riding. 11 votes have been counted so far. I don't think it will remain blue. Mount Royal, that's perhaps more interesting. The Conservatives hope to win this type of riding. Anthony Housefather, the outgoing member, we'll see if it remains blue. That's surprising. Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, Alexandre Boulris is now ahead. Just 3 boxes have been counted so far. And you can see that he has a lead of a couple of votes over Jean-Sébastien Vallée, but it's something we'll keep an eye on. So that's interesting. It's too difficult to say, but in the southern suburbs, the northern suburbs, let's look at what's going on there, because these are ridings where the race is very, very tight between the Bloc and the Liberals. What's happening? Well, let's look at La Prairie at Tataken. Now, this is a target for the Liberals. Alain Thériat for the Bloc is second, is behind. And now if we look at Longueuil, Charlemagne. This was won by the Liberals last time, but Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, that's a target for the Liberals once again. Nathalie Joseph is ahead of Denis Trudel, the outgoing MP for the Bloc.
and the North Shore, Terrebonne now. The Liberals are behind the Bloc by a few hundred votes. And Thérèse de Blainville here, that's a target for the Liberals. They're in the lead, the Liberals in the lead there. Rivière de Mille-Îles, once again, not many boxes counted, just 3. So what we're seeing is on the South Shore, we're seeing possible gains for the Liberals. Thanks, Eric.
You know what, Eric, stand by there. I'm going to ask the control room to get us the national leading elected. But going back quickly to you, Eric, at the board, can you call up Mount Royal again? Just take a look at that riding result for us right now. Sure. If we can go into Mount Royal, just the interesting story, the fact that Irwin Cotler, the former Justice Minister for the Liberals, is in support of Anthony Housefather, but at the same time his wife was supporting the Conservative candidate, which I interviewed Mr. Cotler about, and it was one of those, Lucy, you have explaining to do. So a bit of the split there. But Eric, thank you for that. Let's bring in the national leading and elected board right now for how things are breaking down across the country. Liberals elected in 26 ridings, leading in 113. Conservatives at 20 elected, leading in 88. Cole, I'm going to bring you in at this point as the declaration has been made of a Liberal government. Where does this leave the Conservative campaign? Where are they looking to essentially hold off a Liberal majority at this point?
So we'll see how the results play out in the prairies and in Western Canada in particular. I'll be looking to see if there are Liberal gains in Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg. If it's a blue shutout there, then maybe they can sort of boost up their own numbers and tamp down any Liberal gains across the prairies. We'll see how the rest of Ontario plays out, and then finally at the end, seeing if we can maintain things, gain a few seats in BC, and see if we can get above the 2021 result.
Yeah, and again, a Liberal government now declared, waiting to see if it's a majority or a minority. You talk about the West, you reference Ontario very quickly, but I'm going to ask you to dig down because, of course, the battleground is the 905. How are Conservatives feeling about that race right now?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that shifted throughout the election. Obviously, Pierre spent a lot of time in the GTA, Brampton, Mississauga, a lot of smaller towns, a lot of efforts put toward the rallies in particular to try to switch things and shift things over. But the problem with Ontario, even if the gap narrowed significantly throughout the process of the election, the Liberals still maintained, a 5 to 9, 10-point lead throughout the election that might have been too hard to close the gap on. So we'll see what we end up with at the end of the night.
Okay. Susan, let's bring you into the conversation right now. Obviously, Liberals feeling good, the fact that it's been declared a government for the party. How do you feel right now about the chances of making that into a majority for the government?
Hopeful. Hopeful. I mean, we always knew it was going to be tight. I'd like to congratulate the Liberals and congratulate all the parties that we have worked hard together against. I mean, it's been a good democratic process in Canada. A Liberal government, I think, says that Canadians trusted Mark Carney to be their voice for dealing with Trump and to set the tone and the pace and the direction for our economy going forward. How big a win it is remains to be seen. I was just trying to peek in at Calgary to see if George Chahal won his seat. The maps are all failing me now to see how we did in northern Saskatchewan. I think I saw a bit of red there. So that's going to be very interesting. I think BC will be at 905, and as the rest of the results come in across Toronto, and then BC Lower Mainland will really determine how big that gap is, particularly Ontario. I think vote-rich Ontario. I'll be the first one to say it on this group.
122 seats at play in Ontario, many of those in the Greater Toronto area, as you say, Cole. The 416, which is Toronto proper, the 905, the suburbs around it. Laurie, what are you making of the results so far as you see them?
Well, I mean, for a while, I think there was reason to question whether the polls and the big night for the Liberals that they had suggested, was that really going to come to fruition? But now I think as we see more results come in from across the country, there's a sense that this thing is taking shape. The Liberals are clearly ahead. It looks like majority territory to me. I'd be surprised if it weren't at this point. And I think also we've talked a lot about the ballot question shaping up to be this two-way race between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and it's about the leadership, who is the right person to lead the country. I think we can also see a test and the results of these tests coming in of the different strategies that the parties have used this whole time. So the NDP, for example, focusing on keeping what they have, kind of similar to what the Ontario NDP did in the last election. I think the true test of that is going to be British Columbia, but and we've still got some time to go for that one.
Okay. Well, listen, watching it again very closely. Let's go to Julie Van Dusen right now. She is at Conservative headquarters, the Watch Party at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Julie, what's the mood there at Conservative HQ?
Well, when you say watch party, it's not much of a party, I can tell you that. I was showing my phone with some of the results coming out, the fact that one of the networks was declaring that the Liberals had won, and this advisor said, oh, wow, this is news to me. So he took off and started talking to a few people. I went and talked to another advisor, and obviously the news is filtering out here. It is extremely quiet. People are just kind of absorbing it. We're trying to figure out if people are going to stay or leave. I asked one advisor, will Mr. Poilievre still come here? Yes, he will, I'm told. He will come here and speak to people. I don't know exactly who will be left at what time or whatever, because we do have the complication of the fact that he is in the Carleton riding with 91 candidates, and they're still trying to untangle that. I don't even think we've seen any results out of Carleton yet. So back to one of the advisors I was speaking to about the result, and he was telling me, you know, this has been a crazy campaign. I don't know what else we could have done other than what we did. When people say we didn't pivot, we did talk about Trump, you know, and just the fact that we never expected, this person told me, that the polls would be so high for us for so long. We knew that when you hit a campaign, when things start to happen, so, you know, we didn't think we were going to be riding high for as long as we did, and we knew that things could change. So people are just absorbing it. It's really just hitting the room in the last 5 to 10 minutes. And everybody is just quietly just looking at it and probably thinking their own thoughts and certainly not very happy about it.
Well, understandably, and of course we'll keep watching the results as they come through and keep getting a reaction from you there at Conservative headquarters. But for now, Julie Van Dusen, thank you for that. And I want to now bring in Eric Grenier. You know, Eric, looking at the ticker at the bottom of the screen, 148 leading and elected for the Liberals, 116 for Conservatives. What region of the country are you looking at right now, and what can you tell us about how those numbers are playing out at the riding level?
Well, one of the regions I wanted to look at was out on the prairies, because we actually have some pretty interesting results. We'll start in Manitoba. You can see that Churchill-Kawatanukaski, which was an NDP riding, Nikki Ashton has been the MP there for a very long time. Rebecca Chartrand, in a comeback performance, she tried to run in the previous election, is currently leading over Nikki Ashton. Still not too many votes counted, but something to watch. But then if we look into Winnipeg, there's not, well, first of all, there's no orange. And we can look at Winnipeg Centre. That would have been one of the key ridings for the New Democrats to hold. Leah Gazan is trailing there behind Rahul Walia of the Liberals, though it is still very close. And you can look at some of the other ridings. The Liberals are picking up at this stage Winnipeg West, still tight. Doug Olfsen and Marty Morantz, and I think this is the third fight between the two of them. But right now it looks like the Liberal is ahead. And you can look at, how about this one, Elmwood-Transcona. This would have been, this is a key riding for the NDP. They nearly lost it in a by-election in the fall. Currently, Leela Dance is trailing, but again, it is still very early. And if we go over to Saskatchewan, as expected, the Liberals are ahead in Desnethé, Massinipi, Churchill River. Buckley Belanger, former NDP MLA. On the boundaries, this changed to a Liberal riding in the last elections. Heavily Indigenous, and the Liberals won the vote here by a pretty significant margin, so not a surprise to see that the Liberals would be leading, even though it is still very early. And before we saw that in Regina, the Liberals had been leading in Regina, Wascana. It is still very close, though. It's only 30 votes between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And finally, if we can go to Alberta just for a moment, take a look at Edmonton. Not seeing any gains yet for the Liberals. They had a lot of expectations about Edmonton Southeast. Amarjeet Sohi is still trailing there. They had some hopes about Edmonton Centre. Eleanor Ozlowski is trailing there. And we're still waiting for Edmonton Strathcona. That could be an NDP seat for Heather McPherson. And if we just finally look at what's happening in Calgary, we got two Liberals on the board right now. Calgary Centre, Lindsay Lunau is leading over Greg McLean of the Conservatives. And then we'll just take a look at this one here. Calgary Crowfoot, that's a one-vote lead, and it's only one poll, so we'll wait and see. But we're seeing some pickups for the Liberals, maybe not as much as they would have hoped for in Edmonton, but seeing some good results for them in Manitoba.
Okay, again, early results we're watching closely. Listen, Eric, thank you for that. We'll get to you in a second. But I want to bring in Catherine Lafrance because, Catherine, some big news here.
Oui, tout à fait. Alors, Yves-François Blanchet
has been elected. You'll see it on the screen. Not a surprise, of course. He's elected in Belleuil-Chambly, 7,325 votes. And let's go over to Omar at BQ headquarters.
Si on peut la joindre en ce moment.
I'm not sure if she's available. Are you there?
Écoutez, on va pas aller la joindre en direct.
All right, so we won't go to her now, but we'll go to, let's look at a video that was filmed earlier with the president of the Bloc Québécois. I'm with Suzanne Proulx, president of the Bloc Québécois. Ms. Proulx, hello, good evening. We've just heard that some Bloc members have been elected. How do you feel? I'm very, very happy with the election of Alexis Deschênes in Gaspé, Île-la-Madeleine. I'm very, very proud of the campaign he conducted. So how has this campaign been? It's been very, very good for us. Of course, there was the Trump effect at the start. So that was something new for us, of course, but it affected everyone. But in terms of organization, in terms of the way things went, everything went very, very well. We had a team of candidates, an exceptional slate. Everyone did what they had to do. The activists and our leader as well. He performed very well in the debates, both in the French and the English debates. There were no issues during the campaign, no stumbles, no scandals. Everything went very, very well. I think as a party, we were ready. We were mobilized, and our activists, the organizational team, well, they're all incredible, an incredible team. But a Liberal government's being called. Your leader talked about that. What does that mean for the Bloc Québécois? Well, to be honest, well, a Liberal or a Conservative government, that really doesn't concern us. What we really want is a minority government which will give room for a coalition government with the Bloc Québécois, so that the voices of Quebecers is heard through the Bloc Québécois in Parliament. Now, they've just announced a Liberal government. Our leader had announced that already. We knew that. We still don't know whether it will be a minority or a minority government. That remains to be determined. We're waiting to see what happens. And the best scenario for us would really be a Liberal government, because that's what it looks like it'll be, but a minority government, because that would give you the balance of power. That's what you want. Yeah, that's right. It gives us strength. It allows us to make gains for Quebecers. It allows us to express their voice and to protect the interests of Quebec as well with this government. This is what people call the balance of power. And for us, it's essential. It's very, very important. You mentioned Donald Trump at the start of the interview. There's a nationalistic feeling across Canada, including in Quebec. Has that undermined your message? I don't think it did, no. I think that this all started with Trump and the unpredictability of this U.S. president. People were frightened. He instilled fear in Canadians in Quebec, and that brought Canadians together. I think that was generated by the fear of what might happen with his threats to annex Canada as the 51st state, and also tariffs. That was essential as well. What we're really worried about, really, is to preserve supply management for Quebec. It's essential for us. And with a minority government, the government won't have any other choice, so they'll have to take into account the message of the Bloc and Quebecers. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Omaira Issa earlier at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. Now, the Bloc Québécois has 23 leading or elected in 23 ridings. That's 10 fewer than at dissolution of the House, so it's far fewer, in fact. So let's look at what's happening with the bloc. It's not over yet in Quebec. There are some who are in danger of not being elected or re-elected. Abitibi James, the Liberal Mandy Gull-Masté is ahead over Sylvie Bérubé. Let's look at the next race, Châteauguay, and that was important. It was an important target for the Liberals. Nathalie Provost is leading over the bloc. And candidate Patria O'Hara, Nathalie Provost, survived the Polytechnique massacre, and she founded Police Je Me Souviens, which has fought for gun control. She's a star candidate, and she's got a comfortable lead. Trois-Rivières now, René Villemur. That's surprising. Caroline Desrochers is ahead if she wins. Well, it'll be surprising for Trois-Rivières. Yves Lévesque, the former mayor of Trois-Rivières for the Conservatives, is in third place. Now, Shefford, Félix Dion for the Liberals is comfortably ahead over Andréane Larouche for the Bloc. That would be a major loss for the Bloc if this happens, actually. We have other results coming in now. La Salle, Aymar, Verdun, an important riding. Claude Gay for the Liberals. That's Montreal, and NDP once again fourth in Montreal behind the Conservatives, which is a surprising result for them. Other results coming in. Beauport, Limoilou. That's around the Quebec City area. Steve Leroy, the Liberal, is ahead of the Conservative. Hugo Langlois and Julie Vignola, very well known in the region for the Bloc, is third. And once again, it's a surprising result for Beauport, Limoilou to see the Liberals ahead. Now, I'd also remind you, and this is important, we haven't talked about this much, Michael Gaspésie, La Madeleine, Excélie Deschênes for the Bloc was elected and who beat Diane Le Boutillier. So we're keeping a close eye on that and what's happening in Quebec.
To the conversation, because, you know, those were just some of the closer, tougher fights that we're watching in Quebec right now. But you were reacting to our bottom line. Liberals 152, Conservatives 129, Bloc 22, the NDP at 7. And repeating the headline, we've already declared a Liberal government. We're now just trying to determine whether or not it's going to be a minority or majority government. And you, looking at the numbers at first blush, believe we are headed towards a Liberal majority.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be tight now. I don't want to make it's all under, you know. The way I projected this election, in order to get a minority government, the Bloc needs to be at least above 30 seats, and the NDP needs to be around 10 to 12 at least, right? So to give a chance to a minority government. Right now, I'm not seeing that, but although Lower Mainland has not come in yet, so we'll see about that. For the Bloc, I'm not sure if there's still some seats that haven't not reported yet, but if everything has reported, they're only leading in 21. That's lower than their number that they had starting at 32, I believe. And so under that number, it looks good for the Liberal to squeak out the majority.
Yeah, squeak out the majority, and 172 is the magic number that we're watching for, whether or not it is a majority. Susan, how are you feeling at this moment in time looking at the numbers?
Well, feeling better. A couple interesting seats in Quebec. La Salle-et-Mar, that was the seat that was David Lamette's before the Bloc won it in the by-election. The Liberals are leading in that one, so that could be very interesting if we take that back. And Abitibi, Mandy Gull-Masty, the former Grand Chief of the Cree, that was a Bloc riding before that, and before that it was Romeo Saganash's riding, an NDP riding, and so that's looking potentially like it could go Liberal, and that's an interesting one as well. So we'll have some interesting First Nations voices in the House of Commons if that particular seat holds. So feeling good about that. Again, continue to watch 9:05. I'm watching bright bits of red. It's early reporting, but Stephen Fuhr in Kelowna was a Liberal seat in 2015. He lost subsequently, and there has been some riding redistribution. I was talking to some people in Kelowna this week,
and he lost some of the more Liberal-friendly segments of his riding. But so far, the polls, there's some red in there, which I sort of zeroed in on the map and said, what is that? So that's out of the Lower Mainland, and maybe there's bits of hope there. I'm still waiting to see a couple of dots of red in Alberta.
Okay, listen, we'll get to BC in a moment. I know Eric is standing by with some of the early results, but I saw a board there very quickly about some of the seat changes right now as they stand again. Leading elected, not yet determined in Quebec. Let's put that up for our audience home. So this is the shift that we are potentially seeing in Quebec. We need to see if this actually firms up. 77 of 78 ridings reporting. Not all of them declared elected yet, but this is the trend line that we're looking in Quebec. A plus 13 for the Liberals, minus 13 for the Bloc. That would put the Liberals in the direction of majority territory. Again, not yet confirmed, but Catherine, a very interesting picture that's emerging in Quebec.
Oui, tout à fait. Même si tout est loin d'être arrêté,
Very interesting. Even if it's not over yet, Quebec is not as pale blue as it was at the dissolution of the House. So that's interesting to see what's happening in Quebec. Michael, let's look at what Omaira Issa has to say. She's at BQ headquarters. Can you tell us a bit about the atmosphere? The Bloc Québécois can be happy because they've made a gain in Gaspésie-les-Îles, but if the current trend is confirmed to 21 seats, that's where they're elected or leading. It's much fewer than they had before dissolution. What's the atmosphere like there, Omaira? Well, Catherine, the atmosphere is a mix of applause. Each time there's a Bloc candidate ahead, people are shouting and applauding. People are very happy, even if only 21 ridings have a Bloc candidate ahead or elected. That remains to be confirmed, but militants or activists are very happy. The big issue this evening is will the Bloc maintain the balance of power? There are hundreds of activists here. The House is full, the room's full. Thanks, Omaira. All right, so it's very interesting, I think. The pollsters and the figures have changed, and things have gone back and forth, and they, especially at the end of the campaign, at the start of the campaign, the Bloc was looking at losing many more seats, 22, 23, leading or elected. That'll change, but not a lot, I don't think. We're not looking at 33 seats for the Bloc, that's for sure. Do you think that the Bloc can be happy that they did better than what they said, what people were saying would happen to them at the start of the campaign? People thought they might only win about 14 seats, but can they be really, really happy with the result? We'll have to see what they say and what the final results are, but they're currently looking at about 22, 23 seats currently.
Because this could be part of the story of whether it's a Liberal majority, Liberal minority government, Quebec, Ontario, and of course British Columbia playing important roles in this, given the number of seats each province has. Let's go to Eric Grenier right now because he is taking an early look at British Columbia. Eric, what are you finding so far?
So it is early. We are seeing a lot of red in the interior, which is a little bit of an unexpected development. Kelowna, though, is not an unexpected one. We did see that the Liberals won this back in 2015. Stephen Fuhr, as was mentioned, is back on the ballot, and he is leading. It is a small lead, but he is leading right now against the Conservative incumbent Tracy Gray. But next door, in Okanagan Lake, West South Kelowna, well, it's just a few ballots, so we don't need to pay too much attention to that. And in Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, though, the Liberals are actually leading, and there's a lot of votes being counted. There's a 300-vote lead here for Gloria Morgan of the Liberals. This is quite unexpected. The NDP's incumbent was not running for re-election, and as we've seen in a lot of other places, the NDP vote is tanking. And here, it does seem like it didn't go to the Conservatives. It is going to the Liberals right now. So this is an interesting one. Maybe this could be some of those advanced polls that we know are going to be pretty favorable to the Liberals. But if they picked up this seat in the interior, that would be a bit of a shock. Now, if we go to the metro area, still actually waiting for a lot of results here. And this is maybe where that Liberal majority minority could play out, because if we look at last time, there was quite a lot of red. And there was a little bit of orange, and that orange is going to be tough, I think, for the New Democrats to hold. So we're waiting for some of those results to come in. We can take a look at some of them. Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies is leading, though it isn't a huge margin right now, and there's not a lot of votes counted in Vancouver Kingsway. What about Vancouver East? Jenny Kwan is behind by 10 votes, but again, only a few votes have been counted. And this would be a bit of a surprise, and I'm expecting, yes, that Hedy Fry, who has been there since 1993, unlikely to be taken down tonight, but right now she is trailing. That's probably an unfamiliar feeling for her.
Yeah, well, watching that closely, Eric, thank you. Eric Grenier at the results board for us. Listen, as we keep an eye on the bottom line, again, repeating, Canadian Press, which is our declaration team, they have declared a Liberal government, but we're also keeping an eye on where the leaders are running right now. We have two riding results to share with you, beginning with the riding of Carleton. This is in the capital region, just around Ottawa. You see there Pierre Poilievre. He has held this riding since 2004. Right now, with just one poll reporting, and this could be the result of some advanced polls, Bruce Fanjoy right now is leading with that one poll, so we'll be watching that very closely. And from Carleton, the neighboring riding is actually Nepean, and that is where Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, is running. And right now, with 30 polls of 229 reporting, he is clearly with a comfortable lead there. So watching those very closely in the capital region, both the Conservative and the Liberal leader, which brings up an interesting point about the vulnerability of Pierre Poilievre in his own riding. Cole, how concerned is Poilievre? How concerned is the Conservative team that he may not be able to hold Carleton?
I think the team's pretty confident that they can hold on to Carleton. You know, Pierre's had that seat for quite some time now, so I think they're not overly concerned. You know, the leader's seat is usually a pretty safe bet, and I think the team and the volunteers spread across the country spent most of their efforts, you know, on the road, shoring up seats so they can try to pick up some gains and less concerned with the party seats. So I'm pretty confident that Poilievre can hold on to his seat tonight.
Although there were reports that the Poilievre team, the Conservative team, had to go into Carleton to shore it up. There must have been some concern on behalf of the Conservatives.
I think there's some initial concern. I mean, there's always, you know, polling from other sources, you know, indicating that there's potentially some more concern than is warranted. But I think the team is pretty confident they can pull off a win in Carleton.
Laurie, you've been watching the race closely, not surprisingly, as we all have, because it is the Conservative leaders riding, and certainly raises a lot of eyebrows if they have to send in people into the riding to try to secure it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think he would not be the first party leader who is trying to win an election, going all over the country, and the stakes are so high, and the leader's presence, the leader's time, is one of the most important things a political party has in a campaign. And so as the leader's going out and trying to help all of the other candidates win their seats, you know, it's hard to be in two places at once. Also, Bruce Fanjoy for the Liberals has been working for about 2 years to try to win this riding. And I mean, I can remember seeing interviews with him where people are basically like, "Are you crazy? You're never going to win. This is, you know, why even bother?" But now the closeness of the race is unbelievable, right? Yeah. And I think this riding was the one in the whole country that had the highest advanced poll turnout, which I think the Liberals were reading as probably a pretty good day for them.
It also had that crazy ballot, though, with 91 people on it, and that's the part that I'm worried. I'm just looking, there's only just a few people reporting, but there's almost 8 other people who have votes. And if this comes down to something really tight between Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Fanjoy, and all these votes have been peeled off by this ridiculous 91-person list ballot, I think that's exceptionally disappointing, and I think that's been a bit of an abuse of democracy. Obviously, everybody's vote counts, but it is probably not the intended result that the people in the riding actually wanted because of this.
Oui, Élections Canada disait que ça allait prendre beaucoup de temps avant d'avoir les
Election
résultats
Canada said
finaux.
it would take a long time to get the final results. So what we have is very, very fragmented. They started doing the count very early, I think, right? Yeah, because these are very, very long ballots.
I live in that riding. The ballot was 2 feet long, and a lot of people were struggling to unfold it, let alone read all 90 names, because you really had to search it through.
We saw this morning when Mr. Poilievre went to vote, the ballot looked like a book when she was putting it in for the picture. Like it looked so big.
Well, in fact, just to reenact a little bit, the ballots were so large that they had to keep stuffing them into the box because they occupy so much more space. So we'll see how late that actually goes to be declared. But right now, as we said, Bruce Vanjoy, the Liberal leading in the riding of Carleton. But let's bring up right now the riding of Nepean one more time, because we can share with you that Mark Carney has been elected in Nepean. So that is the first time elected as a member of Parliament. Again, this is the riding right beside Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton. We'll keep watching what's taking place in Carleton. But Mr. Carney, the Liberal leader, not only right now presiding over a Liberal win as declared by the Canadian press, he has now secured his seat in the riding of Nepean. So, you know, I'm wondering if we could bring in right now Eric with some more of the results, because I'm wondering how things are evolving in Ontario. Of course, 122 seats at play here, and really where we're going to be seeing whether or not the Liberals are on the way to majority.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking at one place where the Conservatives are overperforming, it might actually be in the GTA. So let's take a look at that. This is what it looks like right now. It does look like a lot of red, but let's look at what things were like in the last election. You can see that the Conservatives have made some gains, or at least they're leading in a York region. They've broken in a little bit into Brampton, and those are some pretty key gains for them. We can take a look at, for example, Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. Costas Manigakis, who is a former MP, he is leading. It's not a big lead, but he is leading over the Liberal incumbent there. We take a look at Richmond Hill South. Here again, we got a lead, about a 1,000-vote lead, so it's a bit more robust there against Majid Johari of the Liberals. And if we look over in Markham Unionville, this was obviously a riding that we were talking a lot about earlier in the campaign when Paul Chang, the incumbent MP, had to be withdrawn as a candidate for comments he had made. And you can see that it is a close race between Michael Ma and the replacement Peter Wen, but it is still a Conservative gain at the moment. If we look at some of the Brampton ridings, Ruby Sahota trailing by about 200 votes behind Amandeep Judge. Another Brampton riding to look at, Brampton West, Kamal Kara. Again, this is only 120 votes here. So we're talking about some very close races. You can look at Brampton South. Here again, only about 400 votes. Sonia Sidhu is trailing there. So we'll see how this is going to play out. If this holds this way, that's going to be a good night for the Conservatives, because this is what they needed to do. Well, this is what they needed to do to keep the Liberals to a minority. They needed to do a lot better than this to win a majority. But a lot of those races are really close, so we'll have to keep an eye on them.
Okay, well, let me add on to what you're talking about right now, Eric, because we've also accumulated about 6 ridings that we're keeping a close eye in the Greater Toronto Area. Let's begin right now with Burlington North, Milton West. Adam Van Couverden, of course, a Liberal incumbent. He is right now leading, but with 47 polls of 208, it is a close race. Let's now switch over to another riding we're keeping an eye on, and this is in Brampton. Okay, I was a local reporter in Toronto, and I always get this name wrong. Chinguacousy Park in Brampton. There we go. You see there Cpac leading right now, but a very narrow lead. We're talking about only 4 votes, with 58 riding polls reporting in that riding. Mississauga East Cooksville, Peter Fonseca right now, a narrow lead over Nita Kang, the Conservative candidate in that riding. One more close race here. This is Newmarket Aurora. This is Jennifer McLaughlin over Sandra Kobina, leading by about 100 votes there, a little bit over 100 votes. So keeping a close eye on that. And then one more riding here. This is Eglinton Lawrence, the riding of Eglinton Lawrence. Vince Gasparo leading over Karen Stintz. Karen Stintz, very well known in the Toronto area, local politician in that city. But there you have it. Close races that we're keeping an eye on in the Greater Toronto Area. And of course, the GTA will be a very big play in this election, as it always has been. Ontario will be, as it always has been, with 122 seats. Cole, is this, you actually reacted when Eric was talking about Conservatives overperforming in the GTA. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, I think it does quite a bit, just because of the variance in the polling numbers we saw throughout the election. So if we're doing a lot better than we were there, perhaps the Liberals can't get to that majority number. So we'll see how that plays out, but that does run, opposite to the polling trend throughout the election. So that's an encouraging trend to perhaps hold the Liberals to a minority.
And Farouk, we have the NDP leading in 9 ridings, although I didn't see any of the NDP in the GTA right now. What are your feelings about what's unfolding in Ontario right now?
Yeah, GTA is going to be hard. I think the scenario is mostly the 3 seats in that trade corridor where the tariffs hit hard: London, Windsor West, Hamilton Centre. Right now, it looks tight. It's not there yet. But 9, with the number of the Liberals around 162, 63, if I do my math correctly, 163 plus 9 is 172. So I'm just saying that it could be something like that. And even though Mr. Singh could lose maybe a third of the seats, there's still a chance that he could have the balance of power. So, I think he could hang on to that and see how it goes.
Well, and at this point, the NDP leading in 10 ridings, according to the ticker there at the bottom that we are tracking. You know, Laurie, when you look at these trend lines going, if Farouk's calculations are talking about 172, that is a majority territory, but shorter than what I think Liberals were expecting this evening when they looked at the poll aggregates and the predictions.
Absolutely. I mean, we've certainly seen in the past couple of weeks the Liberals go in the polls from almost a sure thing majority down to like not as sure, not so much. Now looking at these, like I did the math a couple of minutes ago. It was 10 seats not reporting. But looking at this, yeah, I mean, like there could be a scenario here where we come to the end of the night and they're not quite at that majority line, which means do they make another pact with the NDP to get through? What is the role of the Bloc Québécois in that case? Things start to get kind of really interesting. And I mean, Carney's been clear from day one, give me a majority. I need it to be able to get through to do what I need to do. This is going to be a very stressful circumstance for everyone, I think, if it's a minority.
On se rend compte en effet que dans les pires scénarios là, des sondeurs,
si on worst scenarios, and if the Bloc does better and the NDP does better than what pollsters were predicting, and if the Conservatives do better, that means that the Liberals do less well. So we'll still have results to come, but now it's starting to look like what it's going to look like.
Watching right now, let's bring in a national leading and elected board right now. Just give some context to the bottom line that we're looking at. Liberals elected in 66, leading in 92. Excuse me, the Conservatives elected in 62, leading in 81. Now, I'm going to ask the control room to also get together for me, if it's possible, leading and elected in the province of Alberta, because we've talked about Ontario, we've talked a little bit about British Columbia, and certainly we talked about Quebec. This is the leading elected right now in Alberta, with the Conservatives elected in 19 ridings, leading in 13. The Liberals right now leading only in 3. I want to go back to Janet Brown, pollster in Alberta, the Janet Brown opinion research. Janet, thank you for joining us once again. So we were talking before we were going in, and again to state, we are early in the results when it comes to the Alberta numbers. But right now, looking at Liberals leading only in 3 ridings, what do you make of the early numbers so far?
Well, you know, we only ever had about 8 ridings that were up for grabs here in Alberta. And so it's not completely a surprise that they're only ahead in 3. That was sort of like the realm of the possible. But earlier this evening, I said, Alberta might be the place where, majority versus minority is determined. And it looks like these Liberals are struggling to get themselves into a majority position. And so the fact that they couldn't secure a few more ridings in Alberta will be part of the story for, why they may not be getting to a majority.
And again, at this point, only leading in 3 ridings. I don't know exactly where those 3 ridings are. I don't know if you have a better sense of that. But where are you looking at right now for some movement here, beginning with the base that Alberta is Conservative bedrock? Where do you see Liberals perhaps still making some ground in the province?
Well, we haven't seen too many numbers. So where I've seen the Liberals ahead, it's in like Calgary Confederation, Calgary Centre, Calgary McKnight. Not really seeing any sort of clear victories for the Liberals up in Edmonton. So, it would appear that, Alberta is sort of, stuck with the stereotype, and that this will probably be a very firm hold for the Conservatives. And as I said, just one of the big reasons that the Liberals just may not make it into majority territory.
Okay, listen, we've actually got some boards to share with you right now. These are the close races that we have in Calgary. Let's begin first and foremost with Calgary Centre. As you say, riding that you're keeping an eye on, 4,479 votes for the Liberal candidate, 23 of 192 polls reporting right now. Conservative Greg McLean at 4,015, so just a few hundred separating those two. Let's take a look at another close race again in Calgary. You mentioned the riding Calgary Confederation, Janet. Here you have Corey Hogan with 1,792 votes. Jeremy Nixon for the Conservatives at 1,632. Again, not much of a spread between the two, with 25 polls of 233 reporting. Another one to share with you right now. This is in Calgary McKnight. Now, this is George Sahal, the Liberal incumbent, although shifting over to this riding for this election campaign. But George Sahal is a Liberal incumbent, but right now trailing Dalwinder Gill by about 80 votes, roughly speaking, 10 of 196 polls reporting right now. So there we go. Interesting that we're watching this right now. Which I don't know what that says to you, Janet, about the kind of timeline we're looking at when we'll actually know how Calgary and Edmonton work out, although it seems you're suggesting that Edmonton may not be on the shelf for the Liberals.
Well, again, we're just talking about very early numbers in Alberta. I'm not really sure why these ridings are so slow to report, and it just may be because they're quite competitive, and the counting is a little more contentious and taking a little bit longer. And as Eric has said a few times throughout the night, when you see these early polls, it's hard to know how to interpret them because you don't know where they've come from. So these ridings that we're talking about, Calgary Confederation, Calgary Centre, Calgary McKnight, these are very diverse areas, right? Like I live in Calgary Centre, and we've got some, downtown neighborhoods that are very progressive, and we've got some sort of more suburban areas that are quite conservative. And if you don't know which polls are reporting, if this is just my neighborhood, it's not really surprising that the Liberals are ahead. Will we get other neighborhoods, Mount Royal and the Beltline and stuff like that, then we may see those numbers. So anyway, it's just it's looking like these races are going to be tight, and it's looking like the Liberals will be lucky if they get 3 or 4 of these ridings.
Okay, Janet Brown, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Janet Brown, Opinion Research, the Oracle of Alberta. Thank you for that, Janet. Take care.
Thank you.
Well, listen, as we keep a track of these numbers, I just want to quickly reference the bottom line now. Liberals leading, actually, before we get to Atlantic Canada, just the bottom line here. The Liberals leading at 159 seats. We have the Conservatives leading and elected at 143. And I want to compare that. The Liberals at dissolution had 152 seats. The Conservatives had 120. So if this trend line holds for Conservatives, for example, they are building on their seat count that they had when Parliament dissolved. And to that, let's keep looking into the numbers. Let's go back to the Atlantic leading and elected, because I think it's worthwhile to look at those numbers. Those are the numbers that we've had the longest, the polls that we've had the longest. The national right now is what we're looking at. Let's go take a look at Atlantic. But here we have the Liberals elected in 22, leading right now in 1. The Conservatives elected in 8, leading in 1. Eric, I'm wondering if I can get your help here, because we were keeping an eye on some very close races in Atlantic Canada. What are you seeing right now in terms of the more, I guess, the results as they firm up in the region?
Yeah, it is actually one of the cautionary tales that we have going into this evening. As we've been talking a lot about this advance vote, the Liberals in every poll that we saw did well in the advance vote, and we can see that it actually did swing one of the ridings that we were talking about earlier on. Central Nova. Sean Fraser is now leading by 1,300 votes. An advance vote poll came in, it bumped him back ahead, and now that is why we have the Conservatives winning 9 seats in Atlantic Canada. It had been 10. And there's another riding that we have to keep an eye on, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Anthony Germain is now just behind by 23 votes. So we've seen that these last few polls, some of them are pretty big and some of them could swing Liberal. So it is one of the cautionary tales that we have when we're talking about some of the other areas. I was talking about some of those close ridings in the GTA. Some of these are very, very close, right? So we have to wait and see what's going to happen. You can see Brampton West here, the margin is only 200 votes. So once we get more of these, we might get a clearer idea. And to go back to what Janet was talking about in Alberta, You know, if we take a look at Calgary, we've got 2 ridings right now where the Liberals are leading. But if we look at the races in Edmonton, you know, Edmonton Centre would be one of the ones that would be watching. It's not a very big lead for the Conservatives. Edmonton Southeast would be another one. This one's a little bit wider, so this one might be a bit tougher for the Liberals. But it does show that we have to wait until more of the vote is counted. Atlantic Canada, we got some pretty clear indication of what's going on. But we also got that clear indication that some of those last polls, once they're counted, can be pretty big, can swing the results.
Yeah, and you know, and to that, I'm going to ask you to swing into South Shore St. Margaret's riding in Nova Scotia here, because that was one that we were watching very closely, a race that we weren't too sure how that was going to essentially work out. What's it looking like right now?
Right now, Jessica Fancy Landry looks like she won it actually pretty handily. It was pretty close. It's another example of this, how this last votes, once they're counted, make a big difference. She ended up winning this riding by, they're almost done counting, and she's ahead by 11 points over Rick Perkins of the Conservatives. So we are going to have to wait for some more of these to come in. When you have an election where you see that there's a big difference between the E-Day vote, the advance vote. We saw this in the BC election, in Saskatchewan during the pandemic. Big difference between the mail-in vote and the E-Day vote. We saw this in U.S. elections. So it reminds us how we have to wait till they're all counted.
Yeah, wait till they are all counted. This could be a late night. Lori, when you've observed elections, you've studied elections, you know, in terms of this race, given how actually closer than I think people were expecting, with Liberals at 159 and Conservatives right now at 144. What does that say about the evening that we have ahead of us in terms of just how late this is going to be?
Oh, yeah, because I mean, neither of them is, I mean, obviously the Liberals are closer, but they need 172 for that majority, and they're still quite a bit away from it. I mean, when you start thinking about how many ridings are left and things are starting to get a little bit more solidified in terms of the support for the other parties, the Bloc has certainly held its own in Quebec. Like, this has been a race primarily, I think, about these 2 larger parties. We've talked about that for most of the night. But at the end of the day, it looks like the NDP still have 10, which, you know, could be, like, at that point, that would be a loss of party status for them. Not a great night, but still enough that their whole vote didn't collapse into the Liberal vote. They're still holding seats in British Columbia at this rate. The Bloc Québécois are holding enough in Quebec again, too, to deny that majority result potentially to the Liberals. So I think at this point, we're already at after 11 o'clock Ontario time. A majority is not necessarily going to be the outcome here.
Yeah, and we watch that closely. Also interesting to note that the Greens, who people were saying could be wiped out in this election, right now leading in at least 2 ridings. I'm presuming that has to do with Elizabeth May's riding in the Saanich Gulf Islands, as well as Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre. So we will see how that's working out. In fact, I think, Eric, you're standing by with some information on that very point.
I can hunt down these ridings, and one of them is Saanich Gulf Islands. It is just a 10-vote lead over David Beckham, not that David Beckham of the Liberals, but Elizabeth May is leading there.
Susan's very disappointed, Eric.
Sorry, it is still Canadian politics. And the other riding is Kitchener Centre. Mike Morris, that is more votes counted, but his lead is not that big. So it's the Conservatives in second there. And the Liberals are actually taking a big chunk of the votes, a 3-way race. And just while I have you for a second, there's one riding I'm very curious about, and this is Abbotsford South Langley. Mike de Jong looking to maybe split that vote, maybe win as an independent. He was rejected as a Conservative candidate, former BC Liberal cabinet minister. It is a 3-way race, 34% for Sukhman Gill of the Conservatives, 34% for Kevin Gillies of the Liberals, 25% for Mike de Jong, independent candidate.
So as you say, a riding of note. I'm wondering, while you're there in the Lower Mainland, Eric, can we take a quick look at Jagmeet Singh's riding? How's that working out right now?
So far, not so great, but he is, it's still very early. Only 4 polling boxes have been opened, but Wade Chang is leading Jagmeet Singh in Burnaby Central.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Eric Grenier at the Results Board. We'll have more a little bit later. You know, Susan, I'm going to bring you in because clearly in the last days of this campaign, the pollsters were noting that the race was tightening up. Now, the analysis of that seemed to have been split. There were those that saying, you know, it's getting tighter because the Conservative vote in rural areas are increasing, but that's not going to change the seat count. Are we actually looking at tightening of the polls? Are you getting worried that you may not actually get the majority?
I'm pretty happy we have a minority to start with, given where we were in January, and it was going to be a big blue wave across the country. So I think a Liberal minority in and of itself is phenomenal. It's a good direction for the country. I'm watching where the NDP numbers are, and there, in some cases, the gap between their vote has siphoned off just enough to have the Liberal candidate be behind the Conservative candidate in some of those very close races. So that's a bit disappointing to me. But look, I think a win is a win. A majority would be great. We'll see how it all shakes out tonight. But Canadians are speaking, have spoken. We're hearing about it. I think the advanced polls will make a difference in some of these ridings. Alberta in particular, look, Liberals had 2 seats going into this election in Alberta. That is a very, very tough province for Liberals to win any seats in. So I was coming into this thinking, let's win 2. If we win more than 2, anything after that is gravy, as far as I'm concerned. And the pickup in Saskatchewan was great, a pickup in Manitoba, Nikki Ashton, a longtime NDP MP. I think the Liberals have taken that seat as well. So we've made some really interesting inroads in places. But I said right at the top of the show, I was worried about 905. I remain worried about 905. But I do think the Liberals' advanced polls in some of those key ridings will hopefully, I'll find some wood maybe in my head, touch wood, will make a difference.
Okay. Farouk, right now you look at the NDP numbers leading in 9 ridings. Does that give you some hope that the party may be able to salvage official party status in the House of Commons?
Yeah, well, it's closer than the 5-6 projected by many. So yeah, there's still some hope. Party status is important. It comes with a lot of privileges, money, resources, right? Time to talk in the House, right? So yeah, it's important. But I mean, if not the status, if they would end up with the balance of power, that'd be also really, really good. If you look at the numbers right now, obviously it's not finished, but right now it would be the Bloc who would have the balance of power, which kind of makes it an awkward situation. The fact that we might not have a majority might be a good thing for the country because there's a lot of division. We know the regional divisions. We've seen with the polling the generational division, the gender division. So there's a lot of division, and we need unity. And maybe a minority parliament will force everybody to work together. So that could be a good thing. But yeah, the Bloc and the NDP had basically the same strategy at the end of the campaign. Save the furniture. Don't worry, guys. I know you're fearing Trump, and I know you're fearing Poilievre. In both cases, Carney will win. Don't worry about it. Come and vote your conscience. Come back to us. And it seems that it has worked a little bit to make sure that those numbers stay at a reasonable level.
Mm-hmm. Laurie, you were nodding your head as Farouk was speaking there. What are you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think one of the narratives that emerged during this campaign was that of national unity and the kind of effect that these conversations about Donald Trump and tariffs and trade and a new, a new world for Canada, charting a new course, it has had the effect of pulling people together, increasing national unity, higher attachment at the national level, that sort of thing. But I think it's also created, in some senses, the opposite effect, where you have heard more possibility of national tensions. We've heard people like Preston Manning come out and say, look, if it's going to be a Carney government, we're going to have a big problem in terms of Western alienation. I think we've heard Danielle Smith, ultimately go it alone in a lot of cases, go down to talk to Donald Trump on her own. We've seen in the last few days of the campaign, Blanchette and the Bloc Québécois basically say Canada is an artificial construct. And so at the same time as, again, we're seeing this unity, we're also seeing tension. We're seeing pulling on that. In the event that we ended up with a majority Liberal government that left out parts of the country so that the divisions were very much on regional lines, I do think that could be a potentially very divisive, very difficult situation where you do get a sense of polarizations getting worse. You could get a sense where that for some people the result is not fair. And I'm not making any comment on the votes are going to be counted appropriately. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you might just get a tense situation that's made a lot worse if there's a sense that one party's in charge and that's it. And then how do we deal with that?
That's
interesting because if you look at the figures, the feeling of unity is not being reflected in the current results. The Liberals are close. They're very close to the Conservatives. That's not something we expected. We didn't expect the result at all.
Credit, just because their team didn't win doesn't mean they want to bust the country or tip over the whole Monopoly game and send all the pieces onto the floor. Preston Manning, I think, was irresponsible in what he did. I don't think he helped the Conservatives. And I don't think he is reflective of the national sentiment. I don't think he's reflective of the majority sentiment in Alberta and Western Canada. There are many, many, many proud Canadians who carry their passports. Same with Monsieur Blanchard and his Canada's artificial construct. I mean, I think that helped pull votes to the Liberals. So the national unity, the purported national unity crisis manufactured by Preston Manning and potentially Danielle Smith, as you can see, kind of offends me. And I think probably, and I'll settle down, probably does to a lot of Canadians too. And just because your guy doesn't win or your woman doesn't win doesn't mean you get to rip up the page, rip up the country, rip up the results in terms of what's going on. And that's not how we build a country, and that's not how we pull together. That said, it'll be a challenge for Prime Minister Mark Carney to continue to manage that. But we all, elbows up. We've got to deal with Donald Trump, and there shouldn't be that kind of squabbling and infighting, which is absolutely petty as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, listen, we're following this very closely. But, it's as you say that, and we'll see how this all shifts out. Interesting to note, the Liberals right now are leading and elected in 156 seats, and the Conservatives are 149. 156 for the Liberals is only 4 more seats higher than what they had at dissolution. Let's take a look at leading elected now as well, because this also tells part of the story. Look at the elected column right now. Liberals elected in 92, Conservatives elected in 92. It is not the Liberal wipeout that perhaps people were expecting based on the polling numbers. Cole, very quickly, your reaction to that?
Yeah, that is a tie game. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. We have seen, just to go back to some of the comments that were made previously, we've seen the dividing lines of the election, age, gender, east-west. I agree with Susan that Preston Manning isn't reflective of the majority sentiment in Alberta. Alberta elected Rachel Notley to a majority government. I don't think there's tons of overwhelming Western separatist sentiment, but I think there is a little bit of a boil there where they're not seeing themselves and what they believe to be Western Canadian interests reflected in the Justin Trudeau government. And Mark Carney, one of his primary challenges will be to not placate, but to gesture towards Western Canada and say, look, this isn't the Justin Trudeau government, and we're going to try to do things differently. So we'll see, especially in a minority scenario where they have to work with other parties, we'll see if they can pull that off, and if we're not just back here in 18 months.
Okay, 18 months, as you say, because that is the general lifespan of a minority government. We will find out. But listen, I'm going to take a break from our conversation of the results. I want to go back to Liberal headquarters. Cpac's Remy Autier is there speaking to the former Liberal Justice Minister in the Trudeau government, David Lametti. Over to Remy.
So we're here now with ex-Justice Minister David Lametti. Mr. Lametti, you left the party at a certain point. How is the party you see today and the candidates you see being elected different, or what is being offered? Is it different than what you left?
Very much different. Look, Mark Carney is an old friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for 30 years. He is someone that I've always hoped would get involved in politics, all the way back when we were at Oxford together. And so I'm obviously pleased. It's a very different style of leadership. He brings an incredible set of skills to the table. He brings an intellect to the table that wasn't there before. And so it's a different party. It's also a different world with Mr. Trump and his existential threat to Canada. So I think it's a different time. We've got the right leader. Thankfully, he is going to be Prime Minister. We're going to see whether it's a minority or a majority government. but let's hope it's a majority.
And that's interesting because you were part of a majority and a minority government. How is it different, this experience and the way to lead the country in those different situations? How did you experience it yourself?
Well, there is a different set of negotiations that you have to undertake when you're in a minority government situation. And look, in my case, I was working with Randall Garrison, who was the critic for the NDP, and we have a very good working relationship. I think very, very highly of Randall, and we got a lot done well before the Liberals and the NDP reached an accord. We were working together. But it is, you may have to make decisions that you would have difficulty finding a dance partner. And so a strong majority means you can go into a negotiation with a great deal more weight. So let's see what happens. It's still early. There's still a lot of tight races, a lot of two-way races. We're not used to that. We've seen Canadian politics fundamentally change tonight with effectively a two-party system. And so we are going to have to watch and see what happens.
And maybe on that note, one last question. You tried to convince voters in a certain dynamic where there were many parties. How do you think the people that were your ex-colleagues or new candidates, how do you think their experience was different from yours, trying to knock on door and trying to bring the message in this two-party reality that you mentioned?
Well, I was involved in the campaign, and the reception at the doors was very, very positive. The reception with respect to Mr. Carney was very, very positive. So that in and of itself was quite something. As we got to the end of the last government, we had baggage, and we were being criticized on a number of different points. So that changed immensely. I think there's a really good nucleus of seasoned veterans and new people. I had a hand in recruiting a number of candidates to run with us, and I'm happy that a number of them are going to be members of Parliament. So this is a good night, and I think we're going to wait and see we'll be up waiting to see what the results are from British Columbia.
And we'll be up with you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lametti. So just a reminder, this is David Lametti, ex-Justice Minister with Justin Trudeau, who, as he just told us, has had a role in trying to renew the Liberal Party that was being offered to Canadians in this electoral campaign, and is now happy with the results he's seeing right now, with some questions as to what will be the final result.
Okay, Remy Otier, thank you for that. Remy Otier is obviously at Liberal headquarters, having spoken there with the former Justice Minister David Lametti. And take a look right now at the lines, the bottom line of numbers as we break it down to the leading elected for national. And check this out. Liberals elected in 98, leading in 58. The Conservatives now elected in 101, leading in 48. Some very tight numbers that we are watching here, and as we saw in the last couple of days of this election campaign, the numbers were starting to tighten up. I want to bring in Eric Grenier right now, looking at the results board. So again, I guess the preface here, Eric, is that these are early results. Until we get more poll numbers in, or more polls in, we're not going to we won't have solidified numbers. Although, let's get an update a bit on some of the races that we're following in Manitoba. We've not touched on Manitoba in a while. How are things looking there right now?
And we can take a look at where things are in Manitoba. We can start with the big red one in the top. We got Rebecca Chartrand of the Liberals leading over Nikki Ashton of the NDP. This would be a pickup for the Liberals and a key riding for the NDP as they try to get to that official party status. But if we drill down into Winnipeg, this is really where the battleground was in the province. You can see a couple of ridings have switched hands, at least right now. Winnipeg West, still a pretty close race, although it's now a 1,700 vote lead for Doug Yolfson against Marty Morantz of the Conservatives. So that would be a pickup for the Liberals. It was pretty close last time, but it looks like the Liberals right now have a pretty decent lead of about 7 points. Another pickup would be over here, Elmwood-Transcona. Right now, the Conservatives' Colin Reynolds is ahead by a very big margin. Now he's ahead by over 2,000 votes. So Leela Dance of the NDP, who had won it in a by-election last fall, looks like she is going down to defeat. And the lone New Democrat right now in Manitoba is Leah Gazan, and she is only ahead right now, less than 400 votes over Rahul Walia of the Liberals. So we are seeing some movement in the ridings. Other ones Kildonan St. Paul look like that could be pretty close. It's not a runaway win for the Conservatives. Raquel Dancho, she's ahead by just 600 votes there. And we still got lots of polls to count, so that one's by no means is over. So we have a few swings. We can look at where things were last time. An NDP win here, a Conservative win there. Looks like that one's going Conservative, that one's going Liberal, at least for now.
Okay, at least for now. And you know, while you're there, it's probably worthwhile. Let's swing over to neighboring Ontario. How are things shaping up given the 122 seats at play in the province, Eric?
Yeah, well, there's a couple different things we can look at. One is in Northern Ontario. If we look at where things were last time, there was an NDP riding here, there was a Liberal ridings around Sudbury, but right now we're seeing that the Conservatives are leading in Charlie Angus's old riding of Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk. Gaetan Mallette has a pretty big lead over Steve Black of the Liberals, so that looks like that'll be a Conservative pickup. We look at Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt. Pierre Poilievre visited this riding in the last week. It looks like it might have paid off. Jim Belanger is ahead by a pretty big margin. That would be a pickup. Marc Sarret is the Liberal incumbent there. Now, if we go down to the Greater Toronto area, still seeing that there's a lot of red. Only one blue in Toronto. York Centre, Roman Baber has a pretty big lead now over Yara Sack. He's projected to be elected, so that would be Conservative pickup, although in Toronto St. Paul's, doesn't look like that by-election that really had such a big impact is going to hold here. Leslie Church of the Liberals projected to win in Toronto. But we're really taking a look at this area to the north of Toronto, because you can see in the last election, there was a few more red ridings in Brampton as well. There's a sweep for the Liberals. Still seeing a Liberal sweep in Mississauga. But we've got two ridings here that the Conservatives are leading in Brampton. Amarjeet Gill is ahead by only about 300 votes over Kamal Khera in Brampton West and in Brampton South. Again, just a 300-vote lead for Sukti Bakan over Sonia Sidhu. So we got some change, at least right now, in the GTA. We'll have to see if it holds, because those are a lot of small margins.
Okay, and you know what? Can we take a quick look at Peterborough, because you actually noted the fact that that is a bellwether riding that we should be watching closely. Wondering what's happening there right now.
Yeah, we are actually seeing the Liberals are performing pretty well in Eastern Ontario. So if you look at Peterborough, Emma Harrison, very big lead, 6,000 votes, projected to be winning and defeating Michelle Ferreri. That is a bellwether. At least this time it looks like it'll choose the government. We'll just find out if it's going to be minority or majority. And Bay of Quinte is another one. The Liberals were targeting that riding. Chris Millette is leading by not a huge lead, 500 votes over the Conservatives. How about this one in Kingston and the Islands? Mark Gerritsen, 60% of the vote against Brian Patterson, who is the current mayor of Kingston. Probably shouldn't have quit his day job, I guess. And why don't we just take a look at Carleton? We've got actually quite a bit of votes counted here. We got 4,000 right now for Bruce Fanjoy of the Liberals. Pierre Poilievre at 2,600 votes. That's a big margin. We'll have to see if that holds. That is pretty surprising. We only got 10 poll boxes that are counted. They look like they're pretty big ones, so we'll see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, and they'll probably be counting that for some time, given the size of the ballots in that riding. Some 90 candidates there. Eric, thank you for that. Listen, from Eric, I want to bring in Catherine right now, because we've been talking about this riding since the beginning of our coverage, and you have some news to share with people at home, Catherine.
Oui, tout à fait. Alors, cette petite île orange au cœur de Montréal.
This small island of orange in a sea of red in Montreal, Alexandra Boulris, who was re-elected in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie in Montreal. Alexandra Boulris is a survivor of the 2011 Orange Wave and has won it again election after election. And this time, it's been a bit tougher for him this time. Jean-Sébastien Vallée is an unknown in the riding. It was the Liberal Party decided to appoint him as a candidate. He wasn't well known in the riding. Alexandre Boulris should have won much more easily, but he has been re-elected nevertheless. You can see the results as we have the answer to our question, Michael.
Yes, we were wondering whether or not he would actually hold the riding. I will say, Farouk, that I was speaking to some Bloc strategists earlier in this year, and even when the Bloc were doing better than they were going into this campaign, they suspected that Alexandre Boulris would hold the riding. So probably no surprise to them. A surprise to you?
No surprise. If there was only one NDP left in the country, it would be Alexandre Boulris in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Alexandre ran, he got elected during the Orange Wave, but he ran in that riding twice before, in 2008, in 2006. So he's a true NDPer believer, used to work for a union. So he's been there from the get-go. That's why he's appreciated in the riding. And in the riding, provincially, it's a progressive Quebec Solidaire riding. So it's the same. The demographics are really, really good for him. And also on the municipal level, the party that's actually running the administration right now is also a progressive party that also the municipal councils are around him. So he has that coalition running for him in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. And no wonder he gets 12,000 votes like that.
Yeah, 12,000 votes for him. He wins the riding, although, so we're now at 10, 1 elected, 9 leading. How are you feeling right now for the NDP?
Yeah, so the number I'm obsessing about is if the Liberals can get to 162 and then the NDP can keep 10, that's a coalition of 172 that could run this country, right? So I'm looking for that. Otherwise, it's going to be a hectic parliament. The bloc actually can choose who governs right now. So that's another scenario. So for me, 10 is pretty good considering the context. We want to make sure that the 10 gets in the bank. And if we could ask Eric to find 2 more seats in the country, so we can get to 12.
I don't know if it's up to Eric. Should he detect it on the board based on how Canadians vote, we will share it most definitely. Listen, and I'm going to jump in here in the control room because I see that there are some close race boards that are being prepared. Let's bring them up right now so to take a look at where things stand right now, especially as we're talking to Farouk about the NDP. Burnaby Central, of course, the riding of Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, right now with only 15 polls of 200, so very early on. But you can see that James Yanna, the Conservatives, leading by a little less than 300 votes there in Burnaby Central. Let's switch over now to another riding that we're watching closely in the Lower Mainland. Peter Julian, of course, former NDP House Leader in the last Parliament. This is in New Westminster, Burnaby, Maillardville. Right now, it is the Liberal Jake Sawatsky who is leading, although we're talking about 100 votes and then some. 25 polls of 193 reporting. Let's go to another riding here, Surrey Newton, and of course the Surrey's very influential in terms of the politics and the outcome of the Metro Vancouver. You see there Suk Dhaliwal right now leading by only about 20 votes, 31 of 169 polls reporting. From Surrey Newton, let's take a look at where else we're standing. Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies, instrumental for the NDP, helped negotiate the pharmacare deal with the Liberal government. He is right now leading by about 150 votes, 19 out of 193 polls reporting there. Let's keep going in terms of close races. Keeping an eye on Richmond East Steveston, we have Parm Baines there right now leading by about 200 votes, roughly speaking, 35 polls of 216 reporting. And one last one, again, close races in Metro Vancouver that we're looking at. Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, we have Ron McKinnon there leading right now by a few hundred votes over Ian Black, 55 polls of 256. So, you know, as we look at this race, and right now 157 leading elected for the Liberals, 148 for Conservatives leading unelected. But clearly, by what we're seeing right now, this story is not yet done. The polls are still very early on. Those numbers could shift, although not the walk to victory, I think, that some Liberals were hoping for, Susan.
No. It's tight, but I think a lot of us believed it was always going to be tight. And getting over that minority government line is a really, really important line to get over. That is the direction of the country. That is the person who will be the Prime Minister. That is the person who will be negotiating with Donald Trump. And Mark Carney, I think, is who you're going to have as your Prime Minister in the morning. The final seat count, we know how to do minority governments in this country. That's okay. We get things done. The Liberals collaborated with the NDP on dental care and pharmacare. At the same time, there was some frustration with minority government the last time with the filibustering from the Conservatives, and Parliament was very much stalled. I don't think Canadians will put up with that kind of nonsense going forward. They need to see things move forward, but I think a constructive Parliament is what we have to have with our country going our country in the days and years to come, given that we have to deal with Trump and pivot our trading relationships and reboot our economy.
You know, I do wonder about this whole concept of coalition because, of course, there was the supply and confidence agreement between the Liberals and the New Democrats in the last Parliament. But, you know, Farouk, I wonder about the appetite for New Democrats to one, have that type of agreement again with the Liberals, considering that the Liberals campaigned on many of the joint ventures that were worked on together, and the New Democrats right now arguably have suffered as a result when it comes to this campaign. And on the other side, you know, you're not dealing with a progressive Liberal per se, you're dealing with a blue Liberal, a more business Liberal. Is there a desire and the possibility of coalition if this does work out to essentially New Democrats being able to push Liberals over the top for a majority?
I would think so, because, I mean, the context will force it. I mean, there's no way we're going back to an election. So Canadians will, as Susan said, Canadians will demand that that the Parliament works together. So I think there's a possibility now. There's a lot of things to be happening at the end of the night to see who got elected, who's still leading parties here, and so there's a lot of things that could happen. But I can see clearly the NDP collaborate with any parliament that's done, as they have done previously. And I think for them, after this election, after how it went, after a daily barrage of questions on Jagmeet Singh is why are you not ahead of the polls, why are you not winning? At the end of the night, if the party, if the Liberals stays minority and the NDP has some power, maybe not the whole balance of power, but some power, I think it's kind of a win for the whole election as the context, as how it started. Because the way it started is there was no NDP at the end. And right now, it seems to be that the NDP will be important.
In minority governments, and I'll defer to Professor Laurier over there, a coalition is a very technical thing, and that's where there's ministers in cabinet. Canada doesn't typically do that. I don't think that's something that we'll see. But what we do see is cooperation that happens. And sometimes the Bloc may support a Liberal bill coming forward. Sometimes the NDP will.
They said they would.
Yeah, and they said they would. It's on trade and other issues, supply management, gestion d'offre. You know, those things are going to be very interesting. So that is the way minority governments typically work in Canada. I think the official opposition will oppose. That's what they will do, and it's unlikely immediately after an election, in what we're dealing with Trump, that anybody sets up a scenario to pull the pin anytime soon. You will see cooperation, but maybe not a formal agreement or a supply and cooperation agreement, which was a rare thing.
Yeah, plus with the numbers, if let's say the NDP would be at 10, obviously that would be less than the 24 that they had, so their leverage is a bit less, obviously, we know this. And it would be negotiation. I think negotiation is a hard term, but it would be some discussion before the first budget to make sure that everything.
There might even be some people that cross the floor. You never know.
Maybe that could happen too.
Well, we'll see. But listen, I want to bring up the leading elected board right now as well, because take a look at the lines of the bottom of the screen. Of course, is an aggregate, but 110 elected for the Liberals, 115 for the Conservative. But look at the leading column. The ground game is shrinking. This is going to be determined one way or the other, but right now we basically have, what, about 100 seats in play right now. So I think, or less than 100 seats in play. I think this is what we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this evening, because and not surprisingly, we're getting later into the evening. But in terms of just how close this is, you right now have, for example, Conservatives now elected in 115, which is more than the Liberals have. It's the leading column that's affecting the race. So keeping a close eye on that. We talked about the supply and confidence agreement. Of course, key to negotiating that was Anne McGrath. And let's go right now to Burnaby, British Columbia, because that is where the NDP headquarters, the Watch Party, is this evening. Mick Sweetman is our reporter on the ground, and he just spoke with Anne McGrath. Let's take a listen.
We're here with Anne McGrath, NDP spokesperson. How are you today?
Well, it's been a challenging day, and we still don't know what the results are going to be. But I'm holding up.
Right. Yeah. And speaking of those results, obviously not what the NDP really hoped for. But what are you looking for as we kind of start seeing these early results coming in across the country?
Well, I'm obviously hoping that we will do better than the dire predictions that have been out there for a while. I mean, I've been hearing for ages now that we were going to be wiped out, that we were going to lose status, all of those kinds of things. I'm hoping that we will outperform those expectations. So far, things are looking more promising than I think people expected, and it's still very early. Lots of things can happen still, and I'm keeping my eye particularly on some of the advance votes that can sometimes change the dynamic later in the evening.
And a couple of those ridings are right here in Metro Vancouver. Vancouver Kingsway's won, Vancouver East, longtime NDP strongholds. As you said, it's early right now, but we are kind of seeing the numbers kind of go back and forth between the NDP and the Liberal. What does that indicate to you?
Well, it was a very polarized campaign. It was really set up around the threat from the Trump administration on tariffs and things like that. And I think that did squeeze a lot of the discussion into a two-party kind of system, which I don't think is actually the kind of system that most Canadians really value. But I think that the dynamic of the threat from the Trump administration and the ability really of the Liberals to position Mark Carney as somebody who could deal with Trump sort of squeezed out all of the other really important issues that Canadians need to talk about, like affordability, cost of living, health care, all of those kinds of things. You even saw in the debates, for instance, there wasn't even a section on health care in those debates, even though that's the primary issue for most Canadians who can't get a family doctor, who are worried about ERs shutting down. I think that the fact that health care was not a dominant issue for many leaders. Certainly, it was a dominant issue for us and a dominant issue for Canadians. I think it was a disservice to people, and I think it helped create that dynamic of just kind of a blue door, red door, only being the only choices. And I think that had a detrimental effect on people who might be more aligned with other parties. Certainly, what we saw was that previous NDP voters who decided that they wanted to vote Liberal this time were not feeling good about it. It's not like they thought that they were doing something positive in that sense. They regretted it. They didn't want to do it. They liked the party. They liked the leader. They liked the values. They liked what we had done. But they just felt really like they didn't have much of a choice.
Right. And just to pick up on that, do you think that maybe it was a mistake for the NDP to not trigger a confidence motion in an election before Donald Trump became president?
Well, I think Jagmeet Singh was very clear on some of the kind of the dilemmas involved in that. I believe that if we had triggered an election earlier, there was a potential that we could have had many more seats. But it was also very, very strong, I would say, probability that the Prime Minister, that there would be a majority Conservative government, and that would be very bad for Canadians. So there was that. I think and Jagmeet Singh said he couldn't stomach the idea of a Conservative majority, and I think that many NDPers would agree with him about that. Many Canadians would agree with him about that. There was also the fact that the dental care program that we had negotiated hadn't yet been fully rolled out, and that pharmacare deals had not yet been signed. We had reached an agreement on pharmacare, but we needed to get some of those deals started so that Canadians could start to receive free birth control, free diabetes devices and drugs, and other things. And so that kind of helps to institutionalize the pharmacare program, and certainly the expansion of dental care was really important to us as well. So I think it was the right decision not to trigger an election earlier. I think that having a Pierre Poilievre majority Conservative government, and he had pledged at that time to eliminate the pharmacare and dental care programs would have been a bad decision for Canadians.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you may have been around the NDP since at least 1993. That obviously was a historic low in terms of election results. What lessons do you have, having gone through that experience in the 90s?
Well, the lesson I have is that it's better to have more seats than less seats. And, certainly during that period of time, one of the big lessons was that a majority Liberal government without a strong enough NDP gets away with things that I think are very problematic. Because during the 90s, when we didn't have official party status, the Liberals had a big majority. That was when they eliminated the housing program, made major cuts to health and social transfers, and transformed EI, employment insurance, into a system that no longer works for workers.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Michael.
Mick, thank you for that. Anne McGrath, thank you for the time you shared with Cpac this evening. Listen, let's take one more look at the leading and elected board at this moment in time. You see there, Liberals elected in 115 seats, leading in 49. Conservatives elected in 118, leading in 28. I want to go down to the bottom of the board because we also now have one Green elected, and that is, we can tell you, Elizabeth May, the Green Party leader. She does get re-elected in the riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, and there you go. The results board there. By over 2,000 votes over the Conservative Cathy Onstead on Vancouver Island. But yes, Elizabeth May will be returning to the House of Commons. And with that, let's bring in Eric Grenier. And Eric, we continue to watch these numbers evolve. As I said, when you look at the leading column, it's less than 100 seats that still need to be determined. We right now are looking at the Conservatives at 146 seats. That is an addition of basically, about 26 seats from where they were at dissolution if they actually hold. Where are Conservatives performing better than expected going into tonight?
Well, there's one place where they seem to be doing better than expected, but there's one thing we got to keep remembering. That vote keeps on getting counted. Cumberland-Colchester was going to be a Conservative hold, and now we see that Alana Hurdle has moved ahead of Stephen Ellis as those final ballots are being counted. And we're seeing actually the same thing happen in Newfoundland and Labrador. Turn over the peninsulas, Anthony Germain has caught up. It's been a bit of a race for him to try to do that, but he's now ahead of Jonathan Rowe, who had earlier been projected to be elected. So we're seeing that in some areas we're not seeing the Conservatives do as well as they seem to be doing earlier on in the night. But in the GTA remains the place where the Conservatives are really preventing, I'd say, the Liberals from getting that majority. Because we're seeing the Liberals pick up a lot of seats in Quebec, but in the GTA, still looking at the northern part of the GTA where the Liberals are losing seats. This is last result. This is where it is now. You can see as well that you have some in the western GTA. A couple other places too. If you want to look at what's going on in southwestern Ontario, it's all blue down here in Windsor and Windsor West. Harb Gill has a big lead over Richard Pollock of the Liberals, who it was not the incumbent. Brian Massey has been the incumbent in Windsor West since 2002. He is trailing in this riding, and it is going Conservative. And in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, it is a very close race here. Again, we'll have to wait till all the ballots are counted, but Kathy Borelli is currently ahead of Eric Kuzmerchik. So in southwestern Ontario, you're seeing that the Conservatives are doing quite well. Kitchener Centre, Mike Morris is behind Kelly DeRitter of the Conservatives. If you look at Kitchener-Conestoga, Doug Trelevin is ahead of Tim Lewis of the Liberals, who's the incumbent. So it is largely Ontario. And we're seeing the Conservatives outperform in the GTA, outperform in southwestern Ontario, also seeing that they're doing actually pretty well. I can show you in the Hamilton-Niagara area. They're leading in Hamilton East Stony Creek. Chad Collins was the Liberal incumbent there. Ned Couric is ahead. And in Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, this was a riding that was considered to be pretty close. Conservatives seem to be doing okay there. And in Niagara South, Vance Badaway is trailing Fred Davies. So we're seeing that the Conservatives, if they're outperforming where we were expecting them to be, it's largely because of Ontario.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. I'm going to bring in Cole Hogan right now, digital strategist for the Conservatives, principal at GT. You know, Cole, Eric's pointing to Ontario as where Conservatives are doing better than expected. Are Conservatives performing at the level that you thought they would, or does that surprise you as well?
It does surprise me. I think we're outperforming where the polls had us, and looking at the regions there that Eric was going over in terms of the GTA, we're really encroaching on Liberal territory more and more so. So I think as the night goes on and we see the results continue to flow in, we're really denying the Liberals from that majority government, and it'll be curious to see what result we actually end up with at the end of the night. But it's good to see that we outperformed what we were forecasted to do in Ontario.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, I'm also wondering what the conversations have been like with your colleagues. Like, I mean, yes, you're performing better, but were you concerned about tonight? Were you concerned that the polls would be correct and that you would be wiped out, or did you have any numbers indicating that perhaps you would be doing better than expected?
Well, the vote efficiency in Ontario was a large part of the conversation with my colleagues in terms of where can we pick up seats, where can we encroach on that Liberal territory, and make some gains, because we were at 120 seats before the election here. Being up 20 or so would be some significant gains. Obviously not forming governments, which was the ultimate aim, of course, but making some strong gains there for Poilievre and his team is a good signal for the Conservatives that the vote coalition is growing.
I'm so sorry to jump in, but I want to bring in Elizabeth May right now. As we said, she has won the Green Party co-leader. She's now speaking in Saanich Gulf Islands. Let's take a listen to Elizabeth May.
And I just had a word. I think it's the first time that the Church and State Kitchen has had a phone call from the Prime Minister. But I just spoke with Prime Minister Mark Carney. I congratulated him on his spectacular reversal of Liberal fortunes and that he will be forming the next government. Whether it's a minority or a majority remains to be seen. I congratulated him fully, and he congratulated me for being re-elected in Saanich Gulf Island. And I said, is it okay with you if I tell my whole crowd of supporters and friends outside that what you just said? And he said, of course, we look forward to working together. He said, it will be good to have seasoned, knowledgeable leadership in the House. It's still too early this evening to know about some of the other spectacular Green candidates. Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre is too close to call right now, so all my thoughts are with Mike. It's terrible. I have to thank so many people because obviously the Green team across the country worked so hard. Je suis tellement triste que mon collègue et co-chef Jonathan Pedneau
I'm
n'a
so
pas
sad
réussi à
that Jonathan Pedneau failed in Outremont.
Quebec once we were thrown out of the leaders' debates. And we'll leave the federal court to decide whether it was just morally wrong or illegal. But I want to thank Jonathan. I want to thank our whole team, but particularly the spectacular candidates, Paul Manley and Nanaimo Ladysmith, who should be the next member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And as I said, Mike Morris is still, it's too close to call in Kitchener Centre. Anne-Marie Zedluck in Guelph, another spectacular candidate. If I go right across the country and mention everyone, I'll forget someone, which is a problem. So I just want to start with thanking everybody who helped my election. I want to acknowledge that in the room tonight we have the entire Provincial Green Caucus, Jeremy Valeria and Rob Botterill, yes. And the Deputy Leader of the BC Greens, Lisa Gunderson. And I want to thank, in particular, there's so many people, but let me just start with what really matters. How was it that I got reelected? Other leaders of opposition parties are still not sure they'll hold their seats. That includes Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. Now, I have no schadenfreude about Jagmeet, but forgive me a little for Pierre. I think we'll see what happens in those ridings. There's too early to say. But it's been a hard election because so much of the mainstream media has promoted the idea that I was going to lose in Saanich Gulf Islands. It developed a momentum based on a rumor, and it became a very hard thing to fight. And the reason we were successful here, I'm going to thank a lot of people by name, but let me just say, Greens win, and we've always seen this, from the devotion and commitment of volunteers. In this election campaign in 2025, Saanich Gulf Islands had 250 volunteers working pretty much nonstop. So I just want to cheer. Woo-hoo! For tous les bénévoles, ici à
For all the
Saanich
volunteers here in Saanich Gulf Islands, 250 people worked as volunteers during this election. That's incredible.
My campaign manager, Tim Maloney. My guru of all things to do with comms, Jojo Beatty. My amazing help from Stuart McKinnon every single day. Aisha Emerson, my assistant as well, yay. And then the brain trust of the operation. The volunteer group that has been working time after time again, Marilyn Redivo, Linda Brown, Randy Earnhardt, Sue Ross, Robin Ross, Jennifer Kennedy, Sheila Levy. There'll be so many volunteers. If I forget someone, I'll be Dan Kells, Tom Neiman, and the Salt Spring Island crew, Tommy Mitchell and Bob Mackay, and all the folks on Pender, and Krista Gray's work. There's so many people to thank, so I better stop. And also my canvassing and helping with canvassing, Peter Salmon, thank you. I see you there. When are you? So when it comes to Saanich Gulf Islands, it's a community achievement. It's not me alone ever. There are people here in the room that a lot of you don't know who are my nonpartisan Parliament Hill and local staff that makes miracles happen for individual constituents who have problems with CRA or the Immigration Department. I won't go calling you out all by name, because, but I'm forever in your debt. I'm forever in your debt. And so grateful that we do the work that means that people know that their MP office is there as an office that provides nonpartisan, compassionate, and conscientious service, just like it says on the door, for everyone who walks in that door. That's our job. So a big shout out to our national campaign director. Merci mille fois, Robert Marty, pour tout le travail.
Thank you for all the work you've done, the incredible work that you've done.
All the way out to Stellarton, Nova Scotia. Love you, Marlene, and thanks for all your work. It's been an amazing crew. Laurie McMillan up in Nanaimo. And of course, again, I just can't say enough of what Paul Manley did to pull this all together and to be there all the time for all of us. It's, that part's really bittersweet. But it looks like we'll go back into the House of Commons with a minority where we can make a difference, with me as leader of the Green Party, with a Prime Minister I've known for a few decades, and we've started off nicely tonight. What can I say? We'll see how it goes from here. Fingers crossed for the rest of the evening for everybody else. I just want to thank the people who mean the most to me in this world. My husband, John Kidder. You want to get up here, honey? And you know, he made such a sacrifice staying here and campaigning for me in Saanich Gulf Islands that he missed his shot in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
It was almost a sure thing.
It was, I know. And then I've got to thank my daughter Kate, my new granddaughter Lily, who keeps me going because I just need to see a picture on a text. My daughter sends me lots of pictures of Lily every single minute, and everybody gets to see them all the time. I thank the Lord above that I'm alive and healthy and a young 70 and able to do a lot more work, because I owe it to Lily to make sure that we deal with fascists like Trump, that we stop the fossil fuel industry from stealing our future, that we stand up for human rights, and that we protect the planet from the forces that would like to make money while they can, and to hell with the rest of us. We can fight back. As Bill Henderson said in his song, we can stand up for our sovereignty, we can stand up for what's right, and Greens always will. So from the bottom of my heart, for those pundits who said, well, the Green Party, we are here. Sorry, National Post, we're not going away.
And there you have it, the Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May speaking in her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, which she has secured tonight, re-elected again to the House of Commons, right now the only Green MP elected. Let's bring in Eric Grenier right now. Give us an update on the Greens. The expectation was not high, although in a very tight race, Elizabeth May has won and secured the seat.
Yeah, we saw that she has been able to win again in Saanich Gulf Islands, which she's held now since 2011, but it all